Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku is a Huff Demon? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya had to be the unluckiest person in the world. 5-year-old Izuku sat shaking in their doctor's office at the hospital. The young boy was coughing roughly into a tissue while his mother held on to him tight. The doctor, with a troubled look on his face, turned his chair so that he was facing Inko Midoriya. "I'm very sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, but I'm afraid I don't know what's wrong with him." "What? But surely you must have an idea or something. How can you not know what's wrong with him?" Inko exclaimed, clearly upset by the lack of answers. "Well," the doctor sighed, "I've checked for the flu, concussion, and even tuberculosis, which have similar symptoms to what your son is experiencing, but all the tests come out negative." It was an unusual mystery that the young doctor has never experienced before. When the kid's usual doctor referred him, he didn't think much of it. But here was the boy, a boy who was suffering from violent coughs, uncontrolled puking every time he eats, fatigue, dizziness, and headaches. Poor kid, they tried everything from X-rays to MRI and came with nothing, no known cause. Usually when we have some unknown data, we can link it to a quirk. The doctor continued, "Rarely quirks aren't compatible with the user's body. But because your son is clinically quirkless, there is nothing we can do. I'm sorry." "Well, what should we do now?" "There has to be something you can do. Izuku has been sick for over 2 weeks now." The doctor shook his head. "I'm afraid the best we can give him is some children's aspirin, maybe antibiotics. But we can't risk giving him something without knowing the full knowledge of his daughter's illness." Inko looked down at Izuku with a sad, pained, almost guilty look on her face. Izuku tried to smile. He didn't like it when his mom is sad. He was confused and scared what was going to happen to him. His mother turned her head quickly, as if she just couldn't look at him anymore. She took his hand, giving him a light squeeze before she stood up. "Thank you for your help," Inko said with an unusually normal tone that Izuku couldn't describe. He squeezed her hand as they walked out of the room, not knowing what will happen next. First, he was quirkless, now he was sick. Why was he so unlucky? The next day, Izuku went back to school. He wanted nothing more than to stay home with his mom and be tucked into bed. A few weeks ago, Bakugo was starting to become distant and meaner ever since he got his quirk and Izuku didn't. But that wasn't the reason he did want to go to school. Izuku didn't want to go to school because he's not any better than he was when he started feeling ill, and just as he thought his first day back was horrible. He couldn't stop coughing all day, often disturbing the class, so much he had to wait outside until his fit was done. He couldn't play, run, or jump without getting dizzy, followed by a bad headache. The worst was the fact that Izuku couldn't keep down any of the food he ate. He threw up his lunch, and snacks and nausea lingered in his stomach, no matter how much water his teachers gave him. Weeks became a month of feeling sick, with not even the slightest improvement, but he kept going back to school. Izuku knew Kachan didn't want to be his friend. He knew Kachan and his friends bullied and made fun of him because he was quirkless. Izuku was sad, but he would still play and talk to the other kids. But ever since he came back sick, everyone avoided him like the plague, which they all probably thought he had. "He's still sick. Hasn't it been a month already? Is he contagious? I don't want to play with him if is. How can you believe he's quirkless and super sick? I would die if I were him. Don't talk or get close to him. You might get sick too. My mom told me not to go near him. Are you going to die? My grandpa got sick like you and died. That cough is super annoying. AW. Stay away, I don't want you to throw up on me. Stupid. Useless Deku can't even walk straight. How the hell are you going to be a hero? You'd probably die before a villain can kill you." Izuku never felt so alone before. All he had was his mom to talk to and play with. He had no more friends, and when a month turned into months, he was losing any hope of getting better. When months became a year, Izuku knew it was going to last forever. His future was looking dim, and even though he knew he could never be a hero, he still hanged on, grasping onto any amount of hope he had left. Izuku continued to watch and learn everything he could about heroes and quirks. He still watches All Might's video when he was feeling down. Sometimes at night Izuku would cry because he will never be able to be normal again. He was never going to have a normal life. Thankfully, his mother was always there to comfort him. Late at night, she held him, petting his hair while he cried into her arms. "It's okay. It's going to be okay, I promise," his mother cooed, softly continuing to slide his hair. "It's going to be okay." Izuku sniffled, "Mom." "Yes, Izuku." Do you think that," Izuku said between sniffles and hiccups, "do you think that I could still be a hero even without a quirk? Even when I'm like this?" His mother looked down on, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry." That was basically saying no, and it made Izuku felt small and worthless, just like Kachan says. Even his own mother didn't believe in him. "Mommy," Inko hums in acknowledgement, Am I going to die?" Izuku waited for a response from his mother, but didn't get one. There was no yes or no, just silence. His mom's lack of an answer scared, no frightened him. Why wasn't she answering him? What does that mean? Is he going to die? Izuku curled into his mom, hugging her tighter. Why was this happening to him? Why him? At 5 years old, Izuku Midoriya learned not all men were created equal. At 5, Izuku Midoriya learned that life wasn't fair. Izuku became used to his new normal through the years. He got used to the constant tiredness, coughing, and vomiting. It wasn't long before he fell into a new routine of taking care of himself. Izuku would usually wake up in the middle of the night needing to throw up. If he had trouble breathing, he would use his bedside oxygen tank. He ate small meals since he couldn't keep his food down anyway, take several of his medication after breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All this became normal to Izuku. He has been sick for 11 years now, and he's completely used to it, which only scared him. His illness is always changing. He has his good days and bad days. It's almost as if his body decided what he can and can't do for the day. Not to mention how much he has improved through his years. When he was diagnosed at 5, it was heaven compared to age 7 to 12. During those years, he spent his childhood bedridden. He needed an 4 and missed a lot of school. For a while, the only way he could get from place to place was in a wheelchair because he was too weak to stand, and not to mention the surgeries he went through. Finally, 2 years ago, he was given medicine which helps immensely, but the number of pill bottle always seemed to get higher every year. It didn't matter so long as he wasn't in the wheelchair. Izuku woke up that morning feeling as crappy as always, and even more so when he realized he had to get ready for school. Despite missing a lot of school, he managed to keep his grades up. After all, you tend to have a lot of time to kill when all you can do is sit in a bed all day. The only one who had higher grades than him was Kachan. Katsuki kept his distance from Izuku for a while now. When they were younger, Kachan would hang out with him, which was nice considering how lonely he would get. The only problem was he never understood why. Ever since Kachan got his quirk, he became above everyone else and was mean to Izuku, calling him names, punching him. And he never failed to remind him how weak he was. But for some reason, he would come over or invite him to sleep over, just the two of them. When they were with other kids, he would put him down and brag about how powerful he was. Izuku didn't care. He was glad to just have a friend until he stopped and became cold and distant, not even bothering to insult him. Midoriya sat down in his desk, immediately knowing today was going to be a bad day. His teacher and began talking about high school. It was a no-brainer that everyone wanted to be a hero, and his teacher knew this. He was no different. Midoriya's first and only choice was to go to U. He wanted to be a hero ever since he was 4, even though he knew it was impossible. A big part of him though knew he couldn't, but the other part wanted to believe that there was still a possibility. "Hey, don't lump me with these bunch of losers," Kachan exclaims, getting on everyone's nerve as he goes on about how he was above everyone else. But of course, Izuku's famous luck strikes again when his teacher decided to announce to the entire class that he plans to go to your daughter as well. His classmate, of course, didn't even wait a second before they started to burst out laughing and spewing insults at him. He didn't know it was possible to feel smaller than he was now. Huh, what makes you think you can get into your daughter Deku? Do you have brain damage too? Bakugo yelled from in front of him. I can still get in. There are no rules against quirkless students. I just... Open your eyes, you A-F-I-N-G moron. Even if you had a quirk, you're still useless. Your pathetic body can't even walk in a straight line. Kacchan loved to put Deku in his place. He always reminded him that Katsuki was above everyone else, while Deku was lower than dirt. Izuku never let it get to him. After all, he already knew he couldn't, but he refused to give up. He can still help people without a quirk. He can still help even though he's sick. He just needed the opportunity to show them that he was more than just the sick kid. He didn't have the opportunity that Kacchan has or anyone else in his class, and it really skecked. But he can still do it. He just needed to work harder. He keeps a notebook of all the heroes from he knows of. He studies their quirks, fighting style, weaknesses, and even ways they can improve. Izuku refused to back down even when no one believed in him. The teacher managed to calm everyone down, even Bakugo, and continued with class. Finally, school was almost over and Izuku can go home and take a nice long nap. He began packing to head out when Bakugo stopped him after school. That was when the day went from bad to terrible. You know, Deku, I really thought that all these years you'd learn your place and know better than to compete with me. I swear I'm not trying to compete with you. Izuku tried to calm Kacchan down. Shut up already. Get it through your shitty brain that you're nothing more than a F-I-N-G worthless Deku. Kacchan picks up Izuku's hero notebook and exploded it between his palms and proceeded to throw it out the window. Izuku could only look in horror at what just happened before him. He was shaking in his shoes, almost unable to stand. There's no way that you live long enough to graduate high school, let alone be a hero. So you might as well do everyone a favor and get it over with. Bakugo turned to walk out the door along with his followers, laughing behind him. Izuku didn't even realize he was on the floor, but anger and adrenaline surged through his body. He quickly got up and shouted to get Bakugo's attention, ready to defend himself. Except when Kacchan turned around and glared at Deku, his palm popping with small bursts was enough for Izuku to start shaking again with tears in his eyes. Izuku made his way to the pond where his burnt notebook landed. He mumbled to himself as he retrieved the soaked book, hoping he can still manage to recover it. Izuku sighed and headed home, coughing into his handkerchief as he walked. He looked down into the white cloth, looking at the red spots of blood that stained the handkerchief. It wasn't fair. It not like he asked for this or chose to be sick. He didn't want to have zero friends or spend his entire life sick. Stupid Kacchan was an idiot for telling Deku to kill himself. What the hell was he thinking? Isn't he trying to be a hero? Midoriya let out a frustrated yell as he walked through the underpass. He didn't care what Kacchan said or what everyone else thought. He was going to apply and take the daughter entrance exam anyway, even if it kills him. Izuku snapped out of thoughts when he suddenly heard a deep and gargled laughing from behind him. Invisibility cloak. Size M. Izuku stopped in his track and turned his head to see who was talking. He froze in horror when he saw a villain made of sludge looking directly at him with sinister, crazed eyes, and before he can even blink, Midoriya found himself surrounded by green sewage. He tried his best to escape, desperately clawing at anything to free him, only for his hand to slip through like water. That was when his day went from terrible to worst. I'm just gonna take control of your body for a bit. Good. The villain laughed as he forced his sludge into Izuku's mouth and nose. Don't worry, it'll only hurt ya for 45 seconds. Then the pain will go away. The monster continued to ramble about who knows what, but Izuku was too busy trying to breathe. Tears were already rolling down his cheeks as he felt the liquid tentacle painfully traveled into his throat. His lung cried for air and his heart sunk where he realized he was going to die. He had thought he accepted his potential death years ago, but nowhere was about to die. He wasn't ready, he didn't want to die, let alone die like this. Izuku cried harder, because he realized if he died no one will care, no one will mourn, and the only thing they would say was that it was bound to happen eventually. Izuku's vision was starting to go dark, and his head became dizzy. He closed his eyes, terrified that he wouldn't wake up again. Izuku started waking up slowly to the small tapping of his cheeks, wondering if he fainted in class again. However, when he opened his eyes he saw that he was outside. Now concerned, he blacked out on his way home, until he saw All Might hovering over him, relieved he was all right. "Wait, All Might?" Izuku exclaimed, not believing that his hero was standing right in front of him. All Might laughed. "That's right, my boy. I'm glad you're all right. Almost thought I lost you." All Might continues on, and once again Midoriya doesn't listen and instead remains speechless as he is blown away by the fact All Might is standing in front of him and talking to him. Suddenly, he remembers to get an autograph. Hurrying to find his notebook, he disregarded his current condition, and soon he found himself throwing up, followed by uncontrollable coughing. All Might, who was about to leave, stopped to look back at the boy. He was almost out of time, and he needed to get the villain to the police, but he obviously couldn't leave him alone. He walks back towards Izuku, but freezes when he sees small spots of red sprinkled over his hands. He is coughing up blood. All Might hesitated before handing Izuku a tissue, who took it gratefully and cleaned his hands. Thank you." Izuku, tired to say, is embarrassed. "I should thank you to a hospital." All Might helped Izuku up, ready to get him help. No, that's okay. This is normal. Normal? All Might asked, clearly confused. Midoriya nodded his head. "I've been sick for years, and this happens almost every day. I'm used to it." Midoriya bites his lip, refusing to meet All Might's eye. "Ever since I was young, I've always wanted to be a hero. I want to save people with a fearless. But even though I'm quirkless, I need to know if I can still be a hero." Izuku looked to All Might was no longer there. Instead, a tall, bony, blonde-haired man was standing exactly where All Might was. There was a long pause of silence. No one said anything. I was very awkward. All Might? The man didn't say anything, but he did have a very worried look on his face. "All Might?" Izuku practically screamed, not believing the sight in front of him. All Might sighed. "Yeah, it's me. I don't understand." "Well, you know how guys are always king in their gut at the pool." All Might explained. "Well, it's like that." What a weird way to describe it, Izuku thought to himself as he visualized the metaphor. "A fearless smile, huh?" All Might softly spoke before he hesitantly reached the hem of his shirt and pulled it up, his shirt relieving a big nasty scar on his side. Midoriya couldn't help but cringe. 5 years ago, an enemy did this to me. My respiratory system was nearly destroyed, and my stomach was removed. I've wasted away because of the after effects of those surgeries. I can only do hero work for 3 hours a day now." Izuku responded thoughtfully. 5 years ago. Was that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw?" All Might looked surprised. "You've done your homework, but know that lowlife could never do this to me. This fight was never made public. I asked that it didn't go public. A symbol of peace who saves people with a smile must never be daunted by evil." Izuku stayed silent as All Might, his hero, explained that the only reason he smiles is to stave off the overweighing fear. Izuku was too lost in his thoughts to respond. Surgeries? Blood? Fear? It was sounding too familiar. He could help but shake as All Might continued. "A pro is always ready to risk his life and livelihood. Many villains are too powerful for pros. So to become one without a quirk, someone like you, it's not possible." Izuku stood unmoving, tears in his eyes, as he watched the number 1 hero walked away. Bakugo was walking down the street kicking the litter on the ground while the 2 idiots in his class followed him, always walking behind. The 2 were talking about Deku, but he doesn't care why the hell should he waste his time and thoughts thinking about shitty Deku? He didn't go too far. The weak FING shrimp deserved it since he never. Just thinking about it pierced him. It's his fault for messing with me. Katsuki growled. Seeing him full of stupid dream like when we were kids just pisses me off. He blew up the soda can that was in his hands. And I thought I told you to stop smoking. If you get caught, it'll go on my record too. Dipshits. Bakugo, distracted by the smoking boys, failed to notice the skinny man approach him, causing both of them to bump into each other. Hey, watch where you're going, old man. Sorry, the blonde man said before going on his way. Bakugo saw mood got worse, causing him to kick an abandoned bottle with full force. Bakugo turned back to his followers, seeing that they still had their cigarettes in hand and mouth. He was about to scream at them again for not listening, but stopped when he saw them. The two lackeys looked at him with a scared expression on their faces, except they weren't looking at him. They were looking past him. Finally, one lifted a finger and pointed behind. Bakugo saw a large shadow cast over him, and he heard a voice from behind deep and gargled. Of course, he knew it. He's always known, so why? Why did it hurt so much? Everyone told him he couldn't. No one believed. Kachan, his classmates, his teachers, the doctors, even his mom said he could never do it. Why did it hurt so much more? He knew he's known his entire life, yet he still hanged on to any hope that came his way. He denied the evidence. He refused to accept the truth when it was right in front of him. Of course, All Might would say that it was impossible. He saw the way the man looked at him with pity instead of understanding. Someone like you. Forget quirkless, someone like him could never be a hero, because that was all he was, the sick kid. A dark cloud hanged over Izuku's head as he wandered aimlessly with no direction. He didn't know where to go. He didn't want to go home, and there was nowhere else he can be. He just walked. He wasn't even looking where he was going. He could walk in the middle of the street, and he wouldn't notice. A villain could attack, and he wouldn't notice. Suddenly Midoriya heard a large explosion from across the street. Okay, so maybe he would notice. There was a group of people crowded around the fight, as close as it was possible, and still maintain a safe distance. Izuku walked closer to the crowd, looking over the many heads to see what was going on, but his heart plunged into his stomach. The slime villain from earlier? Didn't All Might capture him? Why was he here? Unless he escaped and All Might was too weak to stop him because, oh no, this was his fault. If All Might didn't waste the rest of his time with Izuku, then this wouldn't happen. The heroes struggled to defeat the villain. They were hectically trying to put out fires and keeping citizens safe. All the heroes didn't have the right quirk, so they ignored the villain attacking the buildings. It was all his fault this was happening. Midoriya's gut swelled with guilt, and he was pretty sure he was going to vomit. He couldn't do anything but watch helplessly like everyone else, like the heroes waiting for the number one hero to show up and save the day like always. Except he wasn't, and Izuku was the only one who knew. The sludge monster blew up windows and streets in his rampage with weight explosions. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw Kachan trapped in the green void. The feeling in his gut grew worse. Kachan was stuck, trapped, and Izuku saw in full view the scared and desperate look on his friend's face as he struggled helplessly against. Izuku knew how he felt. He knew how terrible it was, how horrible the feeling was, and he couldn't just stand there. So his brilliant brain decided to do the stupidest thing he has ever done in his life. Izuku ran into the battle, full force, ignoring the cries of the citizens and heroes. Without hesitation, he grabbed his backpack and threw as hard as he can into the eyes of the villain. It worked. The villain was distracted and loosened his grip on Kachan, allowing Izuku to get close and grab his arms. Deku, what the F do you think you're doing? Kachan manages to yell. I'm sorry, Kachan. I just couldn't let you die. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't explain it. Next thing he knew, his body was lifted into the air, and someone was tightly hanging onto his arm and everything was quiet. Grey clouds covered the previously blue sky, and rain began to fall onto the streets. All Might, All Might saved them. He changed the weather with one punch. Izuku really did throw up this time on someone's shoes. He wasn't sure who, but he probably didn't want to know. Yagi Toshinori felt bad, he really did, but he had to be honest. Seeing the kid like that reminded him too much of himself, and he couldn't have that. He really did feel terrible, of course, but it was the only way he had to do it. At least that's what he told himself. He, of course, may have been too hard on the boy, and the guilt was pooling in his stomach. As All Might walked down the road deep in thought, he didn't notice the middle schooler walking and bumped him. He quickly apologized and went on his way. His only focus was to get this villain to the police. But when the station came into sight and he grabbed to reach the bottle, he only managed to grab air. The bottle was gone. Where? When did it? Yagi desperately looked around, retracing his steps, when he heard the explosion. He turned upward to see a large crowd surrounding an attack caused by a villain made by sludge and slime. How did he let this happen? This was all Toshinori's fault. He was being careless and was distracted. He didn't even notice it was missing until it was too late. DMN. Yagi watched the heroes come, but they were powerless to do anything because apparently they had a young boy as a hostage. Everyone around him talked and asked why All Might hadn't shown up. Why didn't All Might stop the villain the first time? He felt so pathetic. What kind of hero was he? He failed as the symbol of peace. He wasn't deserving of the title. People began to scream and cried out because someone had apparently ran into the battle zone. When he looked, Toshinori's eyes went wide. The quirkless boy. Everyone asked if he was an idiot, trying to get himself killed, but he knew this boy was brave. Braver than Yagi, braver than All Might. He couldn't ignore it and stand hopelessly with the crowd anymore. I'm sorry, Kachan. I just couldn't let you die. At that moment, All Might flew in and saved the day. Screw his time limit, he was a hero, and he was willing to risk his life to save others with a fearless smile. Detroit. Smash. Izuku was tired this time. He desperately wanted to throw himself on his bed and sleep the day away forever. He tried to apologize to All Might about the press, was all over him, not even giving him a chance. Whatever. Maybe it was for the best. He didn't feel like he can deal with anything else for the next 6 months. Hey, Deku. Of course. Why? I never asked you to FING save me. Kachan yelled from a distance. I don't need your DM in pity, so if you've gotten killed it wasn't my fault. Got it? I don't FING owe you nothing, so don't you dare mock me. Stupid nerd. Well, Kachan will always be Kachan. That was the nicest thing he said to him in years. Of course, this didn't change the fact that this was the worst day of his life. I am here. Huh? All Might, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, confused. He was surrounded by reporters. Shaking the press is nothing because I'm all Mikio FF. All Might coughed up, a stream of blood changing back into his weak form. All Might the blood from his mouth before continuing. Kid, I've come to thank you and take back what I said earlier. Without you, if I hadn't heard your story, I'd have been nothing but fake muscles and insecurity. So thank you. Midoriya looked down. No, it was my fault. I wasted your time and got in the way. You were right about me. I'm just a sick, quirkless kid. Exactly. This got Midoriya's attention. He looked up. Of all the people at the scene, it was you, a timid and quirkless boy, who acted. What were you thinking when you did that? Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. I wasn't a thinking. Yes. Even some pros hesitate, but you had the courage. You had the spirit of a true hero to risk your life to save a life. No, this wasn't happening. I was wrong. He was dreaming or just a cruel joke. You can be a hero. Izuku couldn't stop the tears. He couldn't stand. He could even speak. So from now on, I will help you to get to be the greatest hero you can be. When Izuku got home that day, he couldn't sleep despite being exhausted to the brink fainting. His entire body was weak and heavy. He was pretty sure he couldn't move, and that he won't be able to move tomorrow. He just couldn't stop thinking about what All Might said. He was almost afraid that if we went to sleep we would wake up from his dream and go back to hopelessly living his miserable life. After he was told he can be a hero, he mentions to All Might that he still didn't have a quirk. Except I still don't have a quirk. Not to worry, I have chosen you are worthy of my quirk. Huh? That's right, my boy, my quirk not only allows me my super strength, but it can also be passed down from one person to the next, growing in power each time it is passed down. One for all. It was all surreal. Never in his wildest dreams could he even fathom that something like this would happen. All Might's quirk, a chance to be a hero. The only thing to make this perfect was if there was some miracle that would magically cure him, but that seemed like asking too much. When his hero offered his quirk, he was hesitant and almost declined, but he was selfish and accepted the quirk. Izuku still didn't know if he can do it. Sure, he wanted to be a hero more than anything, but living it was another. But I'm sick and I'm not going to get better. I might even get worse. All Might still believed in him. And a part of Izuku felt that he didn't deserve that belief. No, stop. If All Might believed in him, then Midoriya needed to believe in himself. He needed to stop being scared and live up to All Might's expectations of him. That being said, when All Might started training him, it was intense. Izuku's training consisted of cleaning up the mile-long mountain of trash that was Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It was very hard, but thankfully All Might provided him with what he called the American Dream Plan, perfectly tailored so that Izuku can become a proper vessel for one for all with his limitations in mind. Even though he can't do much now, he tries his best and pushes himself every day to reach his goal. The only problem was his mom. Izuku, you've been coming home late and leaving early in the morning. Is everything alright? Inko Midoriya asked her son with concern in her eyes. Izuku loved his mom more than anything in the world. She was the only one who was there for him during all the hard times. He promised All Might that he would keep one for all a secret, but it hurt him to have to lie to his mom. The quirk, All Might, his training. He wanted to tell his mom, but he couldn't betray All Might's trust. He just needed to think of a believable excuse. WL, to be honest, I've been training. Training? His mother replies, very shocked. What for? Well, come on, think. I needed a believable excuse. You know the run-in with the villain I had a few days ago. Of course, I nearly had a heart attack when you told me. Yeah, well, I'm really bad at this. I was able to escape because my quirks suddenly developed. What? Yeah, I know, I was shocked too. And I know I'm quirkless, but I can't explain it. I looked through the internet to learn more, but didn't find anything. But it could be a mutation or someone else's quirk. But anyway, so that was why I wanted to train so I can get into your daughter and be a hero like I always wanted. Crap, he was rambling. Izuku looked to his mom, and she had an expression like she was thinking and processing what he had just said. She knew he was lying. She knew him too well to be able to lie to her face. He felt a tightness in his throat, and he couldn't trust himself to speak anymore. Oh, honey, that's wonderful. What? I'm so happy for you. You can finally live your dream. Oh, I'm so proud. She gave Izuku a tight hug, and he returned the hug, pulling her into his embrace. He was so happy. But he knew his mom. He knew she didn't want him to be a hero, not when it will put him in danger. Ever since he was diagnosed, she made herself sick with worry and would look at him with sad eyes. But he doesn't know why she didn't confront his lies when it was extremely obvious, considering he was a terrible liar. Okay, I'm going to make your favorite tonight. Inko went to the kitchen to start dinner, wiping tears from her eyes that didn't go unnoticed. Today was not a good day. There were days when Izuku felt good and almost normal with little to no coughs or dizziness or vomiting. He would do anything to have more days like that. Sadly, today wasn't one of those days. No, today was his bad days. Days like these, he could barely move, let alone get out of bed. His entire body would shake. Blood would come out from his coughing and vomiting, not to mention the bone-splitting headache that would linger for the rest of the day. As usual, his mom insisted on staying home, but Izuku convinced her otherwise. After all, if she took a day off every time he has these days, they wouldn't have any money. Midoriya heard his phone buzz and groaned at the thought of moving and opening a bright screen. He sat up, ignoring the headache, to unlock the screen, his hands shaking really bad. All Might, where are you? Izuku would have slapped his own forehead for forgetting to tell All Might he couldn't make it today. Midoriya, I'm really sorry. I'm feeling really bad today and forgot to text you. Sorry. All Might, it's perfectly fine. My boy, I completely understand. All Might, are you by yourself? Izuku sighed in relief to hear that he wasn't mad for skipping. Midoriya, yeah, my mom left for work, it's just me. All Might, great, send me your address. Izuku's eyes widened at All Might's request. Why'd he want to come here? Surely he had more important things to do. Izuku sent him the location, and that ended the short text conversation. But not even 30 minutes passed before he heard a knock on the door. Oh yeah, he had to get up. Izuku opened the door to see All Might in his hero form enter. I am here to check in on you. All Might bursted in, definitely making an entrance before reverting back to normal while spitting blood and scaring Midoriya once again. He will never get used to that. Thank you for coming, but you really don't need to do this. Of course I did. Dissipate being sick you. Always make it on time. So I figured you had to be feeling worse than usual. Yagi couldn't help but look around at the small apartment. Besides, I had nothing planned for the rest of the day, so I thought you can use the company. Yagi held up a plastic bag. Also, I brought some soup. All Might and Midoriya have gotten to know each other a little better over the past few months, so he couldn't help but smile at the fact that he came over just for him. That came out weird, even in his head. Izuku was getting too tired from standing and wobbled back into his room. Thanks, but I'm afraid I'm mostly tired, so if you get bored, I'd understand that you want to leave. Izuku was about to tell All Might to make himself at home, since he didn't have the energy to play host, but was interrupted by sniffled laughed. All Might followed Izuku into his room. All Might was in his room, the very room that had posters and figures of All Might and various other heroes, but mostly All Might. Wait, you should. I need to. I'm sorry. This is so embarrassing. Izuku hid his shame and tomato-red face behind his hand, and Toshinori couldn't help but laugh. It's all right. There's no need to apologize. I'm flattered even to have such a fan. That doesn't change how embarrassing this is. All Might's gaze fell onto a small shiny item in Midoriya's hand. What is that for? Izuku looked to his hand where All Might was pointing. Oh, it's so I can train even when I'm in bed, so All Might cut Izuku off with a small chop to the head. Don't be stupid. Pushing yourself is worse than doing nothing. All Might lectured sternly. Rest up for the day, and when you're back to full strength, that's when you can work hard. Okay, I better not catch you again. After all, I'm always watching you. Yagi pointed to the surrounding posters, making Izuku's face go red again, and he burst out laughing. Midoriya had told him to get comfy, so Yagi put the miso he bought into the fridge. The apartment was small but cozy and very welcoming. The living room was filled with pictures of Izuku and his mother, but none of them had the boy's father or anyone else, just the two. He wanted to ask young Midoriya about this, but he figured he should keep it to himself and not be nosy. Yagi only knew the boy for a couple of months now, and if or when he wanted Midoriya will open up to him. After all, there were things about himself that he hadn't told the boy yet. When Toshinori walked back to Midoriya's room, the boy was already asleep, which was fine, he supposed. The boy did awfully look pale and tired. Now, taking a better look at the room, he noticed a wheelchair peeking of the closet and an oxygen tank at the bedside. Along with the hero figurines were orange pill bottles all in a line, and there was a lot. Yagi knew the boy was ill. He explained it to the tall man after saving him and the other boy from the sludge villain. But seeing him now like this, it just came to him that it was much more serious than he previously thought. That doesn't change his mind, or does it? What if he was just sending this boy into an early grave just like himself? No, he believes in the boy. After all, it's not every day you find a boy with the qualities to be a great hero, even better than All Might. He was doing the right thing, right? Finally, after thus months of long hard work, Izuku has done it. He cleared all the trash from Dagoba Beach, even though he only needed to clear part of it. Izuku exceeded All Might's expectations and had earned his quirk, and now he felt nauseous. Not his usual normal nauseous, but the nausea you'd get when the only way to receive one for all was to digest the DNA via All Might's hair. It took all his strength and willpower to keep the strand of hair down. Everything about this was weird and completely beyond his wildest dreams. All Might training him. A powerful quirk. And now he was standing at the entrance of his dream school with as much opportunity to pass as the other students. When Izuku woke up that morning, he barely recognized himself in the mirror. His thin, malnourished body turned into a muscular, malnourished body. Well, he'll take what he can get. Still, he was nowhere compared to Kachan, and it was still a major improvement to how he was before. Right, he wasn't frail. He can pass the exam and make it into your daughter. This was it. Izuku took his first step to become a hero, and then proceeded to trip over his own feet. Izuku felt a small slap on his back, and it took him a couple of minutes to realize that he hadn't fallen flat on his face. Instead, he seems to be suspended in midair, causing him to slightly panic. "Sorry about that," a girlish voice said from out of Izuku's sight. "For using my quirk, I just figured it would be a bad omen if you tripped, right?" Izuku felt the gravity return back in his once weightless body. With his feet now steady on the ground, he was able to get a good look at his savior. She was a brown-haired girl with rosy pink cheeks and a wide smile. "Man, I'm so nervous, I hope we both do well. Anyway, see ya and good luck." He talked to a girl. Well, he didn't actually talk to her, but still she talked to him, which was still amazing. Izuku built up a newfound confidence as he walked into the high school. The auditorium for the Hero Course exam was huge, which was be expected considering the number of students taking the test. A lot of students were taking the test, and Izuku could feel his confidence fleeting. Even worse, he had to sit next to Kachan, who gave him a glare of pure anger and hatred leading to an earful of curses and swears, while everyone was finding their own seats. Is everyone excited? Let me hear you say, yeah. Present Mike was announcing the rules of the exam, and Izuku was freaking out. He couldn't believe Present Mike was here, and it took everything in him to not geek out. Despite his excitement, Izuku did listen intently. The exam was a point-based system earned by students that take down robots. The entire exam reminded him of a video game, which was probably the point. They passed out a paper to everyone telling them which arena they would test at, and unfortunately any confidence he had was sure to have vanished by now. Especially after the boy in glasses had called him out in front of everyone for muttering to himself. Yeah, he was nervous, but Izuku knew he can do it. He had to, or else thus months of hard work go down the drain. He was ready. Break a leg, everyone. Plus Ultra. Izuku has never felt so depressed in his life, which was saying something. It seemed his body was void of all life. He failed. He failed. He failed. The only words that seemed to play in his head all day like a broken record. Midoriya only managed to get a grand total of shunya points. Everyone was right, he can't be a hero, even when he had a quirk. The only impressive thing he did in the exam was punch the massive shunya pointer to save the rosy cheek girl. He broke his right arm and both legs while doing so. But he was fine now except for the deep wound in his spirit. Don't be so sad, Izuku. Izuku's mother places a hand on his shoulder for comfort. She's been trying to cheer him up since he took the exam. Maybe this is for the best. Izuku appreciated his mother's effort, but her words weren't enough. His dreams were crushed, and All Might hasn't been in touch since the morning before the exam. Maybe his mom was right. This was for the best. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. Even if he passed, he couldn't be a hero, he couldn't. Izuku, your letter came. Izuku snapped out of depressed state to look at his mother. She was holding an envelope with the UA stamp on it. He was too scared to open it. His hand shook as he opened the letter. The envelope contained a small round device instead of a piece of paper. Weird. He placed it onto his desk and a holographic video appeared. On the video was none other than All Might in all his tall, muscular glory. Izuku had no idea what was going on. He tried to process everything All Might said. Villain points? Rescue points? But only one word stood out, and even then he didn't believe it. Why you didn't get any villain points, you did get a total of SART rescue points. Izuku winced as the video played the clip of him and the girl both puking after she used her quirk to save him once again from falling flat on his face. You did it, my boy. All Might continued. Welcome to your hero academia. Tears traveled down his face this time, not because he was sad or scared, but because he was happy. He never felt so happy in his life because he did it. He really did it. Izuku was going to be a hero. This was his beginning to become the world's greatest hero. Izuku stood in front of the gigantic door to Class Aka for a good 5 minutes. He was dreaming, right? He never thought he would make it this far, his first day of UA. Even though he was happy to be here, he couldn't help but feel anxious and nervous. Mainly he dreaded that Kachan and the boy with the glasses might be there. He didn't want things to be the way they were in junior high. He wanted a new start and friends, but if Kachan was in the SAM class, then he might already be telling them stuff about him. To be honest, he did want to be friends with Kachan again like before. Kachan became meaner to Deku as they grew up, but they still stayed friends. He didn't know if it was because he really did like him when the other kids weren't around, or maybe he felt obligated. But at the time he didn't question it. Until he just stopped. They stopped talking, going over each other's houses. And Kachan became the ringleader to all the bullies at school. Who the hell do you think you are? Kachan pinned Deku to the back wall of the school. I don't know how the F you got in, but I was supposed to be the only one from this shithole school to go to UA. I was still trying to compete, I promise, but I'm not going to back down from my dream just because you tell me to. Deku finally stood up for himself. For the first time he had hope and a future, and he wasn't giving it up that easy. You're really PSing me off. You know that. You're a fine G but won't make it till the end of the semester. Kachan finally let him go and pushed him to the ground. Izuku shook his head to refocus. He needed to get to class, it was now or never. Besides, maybe he'll be really lucky and neither of them will be in the SAM class as him. Midoriya opens the door to be greeted with Kachan already picking a fight with the blue-haired boy. Of course, like always, the universe was never on his side and would proceed to screw him over whenever it got the chance. As Izuku entered the class, the boy with glasses, who said his name was Ida, looked at him immediately, and before he knew, he rushed over to the macy-haired boy's side. It's you. Great, here it comes. I would like to apologize to you. Huh? When I first saw, I poorly judged and thought less of you, and for that I apologize. You were the only one who saw the true nature of the exam, and I misjudged you when clearly you were the superior candidate. W8, you G got that wrong. I didn't really. Hey, it's curly hair. Izuku turned around to the familiar voice behind him. It was the gravity girl that offered her points to him. Wow, I'm so glad we both got accepted, she said, getting closer to Izuku. And we're both in the SAM class, that's awesome. You are kinda of my puking buddy. Huh? What? Oh, that's right, after he saved her from the robot, and she saved him from becoming a human pancake, the two of them vomited their hearts out on the pavement. Still, he sure hoped that he wouldn't be known as the kid that puked during the exam. When you flew off the ground and punched that robot, it was incredible. Izuku blushed because he hardly ever gets compliments, let alone by girl. She was easily excitable and energetic, clearly shown, as she gesticulated an imitation of Izuku's punch. If you're done socializing, then I suggest you take your seats. The three students froze their look to the doorway to see a yellow lump with greasy hair and tired eyes. It looks like you're all here, so put these on and follow me outside. Izuku stood outside in a field with the rest of his classmates. They were all facing their teacher, who explained that they were going to do a quirk field test. The SAM test they took in middle and grade school. The SAM test that Izuku couldn't participate in. But what about orientation? We'll miss it. Our teacher, Mr. Aizawa, looked to the student and responded, "If you want to be heroes, then you shouldn't waste your time with that stuff." Mr. Aizawa threw a ball to Bakugo. "You got the top score in the entrance exam. Right, Bakugo? Throw the ball as hard as you can use your quirk if you need to." Kachan stepped up with a ball in hand, and with all his strength and fury, he blasted the ball as far as he can. Die! Die! As expected, Kachan threw an impressive 705.2 meters. All of you are going to take the test for the sake of testing your limits and will be ranked by how much potential you have. But Midoriya didn't like where this is going. The student that comes in last gets expelled. Midoriya froze. Expelled? Can he really do that? Of course, he can. UA is known to have freestyle teaching. He can do whatever he wants. Dread fell upon Izuku because after all of that hard work, he still wasn't in the clear. Even if he managed to pass, the teacher could still expel him just because he was sick. But that's not fair. Life isn't fair. Life isn't fair. Izuku knew better than anyone that life wasn't fair. Life wasn't kind to him, so why would it start now? He just needed to do the best he could and look for the best opportunity to use his quirk. This year's batch of students were defiantly different than what he's had before. A lot more potential. This kind of sight was rare, but there was always one weak link among a group of stars. Aizawa has done this enough times to know who had it and who didn't. Flashy, powerful quirks didn't make a hero. It takes a smart mind to know how to use them to their full potential, and sometimes it was worst to work hard on a goal that will never be possible. Of course, there could be more than one student expelled, but he didn't care. These kids needed to know that being a hero isn't fun and that this class isn't a game. This test was also a good way to survey the students' quirks and their nature. Right away, 3 students already stand out above the rest, but still had a ways to go if they wanted to be heroes. But then there was those who stood out in a not so positive light. Izuku Midoriya. He saw the boy perform in the entrance exam. With one punch, he destroyed the 0-pointer. And while he didn't get any villain points, he got SAT rescue points. The entrance exam was perfect for flashy combat quirks, but gave other quirks a big disadvantage. Midoriya's passing was just a fluke. He got lucky, and watching the boy only confirms his suspicions. Not to mention the other boy's problem. He reviewed the students' files beforehand and took notice that the boy had a chronic illness with no name, which was odd enough. Each student had a specialty that stood out during a different or multiple tests, and it looks like most have a good handle on their quirks. Now they were moving on to the ball throw. After Uraka's throw, it was Midoriya's turn. The green-haired boy stepped up to the circle, ball in hand with a determined look on his face. He was going to use his quirk. However, once the ball was released from his hand, it only landed a couple feet in front of him. Midoriya was shocked and confused at the same time. He stares at his hand in utter disbelief. "WH, what happened? I erased your quirk." Midoriya turned to the homeroom teacher, whose eyes glowed a bright red, and his hair was floating above his head. "You're the underground hero Eraserhead." Aizawa was almost impressed. Very few actually know of him since he has the tendency to stay out of the spotlight. Of course, he'd never admit it. Do you think that you can rely on other heroes to come in and save you? To clean up your mess? Aizawa drew closer to Midoriya. If you become incapacitated after one punch in the field, then you're more of a liability than a hero. The black hair fell back onto Aizawa's shoulders as he released the capture gear and tossed Midoriya another ball. "I've returned your quirk." Midoriya had a change in expression. His scared, almost crying face went serious and dark. He gripped the ball tighter and took position. He reels his arm back, takes a step, and launches his arm forward with great force. The throw caused a large gust of wind that kicked up the dirt. But when the dust finally settles, Midoriya stood tall with no injuries except for a broken index finger. The green-haired boy gave him an earnest grin, fisted his fingers, and looked at Aizawa with nothing but raw determination in his eyes. "See, Mr. Aizawa, I can still fight," the boy proclaimed. He was not going to back down no matter what. That was clear now. Aizawa couldn't help but smile. He underestimated this kid, who had the look that he was going to be a hero no matter what. He had the spirit of a real hero, one that was hard to find nowadays. But he still had a long way go and a lot of hard work to do. What the hell? The Bakugo boy mumbled to himself before. What the hell, Deku? Bakugo ran toward Midoriya with pure anger, hands sparking and a look as if he was ready to kill the green-haired boy standing scared where he heard the blonde shout his name. "You better explain before I..." But Bakugo didn't get to finish his treat because he himself was now being restrained by the stiff carbon fiber wrapped around Aizawa's neck. "Stop using your quirk already. I'm getting dry eye." Aizawa glared at Bakugo, wordlessly daring him to try anything else before releasing him to carry on with the tests. Alright, let's move on to the next event. Izuku was a tight ball of anxiety and nerves. He was practically shaking in shoes. If he was expelled, then it was all over. No UA, no more one for all, and no more hope for him. Showing the listing of each student's ranking felt like the longest minutes of his life. His heart was beating hard and fast, his palms sweaty, and it became hard to breathe. If he had to wait any longer, Izuku was sure he would pass out from stress alone. Names flashed. On the board, it was almost to the bottom, and Izuku's name still had not shown. Then Izuku's heart dropped and dread showered over his entire body. He ranked last out of the whole class. Once again he had failed. Why did he ever think he can be a hero? It was impossible. Oh, and nobody is being expelled. That was just a logical ruse to motivate you all to do your best. It was at that time that Izuku collapsed on the dirt, finally remembering how to breathe. That was way too close for comfort. Izuku stayed on the ground for a good 5 minutes of pure shock before picking himself up and dusting himself off when his head finally cleared his head. Eraserhead approached him, handing him a piece of paper. "Go to Recovery Girl and get yourself patched up." After that, Mr. Aizawa turned to the rest of the class. "When you're all done, head back to the classroom and grab a syllabus. You're all dismissed." As Izuku made his way to Recovery Girl, he put a hand to his head to stop a pounding headache he had been feeling for a while already. He knew this was bound to happen eventually. Even when training with All Might, he still would get migraines, and eventually he'll probably throw up. Izuku walked into the nurse's office and was immediately greeted by a short elderly woman. She hopped off the chair she was sitting on and walked closer to Midoriya. Izuku was not the best when it comes to socializing. Even talking was challenging to anyone who wasn't his mother. However, the women before him had a calming, motherly presence that fills the room, and it made him feel at ease despite being an anxious mess only a few moments ago. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I know who you are." The women replied instantly. "Come in and take a seat on the bed right there." The green-haired boy followed to where the short woman was pointing and sat down. He then watched as she gathered up some supplies and a folder before she made her way to him. As Midoriya got a closer look, he realized that the school nurse was the youthful hero Recovery Girl. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Recovery Girl took Aizo Sensei's note and started working on his broken finger, which hurt a lot more than he cared to admit. "It was only a matter of time before you came in," Recovery Girl spoke as she got to work. "Already the first day, and you come in with a broken finger. All Might is many things, but a teacher is not one of them." Midoriya was surprised by the elder's last comment. "Oh, you don't need to worry, Deri," she reassured. "I know all about you and All Might. I was the one that healed his injury after all." She finished wrapping the bandage around Midoriya's finger and sighed. "But it looks like he's teaching the Sam recklessness to you." Recovery Girl then kissed the boy's finger. "Wow, that feels so much better now," Midoriya replied. "But now all of a sudden I feel tired. My quirk takes the stamina in your body to speed up the healing process," she explained. "Next time please be more careful. The hero course is dangerous enough, especially for someone such as yourself." "Oh." Midoriya's voice waned soft when she realized what she meant. The hero looked at Midoriya with a sad, sympathetic look. "Now that we are on the topic, I wanted to talk about your illness some more." Recovery Girl grabbed the file she had on her desk. "There's not much to go off of here." Her voice trailed off as she looked over the paper. "It says here you have an unidentified sickness." "Oh, well, I've been sick since I was 5, and when I went to their doctors, they didn't know what was wrong or why it was happening." Izuku finished his brief explanation. "May I ask your symptoms?" Izuku nodded his head. Let's see. I get headaches, nausea, fatigue, dizziness, coughs, stomach pains, but these vary depending on the day. They're not consistent." "No, today I'm feeling good for the most part, but it used to be worse before I started taking medicine and treatments. I needed to be in a wheelchair and had trouble breathing." Izuku stopped when he saw a concerned look on Recovery Girl's face. "Is something wrong?" The school nurse looked up with a small smile. "Oh no, Deri, just thinking is all. I think that enough for today." Izuku stood up from the bed and began to walk out of the room. Before he opened the door, he turned to Recovery Girl and bowed. Thank you for everything. I'll try not to make a habit of it." Recovery Girl shook her head. "If you're not feeling good, don't be afraid or too prideful to stop by my office anytime to rest or take medicine." Midoriya nodded. "All right." He proceeded to walk out the door and enter the empty hallway. As Izuku made his way to his homeroom, he heard footsteps from around the corner. However, when he turned into the hallway, the curly-haired boy was abruptly pushed into the wall with vigor force. Izuku yelped from both shock and the pain after colliding with the wall. His shoulders burned and his headache turned into a full-blown migraine. When he opened his eyes, Kachan was pressing his arm on Deku's chest, holding him in place and glaring down at him with anger, no rage in his eyes. "What the F?" The explosive boy finally spoke. "KK Kachanai. Shut the hell up already." Izuku winced. What the hell was that? When the hell did you get a quirk, you useless sheet? Izuku's body started to shake in Kachan's violent grip. He didn't know how to answer, and it was becoming harder to breathe. "You've been lying the whole time, haven't you?" "NNOT, that's not it. I told you to shut UP." The hall fell silent. "That's all you do. All you ever do is lie, lie, lie. Where the F do you get the idea that you can lie to me?" Izuku refused to make eye contact with Kachan, and instead found the ground far much more interesting. "I don't know how the F you got in this school, but if anyone at this school has a brain, then sooner or later these ass-fucks will realize what a waste of time you are. Here I thought our teacher was smart enough to expel you, but here you still are. You are nothing but a worthless, pathetic excuse for a human being, and you will never be a hero. You don't belong here, Deku, and it's only a matter of time before everyone here see that too." Bakugo finally released and turned his back to the scared boy, walking away, leaving the shaking student all alone. Deku fell to the ground, trying to calm himself while also controlling his breathing. He sighed in exasperation before picking himself and returning to his previous objective. Kachan has said many hurtful things to Deku over the years, and every word still rang in his head. No matter how many times he tried to convince himself that those words weren't true, he knew that his friend was right. He was always right. Those words repeated over and over in his head, playing again and again. "Hey Deku." Izuku immediately snapped out of his thoughts. He didn't even notice that he had already made it to the courtyard of the school. Two familiar faces approached him. "We are glad you're okay. You were taking a while, so I started to get worried we almost went to go get you. Right, Ida? Uraka is correct, however you are here now, and we can head out, Ida replied. Izuku eyes widened. Actually, you waited for me? Of course, you're our friend after all, and that's what friends do, Deku. Deku blinked confusedly. Deku? Uraka turned to him. That's your name, right? I heard the angry boy shout it at you earlier. Oh, that's not my name, Kachan. Just calls me that to make fun of me. Uraka gasped in shock. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize that. I just thought that Deku was a really cool nickname, like, you can do it. Well, I never thought about like that. I realized I never formally introduced myself. My name is Tenya Ida. And I'm Ochako Uraka. It's nice to meet you. Izuku smiled. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The three US students walked out of these school gates together and continued talking about the day and their teacher, but Izuku wasn't listening. He was too happy. In all his life, he only had one person who he could call his friend. He was happy to actually have friends that were willing to wait for him and give him a nickname that wasn't demeaning. He couldn't help but smile his entire route home. Midoriya finally made it home all right and was greeted by the sight of his mother in the kitchen. Izuku, sweet, you're home, welcome back. Mom, you're home early. Miss Midoriya smiled at her son. I wanted to be here when you got home. How was the first day of school? It was. Izuku paused, thinking about his day. He thought about his teacher, how he was almost expelled on the first day, and his talk with Kachan. It was great. Wow, really? His mom exclaimed. Why, I made friends. Oh, that's so great, Izuku. I'm so happy for you. Inko's eyes became glossy from the tears that formed into her eyes. I'm so proud of you. Inko held two bowls of katsudo in front of Izuku. To celebrate, I made your favorite. So let's eat. Izuku woke up the next morning excited for a new day of school. He usually dreaded going to school, but now there was no way he would miss school, especially when you go to the #1 hero school in Japan. In no time, Midoriya was already entering his homeroom class and was greeted promptly by his new friends. The two waited for Midoriya at the back of the class by their desks. Morning, Deku. Are you excited for today? Uraka greeted, brimming with energy despite the early morning. Good morning. Izuku responded, yeah, I can wait. Uraka smiled back at Deku. However, Ida stared back at him with a stern look. Are you feeling alright, Midoriya? You don't look so good. Ida was right. Compared to having a fairly good day yesterday, Midoriya did not look good. His skin was pale, dark circles can be seen under his eyes, and his cheeks looked slightly sunken in. This was all due to the previous night when he had stayed, but late, due to vomiting in the bathroom, and was haunted by lingering stomach pains while he slept. Izuku was used to not getting much sleep for those reasons exactly. Besides, he wasn't going to miss school just for that. He'll be fine. Vaya, I'm alright. I was just so excited. That I didn't get much sleep. He lied and was feeling very guilty over it. I'm perfectly fine. If you insist. But remember that getting enough sleep is important for every hero. In fact, I go to bed around 8 o'clock. 8? Uraka exclaimed. That's way too early. No, it isn't. It is important that we get 8 hours of sleep so that we can be perfectly healthy. The rest of the day continued as most school days do. All the classes were mundane. That was if it wasn't for pro heroes teaching the classes. It took everything Izuku had to not geek out in front of everyone. Of course, after lunch those classes were nothing compared to hero basic training, taught by none other than All Might. Man, isn't amazing that we're gonna get taught by All Might. I know how cool is that. I can't wait. What do you think he's like? Have you ever met him? The students talked amongst themselves as they waited for the next class to start. Izuku himself was just as excited. Even though he knew All Might for 10 months, he just couldn't wait for what lies ahead. I am here. Entering the door like normal. All Might in his Silver Age costume burst into the classroom, exciting the rest of the class. This was it, hero. Training. This was his chance to prove himself as a hero. Each student came out with a unique hero costume that had come in today. It was also their chance to show off their skills and quirks in a battle simulation. Izuku was the last one to come out, but Uraka quickly joined him. Hey, Deku, I really like your hero costume. It kind of reminds me of a bunny. Uraka said, getting real close, which was making Izuku blush. Thanks, your hero sea costume looks cool too. You think so? Uraka scratched her head embarrassedly. I should have been more specific. They made it super tight, not really my style. Alright, students, gather around here, listen closely. All Might yelled out to get everyone's attention. All the students surrounded All Might. But instead of listening, they bombarded the famous hero with question after question. Finally, he explained that everyone will be paired with another student and will then be placed as either heroes or villains and go against each other. The villains will be in charge of protecting a nuclear bomb in an abandoned building while the heroes try to recover the bomb or apprehend the villains. Thankfully, luck was on Deku's side when he was paired as with Uraka as a hero team. However, it was clear that the villains had a clear advantage, but Deku was not going to back down so easily. Nothing was going to stop him. That was until All Might put his team against Kacchan's. If he wasn't already pale, Deku's face would have gone completely white in a second. Bakugo was partnered with Ida. Both were strong and very intimidating. At least Izuku got to know Ida more, but Kacchan was enough to cause his knees shaking. Deku, are you okay? You're shaking, Uraka asked while the two went over strategy. They needed to come up with a plan if they wanted a chance of winning, and knowing Kacchan, he would do everything to stop Deku from winning. Kacchan is our biggest threat. But because he hates me, he'll go after me, so you'll have to go and retrieve the bomb yourself. Uraka nodded. Got it. I'm sure I can handle Ida, but that Bakugo guy is pretty scary. Maybe we can take him on together. Izuku shook his head. No. Taking Kacchan down will take too long, and we'll run out of time. So splitting up is our better bet. He nodded in response. Alright, I trust you. Deku, now let's win this. Izuku and Uraka walked through the halls quickly but cautiously. Nervous sweat trailed down Izuku's forehead. There was no way Kacchan would cooperate with Ida, yet he was taking a while to ambush them. It was only a matter of time before the eerie silence is over. Just as on cue, Izuku can hear a distant explosion coming down the hall. And not even a second longer that were cut off by Kacchan. Uraka, run. Don't you even think of running from me, Deku. Just as Izuku predicted, Kacchan went after him instead of chasing Uraka and flat out ignored her. Quit running, Deku, and fight me. Kacchan yelled as he chased him down. I'm gonna beat you to a pulp. Midoriya just needs to get Kacchan far away by leading him through similar-looking halls. Kacchan threw a big explosion, wrecking the wall and causing Izuku to fall on the floor in order to dodge. Kacchan stood over the smaller boy, maliciously grinning in triumph. Izuku quickly got up, but Kacchan wasted no time to throw a punch, thinking it would knock him out. However, Izuku knew Kacchan. He knew how he fought. He knew what he was going to do. And he knew that Kacchan always started with a strong right punch. Bakugo's eyes grew in shock. He did not expect it when Deku grabbed his right arm firmly and had his back thrown on the floor before he was able to process what was going on. What the? I'm not the same worthless Deku as before, Kacchan. Izuku stood his ground and put his arms up. I'm the Deku that's going to be a hero no matter what you say or do. Nothing is going to stop me. Bakugo stood up, his eyes were furious. But Deku didn't back down. Instead, he glared back, ready for a fight. You're gonna regret pissing me off, Bakugo said and ran at Deku with full speed, sparks of explosion popping off his palm before letting a big one hit the wall. Izuku tried his best to fight back, but the extensive smoke was making it hard to breathe, so he ran to get a better advantage. He had to run fast if he wanted to lose Kacchan. It wasn't about the fight, he just needed to distract long enough for Uraka to complete the mission. Izuku was breathing hard, and he needed time to catch his breath before he was back in another fight. All Might and the rest of these students watched from a secluded observation room to learn from each battle. Already the fight was intense as they watched Bakugo and Midoriya battle against themselves while Uraraka inadvertently confronted Ida. All Might noted the tension between the two boys. He didn't know much about their relationship, but it seemed that young Bakugo had it out for young Midoriya. The former was very violent and very angry. All Might worried about the fight going too far, but for now, nothing justified calling the fight off. He hoped that wouldn't be the case. Wow! Did you see Midoriya catch that punch? That was epic, Kaminari exclaimed. He's holding his own fairly well against Bakugo. All things considering, Jiru spoke. No kidding, Bakugo's super scary. I'd hate to be against him, Mina remarked. And Midoriya's doing it while not using his quirk. That's so cool, Kirishima added enthusiastically. While the student has their points and was right about young Midoriya doing well, All Might can see his student getting tired fast. He had improved significantly during the past 10 months, but everyone had their limit, and young Midoriya had a long way to go. Bakugo was power walking through the halls to find Deku. He was angry and couldn't wait to crush him. No matter what that nerd spouted, he was the Sam Deku, and that wasn't going to change. It wasn't long before he found the mumbling idiot and was able to corner him. He didn't know how the BSTRD got so good at fighting, but he sure as hell won't be beaten by someone as pathetic as him. All Deku was good for was dragging him down and making others FING pity him. Bakugo ground his teeth like a rabid animal ready to bite, or in his case to remind Deku of his place. Bakugo managed to block Deku's exit. In front of the blonde boy was only a hallway and a room to the right. It's over, I'm gonna win just like I always do. Bakugo brought his gauntlet and aimed it at Deku. Because you're such a stalker, you were able to predict my moves. You probably already know how my quirk works, right? Deku said nothing. These gauntlets aren't just for show. They store my nitroglycerin sweat. Deku's eyes widened and his faces paled even more. The FING nerd figured it out. Kachan, don't do it, the building cow. Stopping telling me what to do, you useless F. Let's hope your dodging skills are still just as good. Bakugo quickly pulled back the handle and had his fingers gripping the pin with lightning speed. Young Bakugo, don't. But the warning was too late. The pin came off with ease, and a cannon of fire torn the walls effortlessly. Smoke filled the halls and room to the right. As thick smoke began to settle, a huge hole was formed at the end of the hall, and Deku had managed to get out of the way, trapping himself in the room. Bakugo, if you try that stunt again, then I will have no choice but to disqualify your team, All Might warned through the intercom. He was mostly surprised the number one hero didn't just end it right there. He ignored it, though not even bothering to comment, not when he had Deku cornered and ready for a good beating. Using his explosions, Bakugo gained speed toward a shaking Deku. He grinned. You really think you're the only one knows each other's FING weakness? Bakugo managed to grab Deku by the back of the neck to hold him in place. I know you just as well as you know me, you little sheet. Bakugo punched the struggling boy with a strong hit to the stomach. That alone was enough for the green hero to hunch over and throw up. All the while Bakugo filled up the room with smoke, causing Deku to start coughing. I knew you couldn't beat me. This fight was too FING easy. Bakugo came close to Deku to land a finishing explosion to his face. He could hear All Might voice over the speaker, but before he could get a word out, Uraraka now. Deku grabbed a hold of the explosive gloves. The quirk's direction was changed, and instead of going in front of Bakugo, the strong explosions flew towards the ceiling pushed upwards by Deku's quirk. A hole formed above them and debris was falling everywhere, except it didn't fall, it was suspended in air. It was hard to see what was going on above from below, but all Bakugo saw was something leaping across the gap. And before he knew it, the hero team wins. All Might voice rings in his head. No, how could this happen? How did it happen? Bakugo's ear twitched as they heard a groan followed by the stupid, annoying coughing. All he saw was red as Bakugo turned as fast as a whip to land painful hit to the weakling's back. When Deku fell to the ground, Bakugo didn't stop. He then kicked the stupid sheet in the stomach. Hard. The exercise is over, Bakugo. Stop fighting. All Might's plea fell on deaf ears as the angered teen kicked Deku a second time. However, before he could go for a third, a pair of strong arms went under his own to hold him back. Deku struggled to get up, coughing more and more extensively. Deku, are you alright? The girl with the round face ran to Deku as he collapsed. She gasped. Blood splattered next to the freckled face, creating a small pool, and a trail of the rich red blood escaped the corner of Deku's mouth. Tears pricked the corner of the girl's eyes. As something's wrong, Achi's coughing up blood, we need help. The girl softly yelled as she looked just past Bakugo. As she finished her sentence, two robots came into the room carrying a cot. Finally, Bakugo's arms were free when the loud guy went to help move Deku. Pathetic. Izuku was pretty sure his brain was trying to escape his skull. When he woke up, he had a migraine and blurry vision. It took him a couple of seconds before his eyes began to focus, and he became aware of his surroundings. He was in a white room that looked to have medical supplies around, and All Might in his civilian form sat on a chair next to his bed. Ah, young Midoriya, glad to see you are awake. All Might greeted. Midoriya looked at him and tried his best to sit up, only causing his to cough roughly again. Don't push yourself, Deri. The only way to get better and heal is if you rest. So he was at the nurse's office, still in UA. Izuku just began to remember his fight that occurred earlier. What happened? After I be-blacked. Out. Midoriya said in a raspy voice, coughing in between his words. Your team won and you were brought here to Recovery Girl to heal you up. All Might briefly paused and sighed. I am sorry, young Midoriya. It's my fault. I should have stopped the exercise when I noticed Bakugo being too rough. As your teacher, I should have intervened sooner. I just wanted you to have your chance to fight and show off what you learned. But that came at the expense of your own health, and for that, I'm truly sorry. Recovery Girl wasted no time to scolding All Might after his speech. Don't go teaching the boy your reckless habits. He may have your quirk, but don't think for a second that he'll be just like you. Izuku, listen, Recovery Girl scolded the #1 hero. Why he tried to defend himself with no success. They only stopped when his coughing caused the nurse to turn to him. Oh poor dear, you overworked here, drink some water. She handed Izuku a glass of water. Next time if you're feeling ill, take a break. Or come see me, do you understand? Izuku nodded at her stern tone, and he took the water with his good arm. She also gave him something for his headache, then sent him back to class. Izuku was really tired and just wanted to go to sleep. He opens the door to his homeroom, but didn't expect the excited greetings from his classmates. Dude, that fight against Bakugo was epic, you're really strong. A spiky red-hair boy complimented. I'm Ejiro Kirishima, and we were all talking about battle training. I'm Mina Ashido. You dodge really well, you gotta teach me those moves. I'm Tsuyu Asui, just call me Tsuyu. Izuku was not used to the attention nor the numerous compliments directed at him. He almost couldn't believe it. Everyone was talking to each other about everyone's battle. But they were so nice and friendly, especially to him. Deku. Ochako rushed through him, a matter of a second, leaving Kaminari, who was talking to her, behind in the dust. I was so worried. Are you okay? When I saw the blood, I was just so scared. Yes. Are you sure you are alright? Ida intervened. You coughed up quite a lot of blood. Izuku can feel the eyes all staring at him, waiting for an explanation. He didn't know what to do. A little voice in his head told him to lie to make an excuse and avoid repeating his school nightmare. But they had been so nice to him and were genuinely worried. He couldn't bring himself to do it. I am fine, honest. I'm used to it. Uraka, Ida, and the rest looked at him in concern. Well, I mean, it's normal. Normal for Emmy, but only because I've had an illness for a while, for a majority of my life, and coughing up blood tends to happen. So I'm really sorry for worrying you guys. There was an awkward silence before Kirishima spoke. You're really awesome, Midoriya. Izuku looked up in shock. You're working so hard to become a hero, even with an illness. That's just so manly. Yeah, and if Midoriya is working hard, then I got to work just as hard too. Mina backed up Kirishima's statement. Ida was next to speak up. You should have told us sooner, but I understand, and I offer my support if you need. Yes, our quirks have physical limits too, we all have each other to learn from. Yoyorujo said, and the other students nodded in agreement. Hey Deku, Uraka spoke to Izuku directly. We're in this together, so let's do what it takes to be heroes together. Izuku couldn't help but smile back and tried to hold back tears. This wasn't the reaction he expected, but he was just so happy hearing what they all had to say. He was going to be a hero no matter what. Currently, Izuku had his face pressed into a toilet, vomiting his heart out. He didn't have any real responsibility yet, and his stomach was already hurting from stress. He was only like this because this morning Mr. Aizawa announced to the entire class that they were going to choose class reps. Normally in school, that just meant little extra responsibility. But in UA, it was the perfect opportunity to show your leadership, which was very important for aspiring pro-heroes. Everybody wanted the position, even Izuku. But there was always a reason he couldn't be class rep. Because he constantly missed school, Izuku wasn't a reliable class rep. And even though he was trying harder to come to school every day, there was no guarantee he can keep it up. The other reason was that Izuku was not a leader. He was shy, anxious, and there was no way he could tell others what to do. When deciding who to be class rep, Ida decided that everyone should vote. It wasn't too bad of an idea, despite that they were most likely to vote for themselves. Ida's confidence to take charge was why he voted for him. Yet when they were all done, Izuku miraculously got to hold votes tied with Momo Yaoyorozu. Even though you said not, you still voted for yourself. Ida? Denki Kaminari remarked, that's kinda hypocritical, don't you think? Of course not. I voted for someone else. Ida defended himself. But I am truly honored that someone voted for me. If Izuku didn't know any better, it looked as if Ida was gonna cry tears of happiness. Although he was very close. Well, it looks like Yaoyorozu and Midoriya both have tied with 2 votes. Kyoka Jiru confirmed. What? Bakugo practically screamed. Izuku and here the furious teens teeth bare and grind against each other. His hand gripped the desk very closely to breaking it. Izuku was sure Kachan would turn around and punch him without hesitation if it wasn't for yesterday. He had found out from Eijiro Kirishima and Ida that Bakugo was being reprimanded for his unnecessary violence during the hero versus villain exercise. While Aizawa left him with a strong warning they mentioned, he would be expelled if he did something like that again. Izuku honestly didn't know how to feel about that. After lunch, we'll vote for either Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, and whoever has the most votes will be the class rep. Hanta Sero suggested, and everyone agreed. Now here he was sick to his stomach. Yaoyorozu was the obvious better choice, but even being vice president was too big of a job for him. After that, he rejoined Ida and Uraka for lunch. You feeling alright, Deku? Why, I'm fine. Sorry, Izuku replied. There is no need to apologize. Ida responded, I'm sure you'll be picked as class president. I'll vote for you as I did before. Yeah, me too. Wait, you two voted for me? Izuku asked and received 2 nods for answers. I actually voted for Ida. Ida paused with a confused look. Me? Why wouldn't you vote for yourself? Then you would have had 3 votes. Well, to be honest, I don't think I'll be best for the job. What? Why? This is a great opportunity, and you're super smart and would be good at that kind of stuff. Uraka said, think back to the battle exercise yesterday. Uraka is right. There is no need to be modest, we know you're more than capable. Izuku bit his lip, not knowing what to say. They were right for the most part. It was a great opportunity, but there was no way he can do it. His friend's support was nice, but now he didn't know what to do. Midoriya's train of thought was interrupted by the sound of loud alarms blaring across the cafeteria. Security level 3 has been broken. All students please evacuate in an orderly fashion, and other students getting up and running toward the exit in a panic. What's happening? Uraka yelled, barely audible. Ida managed to stop an upperclassman and ask the same thing. From what Izuku could hear, something about an intruder on campus and how level 13 never happened before and was a big deal. This was clear as more panicked students rushed to the exit, slamming into the three friends. The crowd was beginning to get to Midoriya. The constant pushing, shoving, and back and forth movement was starting to get the boy dizzy and nauseated. He was losing sight of Uraka and Ida. Their voices can no longer be heard. He saw Uraka's hand trying to reach out for him, as he tried to stretch his arm long enough to reach him. The more he tired, the dizzier he got. Thankfully, someone pushed him just enough to grab her hand. Suddenly, he felt himself floating in the air along with Ida. He wasn't sure if it was intentional, but he was thankful nonetheless. Being in the air was hard to maneuver, but it was easier to see. Ida looked out the window. Ida followed his gaze to where Midoriya was pointing and could make out a large crowd surrounding the main doors of UA. The reporters from this morning had somehow made it past security and were currently hounding for interviews with All Might, and they did in the morning. The press? How did they make it past the gates? Ida wondered. Everyone is in a panic because of the media. We have to do something. Midoriya nodded in agreement, trying to figure out how to get everyone's attention. However, looking down was a mistake, and now he had to figure out how to keep himself from puking on everyone. Ida noticed Midoriya's distress and decided to take action himself. He used his engines to propel himself to the exit in front of everyone. Everyone listen. Ida shouts with his loudest voice, causing students to stop momentarily and listen. Everything is all right. It's just the press outside. There is no danger. Thankfully, everyone seems to calm down and were talking or looking out the window to confirm Ida's previous statement. As Ida scanned the crowd for Uraka in hopes to get down, he made eye contact with Midoriya, waving his arm to get his attention, still suspended in air. His other hand pressed against his mouth. Now if everyone could clear the halls. My friend is about to throw up. For the second time today, Izuku throws up, although the last one was more embarrassing. Thankfully, the halls were cleared in second thanks to Ida. Now it was clear what he needed to do. Everyone, I am going to resign from the vote. I'm not the best choice to be your class rep. Midoriya spoke out in front of the class. What do you mean? You'd be great, Midoriya, Kirishima said. Thanks, but Ida would make a much better president. Today he showed better leadership than I ever could. So I'm stepping down and Ida can take my place in the vote. If you're going to vote for me, vote then for Ida instead. Midoriya finished, taking his seat, and wrote down his final vote for Ida. After everyone had finished, the results concluded Ida was to be class president and Yayorozu was vice president. Ida then thanked everyone for their support by giving a not-so-short speech about responsibility and not letting everyone down. Izuku smiled at his friend's antics. He was feeling pretty hopeful for the future. The following day, Midoriya was riding the bus along with his classmates to do rescue training at an off-campus building. Midoriya couldn't help but feel excited. He couldn't wait to see the facility and everyone working hard to be heroes. He only wished he could participate with them. He arrived to school that morning feeling pretty bad. Recovery girl had insisted he go back to bed, but thankfully Aizawa interrupted and said if he was feeling good enough to come to school, the least he could do was observe the others, so long as he didn't participate. He took the offer, and while he couldn't do the training himself, he was happy to learn from his classmates. Izuku coughed into his napkin and looked over at these splotches of blood. You okay, Deku? Uraka asked, looking at him in concern. She was always quick to ask about his well-being, and while he appreciated the sentiment, he didn't want his new friend to worry about him excessively like his mother. I'll be fine, as so long as I don't overwork myself today, Izuku responded with a smile. Well, if you're feeling okay enough, then I can't wait to do training. Uraka gave her signature bright smile expressing her pure enthusiasm. Hey, Midoriya, Izuku looked to his right at Tsuyu Asui's froggy face. Ah, what is it, Asui? Call me Su. All my friend do. Oh, okay, Izuku said sheepishly, his face hinting a small blush at being called a friend. I normally say whatever's on my mind, and your quirk's pretty similar to All Might's, Asui said. Oh, why you are really think, so I guess you're right. Izuku stammered, trying his best to lie despite being terrible at it. No way, All Might's quirk is a lot more powerful. Kaminari chimed in, plus his bones don't break when he uses his quirk. Midoriya still had a pretty cool quirk though. Kirishima joins. I wish I had a flashy quirk. Mine is kinda lame in comparison. No way. It may not be flashy, but it's plenty useful for a hero. Midoriya praises Kirishima's quirk with genuine passion and interest. Thanks, Midoriya. Kirishima replied, you know you have such a nice and likable personality, perfect for being a hero. Huh? He's right. Rabbit, Asui croaked. I can imagine you being pretty popular in the public, while guys like Bakugo are unlikable. What the hell you say, frog face? I'll kill you. See what I mean? Most of them laughed except Izuku. He was so confused that everyone was praising him while making fun of Kacchan. The thought was so foreign he just couldn't believe what was happening. It was enough to turn his headache into a migraine. Cough, 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 cough. Shut the F up, Deku. Sorry. You don't need to apologize, Deku. Uraka looked at him with a pretty angry look on her face. Hey Midoriya, Mina Ashido says, not to be rude or anything, but how long have you been sick? Huh? Oh, well, I've been sick since I was 5. Man, that SC case, I couldn't imagine being sick for 10. Kaminari remarked, earning him a jab in the arm from Kirishima, OW. Don't be rude, Kaminari. It's fine really. It does SCK, Midoriya said, trying to hold his cough. Ribbit, is it your quirk that makes you sick? Asui asked again. But before Izuku could say anything, the bus came to a halt and Aizawa turned back to everyone to announce they arrived. The students proceeded to walk out the bus and enter the large training facility. Someone in a large space suit was waiting for them inside. Izuku gushed in amazement at the Space Hero 13. He praised and spouting facts about the hero. Uraka joined his excitement, saying 13 was her favorite hero. Everyone settled down and listened to 13 explain the rules. Aizawa let his fellow teacher take over the explanation. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here too? 13 discreetly asked Aizawa. He texted me saying he was going to be late. Aizawa held up 3 fingers to 13, but Midoriya knew exactly what that meant. All Might used up his 3-hour time limit. In all honesty, he would be lying if he said he wasn't disappointed. But maybe it was for the best. After all, he was just going to do was sit on the sidelines. However, as Midoriya train of thought drifted him away from 13, he noticed be a small black DOT forming by the fountain. Then the DOT became bigger, a black hole suspended in the air. Aizawa noticed Midoriya's inattentiveness and followed his line of sight. The black hole became bigger, and from the inky void a hand appeared, then a leg, then a head, and one after another people stepped out of the darkness like a door. What's going on is this part of the training, Aizawa. Everyone get back. Aizawa grabbed his scarf and put on his yellow goggles. Those are villains. Everything was happening so fast, faster than Izuku could even process what was going on. Villains attacking, Mr. Aizawa fighting alone, our only escape being blocked off, and before he knew it, darkness surrounded him. He became lost in pitch black, not knowing which way was up or down. Suddenly, he felt as if he was falling. It wasn't until he opened his eyes that he realized he was falling straight into cold water. Izuku was sinking deeper and deeper, desperately flailing his arms and legs to try to swim back to the surface. But he couldn't swim. While he tried to swim, he failed to notice a malicious figure swimming in the water along with him. But before it could attack, something fast zipped through the water. Asui had managed to kick the villain, pushing him back, then quickly swam upward. As she was doing so, Something long wrapped itself around Izuku's torso, quickly pulling him out of the water. Izuku was placed onto a wide boat, gasping in the air. He missed so much. As he was catching his breath, he began coughing again, and soon a small puddle of blood formed on the floor of the boat. Izuku was abruptly snapped out of his thoughts when something was roughly slammed onto the deck's floor just next to him. It was one of his classmates, Mineta Minoru. Asui appeared once again, crawling over the boat's banister, and finally joined them. "You all right there, Midoriya?" "Why, thanks Asui, you really saved my life. I told you to call me so." Midoriya apologizes before being interrupted by Mineta. A horde of villains surrounded the boat, trapping them on the small transport. This was not looking good. "Midoriya, you're shaking," Su started with a hint of concern in her voice. It was true the water was pretty cold, and with his wet clothes being exposed to the air made him more old. Chills ran throughout his body, but now wasn't the time to focus on that. "We need to find a way out," Izuku said, without responding to Su's previous statement. "Even if we distract the 6 villains, we can't swim fast enough to get out of the water." "You can't swim, can you, Midoriya?" "No," Izuku answered back. "That's it, we're done for," Mineta screamed. He was clearly panicking, and in his panic, he blindly threw his purple ball into the water. "Wait, Mineta." Midoriya stopped him. But as he did, he noticed that the villains in the water were avoiding the odds sphere. That's it." "What's it, Ribbit?" Su questioned. "They don't know what our Q quirks are." Midoriya started. That's why they're not attacking us." "But if they knew you couldn't swim, then they could know what our quirks are," Mineta said with tears still in his eyes. "No, Midoriya's right," Asui agreed. "If they knew our quirks, then the villains wouldn't have sent me here. Ribbit, the flood zone is perfect for my quirk." "Why? They couldn't have Kenan, I can't swim. They just got lucky." "That still doesn't change that we're outnumbered 100-3. Mineta was starting to panic again, tears in his eyes. "We're doomed. I know we can still get out of this," Midoriya insisted, already trying to think of a plan. "But you're not in a condition to fight, Midoriya. We don't need to fight, we just need to get somewhere safe." Finally, pieces of a plan were coming together. They need to do this quickly. There was no time for hesitation. Bakugo and Kirishima were currently finishing off the last of the remaining villains that attacked them within the small room of a ruined building. Kirishima was tired, breathing heavily from the intense battle. The red-haired boy looked at his fellow classmate to see his condition. Bakugo stood tall over the unconscious villains that laid on the floor. It looked like he didn't even break a sweat. "Man, Bakugo, when it comes to fighting, you're surprisingly talented," Kirishima complimented. "What the hell do you mean, surprisingly, a-hole?" Bakugo barked back, snapping at the other teen. "Well, even you have to admit that you're just a bully, so I didn't expect you to be so smart and have a good handle on your quirk like you do." Kirishima thought of Bakugo as easily angered and violent. "Shut up. I'm not a FING bully." "Then why are you so mean to Midoriya? He's nice even to you." "None of your FING business, shitty hair," the explosive teen screamed. "Shitty hair? My hair is not that different from yours." "Shut up. Stop talking about stupid things and listen." Bakugo walked to the opening in the hall and pointed to the main plaza area. "We need to get over there and beat the shit out of those villains." "Yeah, I'm not so sure about that," Kirishima said, unsure. "Last time we did that, it didn't go so well." "You think I don't FING know that those pea-brain villains won't stand a chance against me? And I have a plan on how to beat that smoky-head motherfucker." Midoriya, Asui, and Mineta had managed to use their quirks to incapacitate the aquatic-themed bad guys. Currently, the trio were treading water, making their way to the central plaza, where Mr. Aizawa was single-handedly fighting the remaining villains. Asui helped Midoriya until the 3 of them reached the shallow, and Midoriya can get his footing in the water. The 3 US students stayed low at the shore while they looked for an exit. WV, I need to G get out B before we get spotted. Hold on, Midoriya, you need to rest. Ribbit. Asui placed a hand on his shoulder, keeping him in place. You're not looking so good. It's true, Midoriya was pale and shaking. His vision could no longer focus clearly, which made him dizzy, and it was starting to get hard to catch his breath. Take a quick break while I look for an opening, okay? Su reassured in a calming voice. Midoriya didn't know if he even nodded in confirmation. He just looked ahead at the fight. He brought medicine earlier in case he started feeling like this, but he lost it most likely when he first fell into the water. For now, he had to tough it out until they get to the exit or find a safe spot. Oh no! Izuku heard Mineta whisper next to him. Midoriya looked to where the shorter boy was looking and could make out Mr. Aizawa and a single villain. The man had his arm on their teacher's elbow. The teacher's now bloody and exposed elbow, muscle tissue now clearly visible. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock as he caught sight of the exposed muscle without skin to protect it. The skin that surrounded the wound became dry and flaky. Even as the hero continued to fight, blood and dead skin fell. We should leave while Mr. Aizawa has the villain distracted. Midoriya nodded at Asui's command. The three slowly began to move through the water and to get out without being spotted. Su offered support to Midoriya, who wobbled as he moved. He heard Mineta mumble something under his breath, but chose to ignore it. Then the atmosphere became colder when something big appeared in their line of sight. A monster towered over Mr. Aizawa. It had a bird-like beak with sharp teeth, and its brain was exposed, popping out on top of its head. Its large muscular hands broke their teacher's arm as easy as a twig. Blood surrounded the two in a sickly crimson pool, only serving to make the monster before them more horrifying. A large amount of blood, the sicking crack of his teacher's bones, and the unsettling sight of said man's broken, twisted arm was more than enough to make the boy vomit. He just couldn't hold it anymore. He tried to cover his mouth, but only succeeded in throwing up on his own hand. He guessed he was thankful for the water minimizing his mess, but the action still grabbed the attention of the lean villain dressed in dismembered hands. Izuku became sicker by the fact that he blew their cover. They were going to get hurt or worse, end up dead thanks to him. Fortunately, before the villain could make his move toward the young heroes, the teleportation villain appeared next to the other. I'm afraid one of these students managed to escape. It's only a matter of time before the pros come. The yellow eye spoke with a hint of concern. I suggest we retreat before that happens. Shigaraki Tomura. The young villain named Shigaraki roughly scratched at his neck in annoyance. He was clearly upset by this turn of events. So lame, All Might wasn't even here. But I guess you're right, let's get out of here. The raspy voice of Shigaraki spoke as he turned to his comrade. Midoriya smiles in relief. They were leaving. The heroes are on their way. As they spoke, they were saved. Although I'd rather not leave without killing one of these kids, let's call it a special gift from me to All Might. Izuku froze as he heard those words. Suddenly the world moved too fast yet very slowly as the villain appeared in front of them. His left hand was extended, reaching out to Su. The very hand that destroyed Aizawa's shoulder. The very hand that will disintegrate Ossie's face. Call me Su. All my friends do. Friends. No. He wasn't going to lose a friend. He won't let them die. Especially because of him. Izuku didn't know how, but suddenly before he could register what to do, his hand was already wrapped around Shigaraki's left wrist and managed to push Su out of the way. Now the hand was mere inches from the boy's face. Midoriya closed his eyes tight as he felt 5 fingertips make contact with his face. He didn't know what was going to happen or what he was going to feel. After a long minute had passed and Izuku had yet to feel any pain, he began to wonder if he was already dead. Was this death? Wow, you're so cool, Eraserhead. Upon hearing those words, Izuku's eyes snapped open, and he saw his teacher using his quirk to erase the other struggling to keep his eyes open. The monster, however, grabbed Aizawa by the head. Midoriya reacted fast and on instinct as he used his quirk to throw the villain to the water and smashed his head into the ground. Miraculously, Midoriya's bones didn't break, but he couldn't dwell on that thought because the three of them needed to get out of there. They ran out of the water, making a run for the USJ entrance. Izuku clearly struggled just to walk, let alone run, but he needed to push through and not slow down the others. They didn't make it very far because the monster already caught up to them with lightning fast speed. Large hands grabbed at them, missing Izuku and Mineta, but managed to grab Tsuyu. Asui. Midoriya screamed he was panicking, about ready to use his quirk. However, Asui started to make a weird noise before spitting something into the giants. I caused him to drop the frog girl. Are you alright? I'm fine, but we need to get to the exit fast. Izuku nodded. The big bad guy was still blocking the way, now thrashing about. As this was happening, Izuku looked behind them to see Shigaraki exit out of the black portal and onto dry land with a now broken-looking wrist. Nomu, get that kid. His voice spilled with pure anger. Midoriya, look out. Izuku didn't have enough time to react before a heavy hand landed on his back, pinning him to the ground. Midoriya, go. Izuku struggled to speak. G, get out. Why he's distracted. So did not look convinced and was already looking for some way to help. Midoriya could feel his lungs constrict as he tried to get air in them once again. His eyes were getting heavy and black spots started to cloud his vision. Because I am here, the familiar voice of All Might echoed across the room. The number one hero grabbed Mr. Aizawa, Asui, and Mineta with great speed, placing them at a safe distance. He then turned to the villains and punched the Nomu in the stomach. The strong punch didn't faze the Nomu at all. Instead, it moved his hand from Midoriya and punched All Might. Finally, the pressure was gone, but Midoriya spewed out a stream of blood, creating his own pool of blood. Quickly, Midoriya, All Might shouted, get out of here. Izuku tried to follow All Might's orders, but even before he attempted to get up, he already knew he wouldn't be able to carry his own weight. He was dizzy, shaking, and coughing up blood. Izuku could barely crawl in this state, and all the while All Might was fighting the Nomu thing to protect him. Aizawa, Asui, Mineta, and all the others were fighting for their lives, and he was just so useless. He couldn't do anything. He wasn't worthy of All Might's quirk. No, he couldn't keep feeling sorry for himself. He wasn't going to whine anymore. As Izuku watched All Might battle, he decided right there he was going to change. He was going to do whatever it took to save everyone. He was going to fight. All Might struggled to hold back the beast before him. This enemy was certainly not something to laugh at. Maybe in his prime, he would be faring better, but not matter how hard he fought, this monster seemed faster than him, stronger than him, better than him. It seemed no matter how hard of a punch he threw, the monster was not phased in the slightest. You won't be able to win, All Might. The ringleader of the attack shouted from afar. Nomu has shock absorption, so all your hits are useless. All Might grinned to himself at the villain's mistake. How foolish of you to tell me his quirk. All Might leaped at the Nomu and wrapped his arms around the muscular waist. Now I know exactly how to beat it. All Might had planned to ram the creature into the ground, but his plan backfired as he felt large, thick hands grab the sides of his abdomen. The Warp Gate villain used his quirk. The fingers gripped harder, squeezing into All Might's side where his injury was. This is bad. All Might turned to face away from the villain and coughed up blotches of blood. He couldn't help but be reminded of young Midoriya. Young Midoriya. All Might's eyes glanced to his successor, still on the floor, clearly struggling to get up. The poor boy. What had All Might done? He knew it was unwise to give Midoriya his quirk, to put the boy in so much danger. He had improved so much, and yet there were some things he cannot fix. Midoriya reminded him so much of himself, and because of that he saw a spark in the boy that cannot be easily burned out. No, All Might couldn't think about that. For Midoriya's sake, he will fight back and teach the boy to be the best hero while he still can. All Might was prying the hand that held him in place, trying to get free. He was sinking lower and lower into the empty void of the warp gate. All Might felt a chill run through his bones. Suddenly the atmosphere dropped beast degrees colder. The left side of the Noma's body was completely covered in ice, only stopping before it can even touch All Might. Smash! Young Midoriya came from nowhere to deliver a damaging punch to the frozen Nomu, causing the ice to break along with the monster's left limbs. Die BSTRD. This time Bakugo and Kirishima fell from the roof to pin the misty villain to the ground. Todoroki finally showed his face, still in battle, stand ready to use his ice against the villains. All Might, are you okay? Midoriya stood before his teacher, heavily panting. Midoriya, all of you should not be here. You need to run. I just saved your butt. Bakugo yelled from his position. I can handle these wimps. Don't shout like that, I'm right next to you. Kirishima said, rubbing his hurt ears as he continued to hold down the villain. Shigaraki scratched at his neck with irritation. DMN brats. The scratching quickened in pace, and the nails scrapped harder against his skin. You DMN brats. What kind of heroes does UA make? First, that one breaks my wrist. And now you destroy my Nomu. All Might barely now noticed the villain's bent wrist. Midoriya caused that? All you heroes think you can do what you want so long it is the name of justice. It really pisses me off. The number one hero was about ready to end this. He could easily deal with this one. But before All Might can reach the villain, the Nomu jumped in front, dealing a punch strong enough to launch the blonde hero backwards. But how? The Nomu stood in front of them all with both legs intact and one arm missing. Yet in a matter of minutes, the left limb regenerated a new arm. Two quirks. It didn't think twice before once again attacking All Might with great force. All Might managed to dodge a punch, causing debris to fly through there. Todoroki created a thick wall of ice to protect himself and Midoriya. Thanks, Todoroki. Todoroki didn't say anything. He looked down at Midoriya, who was on his knees. You don't look good. You need to get out of here. Izuku couldn't even think of a response when the ice was suddenly shattered by Nomu, now standing in front of them ready to attack. All Might managed to reach them in time to protect them. He needed to think of something quickly. That was the second time he defended his students from this monstrosity. Once again, All Might punched the giant right in the stomach. How long before you realize that your punch has no effect on Nomu's shock absorption? All Might grinned to himself and threw another punch absorption, but you never said negation. So that means he has a limit. Punch after punch after punch, All Might's fists moved so fast that they became a blur. He has a limit, I just need to find it. All Might could feel his body weakening, but he kept it up as he continued hitting and hitting. Finally, the Nomu was feeling the effects becoming weak as well. One final smash punch, and the gigantic creature was blasted into the roof of the USJ, breaking the interior and sending it flying far off into the sky. The punch was strong enough to create powerful vines that blasted through the area. Finally, the battle was finished. It was over. Everything was going to be okay. Izuku smiled in relief as the excitement died down. He was so tired and ready for this all to be over. Hey Midoriya, man. Kirishima hurried up to Izuku. Are you alright? You look really beat up. Kirishima was right, his legs were too weak to even stand on his own. Thankfully, Todoroki and Kirishima helped him get on his feet. Izuku leaned on Kirishima for support as they began to walk toward the exit. However, when Midoriya looked back at All Might, he was standing in the smoke, and before him Shigaraki was very, very angry. It was clear just by looking at All Might that he was weakened, but only Izuku was able to see that the hero was ruining out of time before he reverted back. Soon he will change back to his real form in front of everyone, in front of the enemies. Izuku didn't know what to do. He didn't know what he should do. But it didn't matter. 1 second Midoriya was at Kirishima's side, and the next he was already halfway across the plaza. With incredible speed, Midoriya, with no strength at all, threw himself between Shigaraki and All Might in hopes. Well, he didn't even know what he wanted to do. He just knew he needed to do something. Izuku made brief eye contact with the blue-haired villain behind the hand mask. It had divided his attention long enough that Izuku didn't notice the pale hand appear out of thin air. When Izuku turned, it was too late to stop. 5 fingers made brief contact with his left arm. He could feel the skin beneath the fingertips begin to burn then. Bang, bang, bang. Shigaraki recoiled his hand back in pain, releasing a cry of agony. The UA teachers have arrived at last. The rest of everything became a blur around Izuku. He didn't even feel his body hit the pavement, nor could he hear All Might and Kirishima call his name in worry. Izuku was just so tired, he wanted to sleep for an entire month. At least they're safe. Izuku, though, with a smile, everyone is safe. Midoriya blacked out. The faint beeping of the hospital monitor was a familiar sound. Often it was served to lull Midoriya to sleep when the doctors had him stay overnight for observation. He didn't think much of it as his heavy eyes opened to the nostalgic sight of the clean white hospital. The only thing that was different was instead of his mother sitting in the chair, always placed right at his side, it was All Might. The man looked deep in thought as he rested his sunken head onto his bony hands. The man then noticed that Midoriya was finally awake, and his worried expression was replaced with a relieved smile. Midoriya, my boy, you had me worried there. I thought you had died on me. All Might smiled as if it were a joke. Maybe it was a joke. D died, Izuku responded in a raspy whisper. His eyes were only half open and unfocused. Why, you must be tired, my boy. I should let you rest while we wait for you, mother. All Might responded, clearly couldn't hear what Midoriya had said. Everyone is Evrio. Everybody is alright, my boy. 13 and Aizawa are going to recover in no time. He gave his successor a thumbs up in reassurance. Izuku didn't reply. He was too tired, and his eyes were starting to feel even heavier. Rest now, Midoriya, you deserved it. All Might ran his hand through the boy's tangled curls. Izuku closed his eyes once again. Izuku has been falling in and out of sleep for a couple of days. His body had taken quite a beating from the fight. He had to remind himself to thank Recovery Girl for fixing him up yet again. Apparently Midoriya had managed to break both his legs when he decided to stupidly come to All Might's rescue. Not only had he put himself in danger by thinking he could fight when he was in no condition to do so, but he didn't even manage to accomplish anything from his idiotic stunt. The only thing he did achieve was a scar on his left arm where Shigaraki had used his quirk. Every time Izuku looked at it, it made him feel sick and uneasy. If it hadn't been for the teacher's arrival, if that hand held on for just a few minutes longer, then he could have lost that arm. Izuku quickly shook the thought out of his head. Trying not to think about the near loss of an arm was proving to be the most challenging thing to do while on bed rest. Right now he was wide awake, but his sore body still refused to move. Thankfully UA had given them an extra day off to recover. How are you feeling, Izuku? Do you need anything else? I'm fine, thanks, Mom. Izuku took the glass of water his mom handed to him. She kissed his forehead. I'm so relieved that you're all right. When I got the phone call from the hospital, I nearly had a heart attack. Inko put her hand on her heart. I'm really sorry I worried you, Mom. I promise it won't happen again. Izuku's mother chuckled softly. I'm always going to be worried about you, sweetie. When his mother left, Izuku turned his attention back to the news that played on the TV. Practically every news channel covered the USJ villain attack. He even watched as his classmates answered the interviewer's questions on TV. Every now and then his mind would wander back to the events at the USJ. He thought about his friends, 13 and Mr. Aizawa and All Might. He only talked to his mentor briefly at the hospital, and he also received get-well texts from the man. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts when his mother poked her head back in the room. Izuku, some of your friends are here to visit you. Do you want me to let them in if you're feeling up to it? Oh, Izuku didn't expect his friends to come over. He couldn't help but smile at the news. Why, I'll be fine. His mother also had a big smile as she nodded. Distantly, he could hear the faint sound of voices coming from down the hall. Not long, Ochako, Ida, and Asui came through the door. Deku, we are so glad to see you okay. Ochako practically bounced into the room. Why, me too? Izuku greeted. You guys didn't have to come all the way over here. Nonsense. Midoriya, we wanted to make sure you are well. Ida said, you look much better today. Yeah, I feel better too, but my body still feels like jello. Well, we're glad you're better. Rabbit, we were really worried. Asui croaked. She briefly paused and made direct eye contact with the sickly boy. I also wanted to thank you for saving me, Ribbit. Oh, there's no need to thank me, I didn't. Actually, I wasn't really thinking when. Midoriya, you're rambling again, Asui stated bluntly. Ah, sorry. The four of them sat down and talked to each other. Ochako recounted what happened to her and Ida to Asui and Midoriya, and how Ida heroically made it out of the USJ to bring the heroes, pretty much saving everyone. Uraka also excitedly complimented Midoriya on his room, which made his face turn tomato red. The fact that he had actually two girls in his room was embarrassing enough. The group of friends lost track of time in conversation. Before they knew it, dinner time came, which Miss Midoriya happily served to each of them. Your mom is really nice. Deku, she reminds me a lot of my mom. Ochako complimented with food in her cheeks, her bowl already empty. And the food she cooked is very delicious. Ribbit, you're not going to eat anymore. Izuku smiled politely. I'm not really hungry. Uraka reached her chopsticks over to Deku's bowl. Then I can have some of yours. Right? Uraka, do not be rude. Midoriya should be eating to get his strength back. No. It's alright, Ida. I can only eat so much before I start getting sick. So Uraka can have some if she wants. Izuku's face slightly turned red before the rest of them continued to talk and laugh again. However, they stopped after half an hour when Izuku started looking a bit green. Are you alright, Midoriya? Ida asked in concern. Why, I'm just starting to get a stomach ache. Maybe we should leave and let you rest. Ribbit, Asui sat up. It's starting to get late anyways. Yeah. Thanks for coming, you guys. I really appreciated it. Of course. Midoriya, I hope you feel better. Yeah. See you at school. Deku, get better. Okay. Bye, Midoriya, get well soon. Izuku waved goodbye as his friends left through the doorway. The three said goodbye and thanked Ms. Midoriya. They all talked on their way to the train station, but in the middle of the conversation, Uraka stopped. Is everything alright? Why, I'll be fine, my stomach just started hurting. Would you like one of us to walk you home? Asui offered, concerned about her friend. No, it's okay, I'll be fine. My apartment isn't too far from here. Despite Ida's insistence to accompany her home, the three friends eventually split up to go to their respective houses. By the time Uraka got to her apartment, she collapsed on her bed, clutching her stomach in pain. She had no idea why her stomach was hurting. She thought that maybe she might have caught something from Deku, or maybe, was it something I ate? Izuku stared at his classroom door in anticipation. Even though he managed to miss seeing anyone he knew from his class on the way here, every other student at UE he couldn't avoid. He received odd looks and stares from other UE students. Every time he passed those students, he was reminded of his days from middle school days. And he feared that if he walked or rolled into his class, then those days were going to come back. Technically, he could have stayed home and finished recovering. But he didn't want to miss any more school. He didn't want to appear weak. Izuku had stalled long enough. He couldn't avoid going to class just because he was scared, just because he was in a wheelchair. He gained a determined look in his eye as he stretched his hand to the door handle. However, another hand beat him to it. Todoroki stood next to him and opened the door, waiting for Izuku to go ahead and enter. Oh, thank you. Todoroki I appreciate it. The taller boy hummed in confirmation before saying anything. I saw you were in front of the door for a while and thought you could use assistance, he said matter-of-factly. A sweat drops from Izuku's forehead, and he blushed a little. Oh, I guess he saw that. I wasn't that he couldn't open the door. Sure, the wheelchair made it awkward and a bit difficult to do, but he could do it. It didn't really matter. Midoriya appreciated the sentiment. He didn't know much about Todoroki. The boy usually kept to himself and remained in the background unless he was using his quirk. As Izuku entered the room, he made his way to his desk, but not before making eye contact with Uraka and Ida on the way. The two expressed very surprised faces, which then turned to worry. The two looked at each other, as if speaking silently before they walked over to Midoriya's desk. Morning Deku, how are you feeling today? Uraka smiled. She was clearly trying not to make a big deal of the wheelchair and failing miserably. Despite this, she did better than Ida. Good morning, Midori. Why are you in a wheelchair? Did something happen? Ida spoke loudly in concern, no longer able to keep cool. IIDA. Izuku couldn't help but laugh a bit at that too. It's okay really. Although I was sure Uraka was going to be the one to say something. However, Izuku's calm demeanor did nothing to soothe his friend's worry. As they were talking, Sero, Kirishima, and Kaminari entered the room to see the scene in front of them. Whoa! Midoriya, you're in a wheelchair. Kaminari shouted from across the room, only to have his head hit from Kirishima and Sero, and in loud whispers scolding him for having a big mouth. No, it's all right really, Midoriya reassured. My legs are still tired from the fight, and I can stand on them for a long time. There really isn't anything to worry about. I've been like this before. I only need a few more days till I'm fully recovered. Midoriya's explanation did little to ease his classmates, but Kirishima smiled anyway. Wow! Midoriya, you're so brave and manly. Even though you're in a wheelchair, you still came to school. Kirishima's genuine compliment surprised Izuku. That makes me happy to hear. You'll be better soon, Deku. Uraka smiled. So if you need anything, I'm here for you. The others offered their support as well, including Jiru and Yaoyorozu, who were also in the class. Izuku had never been given so many promises to support him. The only people he could rely on were himself and his mother, so to hear such kind words from my friends made want to cry. Deku, are you okay? You're crying. Why, I'm fine, he said, wiping his eyes. The rest of the class began to trickle in, some commenting about Midoriya, while others ignored it and started making regular conversation. Everyone was nice and conversed with each other as if nothing had changed. Do you think Mr. Aizawa will come in today? There's no way. Did you see him? He was badly injured. As the teens talked amongst themselves about their teacher, a familiar figure opened the door. Quite everyone, class started, so get your seats. This caused a very surprised reaction from the students. Everyone made comments and had questions that they all decided to voice at the same time. Mr. Aizawa, shouldn't you still be in recovery? I'm fine. There's no need to waste time, especially when we have something as important as the sports festival coming soon. As soon as those words left the teacher's mouth, everyone began talking excitedly about the sports festival. The sports festival was UA's biggest event, and even became more popular than the Olympics. It was all of their chances as aspiring heroes to get recognized by potential hero agencies. Mr. Aizawa made sure to quiet everyone with a single glare of his quirk before continuing. As you know, the sports festival is your chance to showcase your skills to hero agencies who will sign you on for internships. So I expect you all to work hard. Midoriya hadn't given much thought to the sports festival. In fact, he outright forgot about it. But now that the date was getting closer, Izuku didn't know what he was going to do. He still could properly control One for All. Every time he used the quirk, it resulted in his bones breaking. Not to mention, in the likely chance he got too sick, recovery girl will surely bench him. Everyone was planning to work hard, so the least he could do was do the same. After Midnight finished her lesson early, she gave them the rest of the PRD free until lunchtime and dismissed herself. Izuku was starting to get hungry himself. His mother packed him his favorite get-well lunch to eat, and he was excited to eat it. Ida and Uraka came to his desk ready to eat. However, their talk was cut short when he felt something enter his mouth. Midoriya pulled back in alarm, as did Uraka and Ida, only to see Oyama very close to Midoriya's face. Bonjo cheese is sure to make your recovery a speedy one, the blonde boy said in a pose. Midoriya, still in shock, gave his classmate a nervous smile. Thanks Oyama, I appreciate it. Izuku continued to chew on a piece of cheese. He usually didn't see Oyama in the lunchroom with everyone else. In fact, most of the time the boy was found alone. Hey, Oyama, do you want to come and eat lunch with us? No, the cafeteria does not fit my tastes. Oyama proceeded to walk to his seat and prepare his very fancy lunch. He was a strange one who meant well for sure, but his actions sometimes don't make sense. The lunch bell rang, and the class began to move toward the doors happily chatting. However, the entirety of the class came to an abrupt halt when the doors opened. The halls around their classroom door were completely filled with curious students from the other classes trying to get a peek inside. Uraka, pushing Midoriya's wheelchair, came up to the front of her classmates to see the commotion. What's going on? They came to scope out the competition. The class that faced villains at the USJ. Bakugo pushed his classmates aside until he almost tripped over Izuku's wheelchair. Out of the way, shitty Deku. Kachan kicked Izuku's chair, causing him to roll out of his control. Thankfully, Asui and Sero were able to stop him from hitting the wall. You extras better watch your back, because I'll blow you all away during the festival. Bakugo, you can't call others extras just because you don't know them, Ida yelled at Kachan. Of course, he wasn't the only one. The rest of the class scolded him for acting so mighty and pretentious. So this is the grade class Eka. A voice from among the crowd spoke up. A tall boy with purple hair and tired eye stepped forward in front of the mob of young students. Of course, you'd hero course students look down on us. That's not it at all. Bakugo doesn't speak for us, Sero shouted. You know, based on our performance during the sports festival, UA can bring a student from the general ed course and put them in the hero course. The boy explained, glaring at the others, which means the weakest of you will be kicked off to make way for us. The purple-haired boy's tired eyes landed towards Midoriya. At least we already know who that will be. Izuku became horrified at that comment, and even more so when he neared the snickering and laughing of the other student. Suddenly, he felt so small. Ever since he came to UA, things were different. His classmates were nice and treated him with kindness, but right now he felt like he was back in junior high. He suddenly feared that his friends would turn on him at any moment and join the ridicule and insults. Don't say that about Midoriya. Asui's usually calm face became upset. He put himself in harm's way just to save us. If it wasn't for him, I would be dead right now. Yeah, Midoriya's a hero. He's only in a wheelchair because he stood up to the villains. Mineta yelled after Asui to the boy's face. Midoriya is more of a hero than you could ever hope to be. Kirishima joined. His other friends and classmates also came to his defense. Tears trickled down Izuku's face that he quickly wiped away. The crowd began to part, making way for Izuku's chair that Uraka pushed, followed by Ida, Asui, and Kirishima, as well as the others making their way to the cafeteria. Thanks for standing up for me, you guys. I should have done it myself, but no problem. Midoriya, I understand. I always hated the bullies at my school, and I never did anything back then, so I'm not gonna ignore people insulting my friend, Kirishima said with a reassuring grin. Hearing those words made Midoriya inexplicably happy. He hid a smile to himself as they walked together to the cafeteria. Ah, young Midoriya, there you are. I've been looking for you. All Might peeked from the corner of the hallway in front of the students. I've been meaning to talk to you. Let's have lunch together. Midoriya sat right across from All Might in his now weakened form, making small talk. Both were clearly procrastinating what they really wanted to say to the other. They were alone in the teacher's lounge, so they could talk to each other without worry of spilling their secrets. The two sat in a short, uncomfortable silence. Izuku looked away from his mentor's eyes, avoiding contact. Since he got home, he had been meaning to talk to All Might. He even rehearsed what he wanted to say, but now he had difficulty finding the words to start. How you feeling, All Might? Much better, thanks for asking. That villain sure packed quite a punch. All Might paused briefly. Although my time limit has been shortened again, now I can only remain in my muscle form for an hour. All Might, I'm sorry. All Might seemed rather surprised by his successor's words. What are you sorry about, my boy? Midoriya bit his lip in nervousness and guilt. It's my fault for getting in your way and for not being more helpful. That's what you're sorry about? Haha. All Might laughed. There's nothing to be sorry about, my boy. You saved me. Huh? While I don't condone your reckless behavior, it's true that you saved me. If it hadn't been for you, my boy, the villains would have discovered my secret, and I'd be in hot water for sure. But I didn't even do anything. Not true, my boy, you distracted the villains and bought me and the others time. In all honesty, my boy, I'm the one who should apologize to you. I shouldn't have wasted my time with petty criminals, and because of that, your safety was on the line. It's because I wasn't strong enough to protect you that you got hurt trying to protect me. Izuku's eyes subconsciously gazed over to his left arm. The villain known as Shigaraki managed to grab him and use his quirk for a few seconds. Thankfully, the injury wasn't bad and was healed fairly quickly. However, because the skin was disintegrated, he would have 5 circular scars permanently engraved in his skin. Now on to the second thing I wanted to talk to you about. Izuku shook himself from his daydream and turned all his attention back to All Might. The sports festival is coming up. How do you feel? Excited, I guess, but mostly nervous. I've never even been able to participate in my regular school sports festival, and now I'm going to be in the biggest event in Japan and watched by thousands of people. Yes, well, stage fright is a normal feeling, but what I wanted to tell you was that I don't want you to push yourself too hard. Huh? What do you mean? I mean that there is still much training to be done. And I know I haven't done much lately in regards to teaching you how to properly use One for All. Your health is of utmost importance and my main priority. Toshinori paused before continuing. I was curious, when you used your quirk on Shigaraki, you didn't harm yourself, correct? What did you do differently that allowed you to control One for All? Izuku nodded. Oh, well, I didn't really think about it. It was just in the heat of the moment. I didn't know what to do, I just knew I had to do something. Izuku looked down, not knowing if that was an appropriate answer. He really didn't know. All he thought about was saving his friends. However, this was probably not the answer All Might was looking for. That's perfectly okay. My boy, we will definitely work on it. The two continued to take about preparing for the sports festival as they ate their lunch. Midoriya can only hope that everything went well. The more they talked, the more stressed Izuku became. Eventually, he had to excuse himself to vomit in the nearest bathroom, leaving a very concerned All Might. He felt so exhausted and sick as he wiped the bile from his mouth. Jeez! Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin at the sudden voice right behind him. Oyama squatted next to Midoriya, offering another piece of cheese very close to his mouth. Oh, and no thanks, Oyama. Izuku appreciated the just, but, to be honest, he didn't want to eat cheese on the bathroom floor while sitting next to the toilet. The other boy simply continued to smile and stood up in one quick motion, then proceeded to offer Izuku a hand. Izuku took it and was helped up by his classmate. You know Midoriya me, and you are very much alike, he said with a wink. Midoriya was very surprised by that statement. What do you mean? Your quirk. It does not fit your body, that is why you're sick and break your bones. Yes. Izuku did not know what to say. He was right. All Might told him himself that One for All was too powerful for his body to handle. But his illness was not caused by his quirk, it was something he has. No doctor he met could tell him why or how, it just was. T, that's what it is. That's what happens. Izuku cringed. He was a terrible liar. However, Oyama didn't question it. He walked to Izuku and handed him a box of cheese and suddenly turned around and walked away. If you need more, just come to me. Au revoir. Leaving Izuku was alone once again. Oyama was a strange individual, but Izuku was happy to have another kind friend. A friend who was similar to him in a way. Well, Mr. Midoriya, you are good to go, Recovery Girl said, walking away from Izuku. Ah, really? Recovery Girl smiled as she put away her medical equipment. Yes, Deri, you're all clear to participate in the sports festival. So long as you don't needlessly overwork yourself, you should be able to freely participate. Midoriya became happy from the news. He was worried that his famous luck would strike again, and he would become too sick to join his classmates. It had only been a few days since he was able to start walking again at full strength. He used what little time he had to strengthen his body to make up for the time he was in the wheelchair. He was already behind his classmates in terms of truly understanding his quirk as it was. He didn't need to fall even further behind. Now, remember to hydrate yourself and start off at a slow pace. And if you are feeling the slightest symptom, then I expect you to come see me. Understand? Why is ma'am? Izuku finished getting dressed, a little intimidated by Recovery Girl. Midoriya exited the nurse's room and hurried down the hall. It wasn't very long before he reached the main room where the rest of his class were gathered before the big event. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by Uraka and Ida. Uraka was super energetic. She had been like this for days in anticipation of the sports festival. Deku, you're back. What did Recovery Girl say? Uraka said, bouncing up super close to Midoriya. A hint of a blush formed on Midoriya's cheeks as he replied to his bubbly friend. Oh, she said that I'm good to go. I can join you guys in the sports festival. That's great. Man, it just wouldn't have been the Sam without you. Kirishima came up from behind Midoriya and slapped his back affectionately. Thanks. He's right. Ida jumped in. I look forward to some healthy competition with all of you. Right on. I'm so pumped. Kaminari leaped in excitement. Really, I'm a bit nervous. Hagure said from her seat. My quirk isn't exactly flashy enough to get me noticed. I think you'll do fine, Ojiru replied in support. As everyone talked to each other, Izuku smiled. He was feeling slightly better to know that some of his classmates felt the same as him. However, his smile quickly disappeared when he saw Kachan storm up to him with his trademark angry scowl. Listen closely. Deku, cause I'm only gonna say this once. Bakugo reached out to grab a fistful of Izuku's shirt. I'm not going to be fucking around today. I'm going to win, you hear me? So you better not be fucking around either. You sure as hell better give it your all and use your full power to fight me. You got it. Izuku nodded silently. Satisfied with this response, Bakugo let Izuku fall to the floor and walked away. Geez, Bakugo is such a JRK. Uraka helped Midoriya back on his feet. You okay? Why, yeah, I'll be fine. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. When Midoriya put his hand down, his attention left Uraka and instead focused on Todoroki, who was staring at him from across the room. Before Midoriya could do anything, the taller boy looked away. Bakugo grinned smugly in confidence. Despite being in second place of the obstacle course, he was still miles ahead of the other losers, who were barely able to get past the first robot. And what was even better was that he left Deku in the dust with the other weaklings, just like he expected. All that was left was to catch up to the icy hot BSTRD, who was not too far ahead and getting closer every second. Katsuki saw the walking candy Ken making his way carefully through the landmine portion of the course. It was too FING easy how simple this race was for the explosive blonde. SCK icy hot. Bakugo shouted as he passed overhead the former first place student. Todoroki gritted his teeth. He looked behind to see some of the other students start to catch up. He couldn't afford to pass through slowly, not if he still wanted to end in first. Todoroki used his eyes to skate over the ground, getting close to Bakugo from behind. Katsuki saw the eyes user slowly gaining on his tail. He quickly twisted his body and threw his exploded left hand into Todoroki's face. Todoroki stumbled a bit before repositioning himself to speed up. He formed a small platform to launch himself and take down Bakugo from above. Katsuki tried to counter by grabbing the other's ankle, but only resulted in the two of them stumbling onto the ground. Seeing that the two strongest US students were past the landmine area, they wasted no time to try and get up before the other. However, a large explosion shook the ground beneath them. The two boys feel a rush of hot wind hit the back of their necks, knocking them back down to the dirt. Bakugo looked up despite the protest of his throbbing head to see what the hell just happened. His crimson eyes widened in angry horror as he saw green hair bouncing up and down from the head of the new first-place runner. Todoroki quickly pushed himself off the track and ran ahead of the other boy, still struggling to get up. How? How had Midoriya gotten ahead after being so behind and without the use of his quirk? Todoroki knew his father was watching him, judging him from the audience, just waiting for his masterpiece to use his fire and win. But Todoroki didn't. He simply ran just fast enough to be ahead of Bakugo, but slowly enough to be behind Midoriya. It would anger his father to know he lost to someone like Midoriya. No matter how fast Bakugo tried to catch up, he simply couldn't. He eventually made it to the stadium's entrance, where the crowd cheered out from all around. Except he didn't win. Not only did he not win, but he came out in third place behind Icy Hot and DMN Ifayinji Deku. Saying Katsuki was angry was an understatement. He was furious. How dare he? How dare Deku pretend he was weak and helpless, getting everyone to love and feel sorry for him just to get ahead in the competition? It wasn't Ifayinji fair. He was the only one who sees who Deku really is. Deku, you were amazing. I almost can't believe it. Uraka came up to her friend to congratulate him. Yes. Very well done, Midoriya. You performed excellently indeed. Ida also praised, waving his arms in excitement. You have made much improvement already. And no, it really wasn't much. I only managed to get lucky. Still, we are really happy for you, Midoriya. Ida said genuinely as Uraka nodded in agreement. Thank you. Guys, really. Izuku felt fat tears roll down his cheeks. He was happy. He actually made first place and made his friends and All Might proud. However, his celebration was short-lived as Midnight moved on to the explanation of the next round. Turns out Midoriya, first place, Izuku is worth 1 million points in the cavalry battle, meaning that everyone will be after him and his team, and to make matters worse, he can't find a single classmate who would actually want to team up with him. Thankfully, his friends stayed by his side during this match. Uraka and Ida were going to be the runners, and Izuku the rider. We only need one more person, but I already asked everyone in class. Izuku was starting to worry, seeing as they were running out of time. Are you sure you asked everyone? What about the students in class 8B? Ida asked while scanning the field for a second time. Izuku shook his head. Everyone is partnering up with their own class. It's easier partnering up with those who know each other's quirks. Hey look, there's Oyama over there. You two have been getting along, right? Uraka pointed out from across the crowd. Sure enough, Oyama stood in the middle of the arena, not really doing anything. As Izuku made his way to the blonde boy calling out his name to get his attention, he noticed that another boy with purple hair was talking to him. The boy, who Izuku recognized, was the Gen Ed student he saw a few days ago. He pointed to Ojiru and a Class B student who were standing together. Oyama joined the mismatched group combination and got into position as front-runner. The tired-looking student stared Izuku right in the eyes with a hint of a glare before returning to his own group. Well, I guess we're back to square one, Midoriya side. Now what do we? Uraka was immediately cut off by another person rudely being pushed aside. You, Mr. First Place. A girl with pink hair whose body was covered head to toe in bulky machines ran up to Midoriya grabbing his hands. I'm Mei Hatsune, and I want to be on your team. Be but why? Uraka eyes widen in recognition. Oh yeah, I remember you. You're the girl who made it through the tight. I plan to show off all my wonderful babies to these support companies, and with all eyes on your 1 million points, they would definitely notice me. May continued talking to Midoriya, paying no mind to Ida and Uraka, who stood silently rejected on the side. Izuku felt sweat trickle down his forehead. He was the rider on the top with Ida in front and Mei and Uraka in the back. All of the teams were staring at his team, waiting for the signal to start the game. It wasn't much longer before midnight gave the go-ahead, and everyone was out for them as soon as it happens. But it was okay because he had a plan. He wasn't going to let his team down. On your mark, set, go. The second those words left the R-rated hero's mouth, all of the teams ran at full speed toward Midoriya. Now, as dozens of teams came on the attack, the first place team felt their feet leave the ground in a weightless effort. Ida's legs boosted them forward in the air, while Miss Gadget's stayed them through the air. We did it. Midoriya's team managed to escape the massive bloodbath that would have happened as teams fought for the large amount of points. However, they couldn't soar through the air forever. He didn't want Uraka to get sick, so they landed in a large clearing away from the other competing teams. Great thinking, Midoriya. Your plan worked perfectly, Ida said from the front as he continued to run, not wanting to stay in one place for too long. You did great too, Ida. Thanks. Midoriya looked back to his left to check on his friend. Are you alright, Uraka? Yup. Easy peasy. From the bleachers, above all the specters, Shota Aizawa stood in the announcer's booth next to his former classmate. Present Mike. Aizawa watches in silence, only offering little unenthused commentary when his loud counterpart asks him for it. The class, aka homeroom teacher, continued to be surprised by his student, more specifically, Midoriya. Before the festival had started, recovery girl talked to him, telling him that Midoriya should be alright for the day, giving him the all clear to join his classmates in this important event. In all honesty, Aizawa did not think Midoriya would make it through the first portion of the competition, even if he was feeling well. After all, Midoriya was behind of all his classmates. He is unable to control his quirk, and his illness constantly set him back. Yet despite all that, this kid somehow managed to surpass them all in the obstacle course. He has made it this far without the use of his quirk. While everyone was fighting harder, Midoriya was fighting smarter. Aizawa's co-workers never failed to bring up the fact that he has yet to expel a single student from his class, especially since they all thought Midoriya would be one of those unfortunate students. Aizawa would never admit it to anyone else, but this year's students have shown him a lot of promise. And while they had a lot of work ahead of them, he knew they will grow to be the next greatest heroes. Midoriya, however, was still a great mystery. Even Aizawa had trouble rationalizing why he kept the sick student on board. It was the most irrational thing he had ever done. There was just something about Midoriya Aizawa couldn't wrap his mind around, so maybe that was the main reason. But also their Midoriya seemed to show time, and again a special quality that makes him different from his peers. How are you guys doing? Izuku asked his teammates. I'm holding up and should be fine until the end. My babies can go on for hours. Uraka, how about you? I am fine. Clearly Uraka was not fine. They needed to land soon, but had trouble finding an open spot away from the other teams. As Izuku searched the ground below, something dark and fast zipped up to him. Midoriya put his arms up in defense, but when he opened his eyes, he noticed the bandhana was gone. Tokoyami's dark shadow took it from the ground and handed it to Todoroki. Todoroki's team has taken the lead by taking the 1 million with only 5 minutes to spare. 5 minutes, they only had 5 minutes left. It was not enough time to steal points from other teams. So if they at least want to make it to the final round, they would need to take the points back from Todoroki. Izuku had only 5 minutes to get those 1 million points back from Todoroki. They had been so close to winning only for it to be snatched up at the last second, leaving no room to catch up with other points. Follow Todoroki. We need to get those points back, Izuku told his teammates. They were quickly trying to catch up, however, Todoroki noticed Izuku, following, sending a barrier of ice their way. But Izuku didn't slow down. He used one for all by flicking his fingers to shatter the ice. An icy wind shot through the crowd, chilling the spectators in the bleachers above. Todoroki growled in frustration. Kaminari was already out of commission and Yaoyorozu was running low on body fat. There was no choice but to fight head-on. Todoroki's team turned to face Midoriya's while Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow to defend the team until the time runs out. Izuku needed to think quickly. He noticed Dark Shadow had recoiled when his quirk flashed. He had seen something like this before during combat training. "Amade, you have something that makes a bright light. You need a flash bomb, right? Here ya go." May quickly handed Izuku the flash bomb. "Okay, we just need to get closer." Ida nodded in response. "Be ready and hold on. I have a secret move." Ida quickly knelt, getting into position. Todoroki looked to address his team. "Everyone be on guard. Don't let them get close." Recipro burst. In an instant, Ida carried his team across the field in an instant, bringing them face to face with Todoroki, before moving to the left of his side. Izuku's team shielded their eyes as he released the flash bomb. The opposing team were blinded, and Dark Shadow screeched in pain, retreating back into Tokoyami. Izuku quickly extended his hand to reach for the bundle of bandanas around his opponent's neck, but Todoroki managed to shield his eyes. However, Todoroki still couldn't see properly. He didn't have enough time to plan a counter-attack, and in the heat of the moment, he used his fire. Flames engulfing the boy's entire left side from the waist up. "Ah!" Midoriya recalled his arm back, nursing it in a tight grip. "Deku, are you okay?" Uraka shouted in worry. "Todoroki, what should we do?" Yoyoroju questioned, looking for support from her leader, only to be replied with silence. "Times UP, everybody." The remaining teams halted their fights. Many fell to the ground in exhaustion. "Midoriya, are you okay? Why your hand?" Ida approached Midoriya. Uraka also came to the shaking boy's side. From there they could see the red swollen skin. They even saw welts had formed on the skin. "You need to go see recovery girl." Ida started to slowly lead Izuku away to the infirmary, careful not to hurt him more. And in first place, Team Midoriya. Congratulations. W, what, we actually won. B, but how? Uraka was in shock, as was Ida and May. Izuku shakingly withdrew his hand from his chest and opened his palm to reveal the burnt yet intact 1,000,000 points. Recovery girl patched Midoriya up as quickly as she could. She didn't scold him this time, but it was clear she was not happy. Midoriya caught up to Uraka and Ida and told them what had happened. Apparently, the burn Midoriya received was just short of a third-degree burn. It was a deep second degree that would surely lead a scar. After Recover Girl healed him, she bandaged the arm, told him to be careful, and sent him to eat something. Izuku already ate in the infirmary, so he just waited for Ida and Uraka to get their lunch, and he would join them. Midoriya tried to ignore the small throbbing of his hand as he waited. Thankfully, it didn't take long, but as they were walking to a table, they were cut off by Todoroki. "Midoriya, I need to talk to you." Midoriya and Todoroki stood in one of the hallways. Todoroki looked angry, but really who would blame him? After Midoriya's team, second place went to the purple-haired boy, Shinsu. After him was Kacchan, and last was Todoroki's team. Todoroki was probably angry at him. He would probably start hating him like Kacchan and start shouting awful things at him. "I'm sorry." Todoroki lowered his head. Midoriya's eyes widened when he saw small tears fall to the ground. He had never seen the stoic boy show any emotion other than anger or indifference. Todoroki looked up, facing Izuku. His eyes were narrowed in anger, but small quiet tears rolled down his cheeks. "There's a reason I don't use my left side. His quirk has done nothing but bring everyone around me pain. And now I've hurt you, and I am sorry." Izuku was taken aback by the apology. "To Todoroki, it's not your fault. It's not so bad." Todoroki shook his head. "You don't have to lie, Midoriya. The other boy paused. Do you know what quirk marriages are? Izuku was surprised and also became nervous by the sudden change in subject to ask a question about such a controversial topic. Via its, when do people with powerful quirk get married in order to breed offsprings with even more powerful quirks? Todoroki nodded. Yeah, that's right. My father married my mother for that exact reason. Izuku's eyes widened before the dual-quirked boy continued. Ever since I developed my quirk, my father trained me to be a hero that was strong enough to beat All Might. My early childhood was spent every day devoted to my training. I was forced to stay away from my siblings, and the only memories I have of my mother is her crying. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore. She poured boiling water over my left eye, saying it looked too much like my father's. Todoroki brought his hand to lightly touch his scar. My father's quirk has done nothing but bring misery to those around him. That's why I don't use my left side. I want to show my father that I can win, that I will become the greatest hero without the use of his quirk. Todoroki, I didn't tell you this so you can take pity on me. I don't know why I lost control, but I will do everything in my power to make sure it can't hurt anyone. After those words, Todoroki turned and left before Midoriya could say anything. Even if he did, he wouldn't know what to say. Crap, 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 crap. Izuku was currently sitting in Recover Girl's office yet again feeling really sick. Right now the teams who didn't qualify to the final round were in the arena, doing a scavenger hunt that was going to end soon. The elderly nurse took the thermometer out of Izuku's mouth, looking at the number with a frown. Midoriya's stomach churned even more than it already does. He was so close, he had come so far, and being unable to continue was devastating. I'm sorry, dear, but your temperature is too high for you to go on. It's not fair. Did you make sure to take your medicine? Izuku nodded. It's not fair. It's rather unusual for your fever to spike like this. It's not fair. You can rest in the spectator booth with your classmates. Make sure to take this, and if you're still not feeling better, I'll call your mom to pick you up. Alright? It's not fair. Midoriya slowly made his way to the stands, stumbling on his own feet. Midoriya. Ida stood up from his seat. What are you doing here? Your match will begin soon. Deku walked down the steps and joined Uraka in the seat next to her. I can't, Izuku replied gloomily. His friend took one look at him, and they can tell right away that he was not well. So instead they left it alone and waited for the first match silently. The tournament continued on with not much excitement. Some fights were quick, while others took too long with really nothing happening. He was impressed by Shinsu, whose brainwashing quirk took only a few seconds before class. Igby Kendo simply walked out of bounds on her own accord. The only really exciting fight was the one between Uraka and Bakugo. She courageously pushed her limits to fight the explosive boy until she literally couldn't stand anymore. And then there was Todoroki's fight. Izuku couldn't stop thinking about what Todoroki told him. And as he watched the Ice and Fire user fight Zero, he couldn't help but notice how sad he looked. A similar sadness to what Izuku's felt. Todoroki made his way to the waiting area for a third time. Zero and the Gen Ed student were easy enough, each fight ending in a only matter of seconds. He did predict, however, that Ida would put more of a fight, but even still he will more than likely win. As Todoroki opened the door, he was caught off guard by Midoriya, who silently sat at the table. The curly-haired boy did not look to be in good shape. His skin was pale, the whites of his eyes becoming red with irritation, lean body slightly shaking as if they were cold. Why did this look so familiar? Midoriya looked up, finally noticing the other student. Todoroki. What are you doing here? Midoriya? I wanted to talk to you. You need to use your fire. Todoroki's eyes widened. Please hear me out. If you want to win the tournament, then you're going to need to use your left side. Todoroki bared his teeth at Midoriya. Were you not listening? I told you why don't use my left side, And if you seriously think you can convince me to use his quirk, you're wrong. Izuku shook his head. It's not his quirk, it's yours. Todoroki stepped back, not believing what he was hearing. Did he tell you this? W what? My father? He's here. Did he go up to you and tell you to persuade me to use his quirk? T, that's not true. I'm telling you because I'm leaving. Todoroki, wait. Midoriya grabbed Todoroki's arm, but the other boy pushed the smaller one in anger. It wasn't a hard push, just enough to shrug off the sickly boy. However, due to Midoriya's current condition, dizziness overwhelmed him as he hit the floor hard. Todoroki looked shocked. He quickly kneeled down to Midoriya's side, making sure he was okay. Midoriya, I'm sorry. I keep hurting you. Todoroki could look the other in the eye. My mother was right, I'm just like him. That's not true. Todoroki was taken aback. He never seen Midoriya angry before. Todoroki, I know you're going to be an amazing hero. But only if you use your full power. If you really want to show your dad that you're not him, then show him you can use your fire better than he could use his. After that, Izuku stood up with a slight wobble and left the room, this time leaving Todoroki speechless. Bakugo was in a pretty shitty mood. All these stupid fights were easy as hell. He was better than every weakling here, so why had he managed to get third in every single round? What was worse was that Deku always came out on top, above him, and he couldn't stand the thought of that loser beating him. He had hoped to regain some pride by beating the little, but as usual Deku chickened out, playing the sick card at the last minute. That didn't matter anymore. He was a finalist, and all he needed to do was beat Icy Hot, and he will finally be first. Bakugo opened the waiting room door only to see his opponent sitting at the table lost in thought. What the hell are you doing here? BSTRD. You're the one in the wrong room. Bakugo did a double take on the room number and realized he was right. TCH. Whatever, I'm still gonna kick your butt. However, before the blonde can storm off, Todoroki interrupted his exit. Bakugo, wait. You've known Midoriya for a while, right? Why the hell do you care? Has he always been the kind of person to go out of his way just to help someone? Bakugo was surprised by the question, which was quickly replaced with anger. Don't you dare funking bring up Deku. The only thing that matters is me beating your sorry, but in front of millions of people, yeah, got it. Why do you hate him so much when he hasn't done any? Shut UP. You don't know nothing. I'm the only one who knows the real Deku. Bakugo growled. You're just like every other stupid idiot that's fallen for his pathetic attempt to make everyone feel sorry for him. I ain't gonna hold back out there. I'm gonna win doing more than my best, so I expect you to do the same. Bakugo slammed the door behind him and kicked open the right door to his waiting area. It wasn't long until he heard his name called out by Present Mike and entered the arena, hearing the crowd cheer for him. He stood in front of Icy Hot, and as soon as midnight initiated the fight, he found himself practically buried in a prison of ice. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This ice was nothing to his explosions. It was only a matter of seconds before he was free. Todoroki wasted no time to send another wave of ice. But Bakugo easily dodged at his explosion, sent Todoroki stumbling back. Todoroki would lie if he said Bakugo wasn't giving him a run for his money. The explosive blonde was nothing compared to the others. He knew he was strong, but this was a whole other level. Up until now, his ice was enough to easily go up against his other classmates. But now his ice couldn't stand a chance against the intense heat of Bakugo's quirk. His body couldn't handle it anymore. Todoroki was shivering from the recoil of his quirk. At this rate, Bakugo will beat him. He was losing strength, while the other looked like he was just getting started. His father was standing in the crowd, watching him, waiting for him to use his quirk, but he won't. He can't give him that satisfaction. Don't give UP, Todoroki. The losing student looked up in shock. Midoriya was hanging onto the railing, shouting at the top of his lungs. Use your quirk, Todoroki. It's your quirk. Todoroki smirked to himself. In a moment of weakness, he could feel his body start to heat up. His flames burned brightly, filling the stadium with a heat wave that made the air immensely hot. The rest of the fight went in a blur. He was only able to register the cold sweat on his face, the burns of Bakugo's explosions, the burning his lungs every time he took a breath. The world seemed to move in slow motion as he basted fire and dodged explosions. Finally, Todoroki could no longer move. His muscles ached and his body was overheating, but his opponent was not any better. Bakugo, with a still determined look on his face, closed his eyes, collapsing from exhaustion and heat slide. Todoroki Shoto, the winner of this year's US Sports Festival. Aizawa, covered in bandages, stood in the infirmary as recovery girl, insisted on another checkup before the end of the festival, and he left for the weekend. The injured teacher glanced to the cot at the left of the room to find the familiar head of bushy green hair under the blankets. Wasn't he just here? Aizawa spoke in his usual deadpan voice. Recover girl sighed. He collapsed in the stands from Todoroki's heat wave, and he ran out of breath from shouting. Aizawa's eyes trailed to the splotches of red that stained the blanket. This time it was his turn to sigh. What was I thinking? It's irresponsible and extremely irrational of me to keep him here believing it will get better when it's clear we are only endangering him. Recovery girl took a long pause. Aizawa, there's something concerning about Midoriya's condition that we need to discuss. Aizawa sat in the teacher's office in silence. He was alone, looking over students' info as well as documenting all the internship requests that came in after the sports festival. It was no surprise that Todoroki got the most offers. What was a surprise was how close the amount of Bakugo's requests were to Todoroki's. He was sure that the angry student might have gotten a lot more if it hadn't been for his temper tantrum in front of millions during the awards ceremony. He had reacted so poorly to second place that Midnight had to sedate him with her quirk. However, while Bakugo's behavior was concerning, the boy only getting angrier and more violent as time went on, Bakugo's childish attitude was the least of his concern right now. Over the weekend, recovery girl was finally able to remove his bandages. But during this time, she took the opportunity to tell him something very troubling about his other headache, Midoriya. He had taken a look over the 6 students' personal info as well as some of his medical records that recovery girl gave him. What is this? His medical records, his list of symptoms, diagnoses, and medical procedures he went through. Chio handed Shota the heavy folder he was currently flipping through less than a week ago. But why? What does she see know that Shota doesn't? Why did you give this to me? Shota asked with a hint of irritation. Recovery girl ignored the teacher's tone, only responding with a slight glare, and calmly continued to explain as best she could. I found Midoriya's symptoms strange and inconsistent. At the beginning of the sports festival, he was perfectly healthy. Yet halfway through he was too ill to even stand. So I took a look at his medical records. Is that really a concern? Typically people who are sick are advised to avoid exerting lots of energy. Clearly he was overworked himself during the first 2 rounds of the festival, Aizawa rationalized. After all, he saw the whole thing, and Midoriya put up quite a fight against Bakugo and Todoroki. Chio shook her head. You're right. But his condition wouldn't have worsened so fast and so intensely. I was going to give him one of his prescribed medication to relieve him. But I noticed the prescribed medicine is not the same as the ones Midoriya takes. Aizawa eyes widened. He took another look at the file. From the medical lingo, he could understand it was true that his students' symptoms were sporadic, unrelated, and seemed to just appear almost randomly without a consistent cause. However, he still couldn't say he knew what this meant, yet he had a bad feeling in his gut. Don't you think it's caused by his quirk? Whenever he uses his power, it destroys his body, but maybe it's also destroying his body internally. And by the looks of it, he seemed to be diagnosed when he was 5, so his quirk had already developed by then. Doctors have thought the same thing, but they ruled it out a while ago. I believe something more serious is happening. Chio kept to herself the real reason it couldn't be caused by a quirk. What recovery girl had told him was truly a cause for concern, to inform the principal of what they found, but he didn't know any more of this than they did. The best course of action was to just keep an eye on him and keep track of anything odd happening and see if there was a connection. Truly, Eswart didn't know if he wanted what Chio said to be true or not, but what he did know was that he needed to do something soon. He couldn't afford taking his time to make a decision. Principal Nezu left the situation up to Aizawa, considering he was Midoriya's homeroom teacher. What he told the principal was a very serious claim, but because they weren't certain if it was true or not, it is ultimately up to Aizawa to make the call when or if he needed to. Currently, his students were going to be leaving to do their internship for a week, which might also give him something that he might be able to document. He just hoped that if something really was happening, it wasn't too late. This week took quite a turn for Todoroki. Ever since the sports festival, he visited his mother for the first time in years and started his internship promptly after, with his father no less. If he thought this week couldn't get any crazier, he got a text out of nowhere from Midoriya, and next thing he knew he was fighting against the infamous hero killer. Now he was currently in a hospital room with Midoriya and Ida, who both took a worse beating than he did. It was around midnight and Todoroki had trouble falling asleep despite being exhausted. Last night's event seemed like a distant memory, yet he could still remember everything vividly. He turned his body to glance at Midoriya sleeping in the bed next to him. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he arrived too late, or how lucky they were to come out of the fight alive. Not skill, but pure luck. In all honesty, he was slightly worried about Midoriya's condition. After all, it was because of Midoriya that he went to see his mother in the first place, and that he even agreed to intern with his father, who was now of course getting credit for their actions. So as a friend, he saw firsthand how poorly the boys' health became during the sports festival, but this fight couldn't even compare. Yet when the doctor checked on their condition, he stated that Midoriya is perfectly fine. Ida and Todoroki were relieved to hear this, but he couldn't get the little thought out of his head that something was wrong, really wrong. Just something seems odd. It felt off-putting, yet Todoroki just couldn't pinpoint why. The next morning, the 3 US students were getting ready for their last day at Hosu General Hospital and the last day of their internship. Todoroki hadn't seen his father since that night, but it was probably for the best. He can go home on his own, even if his father said otherwise. Midoriya and Ida, however, were both waiting for their parents to arrive to check them out and take them home. Ida was currently getting changed in the restroom when the room door flew open. Izuku, I was so worried. What were you thinking? A green-haired woman rushed into the hospital room, hugging Midoriya tightly. Are you alright? How are you feeling? Should I get the doctor? I am fine, Mom. I'm sorry for making you worry. Midoriya gently pulled away, reassuring the women before him. She sighed. I'm just glad you're safe. I need to go speak to the doctor, but after that we can go home, okay? Mrs. Midoriya left the room, leaving the 2 boys alone again. Todoroki had never seen Midoriya's mother before. She was very different from his own mom, yet the 2 also felt so similar. Maybe it was just because he hadn't seen his mother in a while, and they were both still barely getting to know each other after so many years apart. So that was your mom? Midoriya turned to the other boy in the room. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, she gets really worried about me like that. Midoriya looked away with his face red. You had said that you went to see your mom. How's that? Todoroki wasn't expecting that kind of question, nor has he even thought about it. It was fine. There was a long silence between the 2, Midoriya clearly waiting for more, and Todoroki having finished the sentence. Midoriya, I never got to thank you, Todoroki said, changing the subject abruptly. For what? For helping me. Without you never would have. Todoroki paused. For saving me from myself. I wouldn't be where I am if it weren't for you. Midoriya's face turned red. He was about to say something when came out of the restroom drying his wet hair. Todoroki left to take Ida's place. Uruka came back to school next week very excited. She had learned so much combat training and self-defense while interning with Gunhead, she couldn't wait to apply it to her hero training. Good morning, Ida. How are you doing? It was no surprise that Ida had arrived before the bubbly girl. She had wanted to come to class early in hopes to meet up with her friends to see how they were. She heard from Ida, Deku, and the media about the incident that happened at Hosu. She called both of them as soon as she heard, and thankfully they were fine with only mild injuries. I am fine, thank you, Ida greeted his close friend. A little sore, but I'll go away by the end of the week. That's a relief. How's your brother? Ida's usual serious expression softened. He's doing remarkably well. He'll be starting physical therapy in about 2 weeks. I'm so glad to hear. Uraka had wanted to say more, but other classmates trickled in, including Todoroki. Todoroki, you look well. How are your injuries? Ida asked, closely followed by Uraka. They've healed. What about you? You are hurt worse than me. Todoroki responded sincerely in his usual dry tone. I also have been going to physical therapy to regain the strength in my arms. Ida frantically waved his arms to show his friends what he meant. Uraka giggled while Todoroki simply nodded. Hey, it's the Hosu heroes. Congrats on your win over the hero killer. That must have taken some serious guts. Ida tensed a bit in concern that someone found out, while Uraka and Todoroki simply turned their attention to the voice. Kaminari and Kirishima had just entered the classroom. The two both looked eager to get the first-hand details about what went down in Hosu. Don't you read? It was Endeavor that brought in the hero killer. Jiru said from her desk that was only a few inches away. Yeah, but you guys were there, right? Tell us what happened. Kaminari continued excitedly. I don't think this is an appropriate conversation. I could only imagine how scary that would be. Yoyoroju intervened. No. Kidding, I can only imagine. But at least you got some real action during your internship, Saro said. You guys fighting the hero killer is seriously so cool. So manly. The class was practically in an uproar, talking and sharing until Aizawa burst into the class, causing everyone to quickly scatter to their desks in silence. Mr. Aizawa, your bandages came off. Are you fully healed, Ribbit? It was true, it felt like a while since Uraka had seen their homeroom's face. Now he looked perfectly fine except for the scar that landed right below his left eye. As class began, Uraka's eyes wandered to the empty desk right behind Bakugo. She leaned behind in her seat to whisper to Ida. Hey, Ida, have you seen Deku? Not since he left the hospital. Uraka was concerned it was the first time he had ever missed class. Ida said he was fine when he left. She wondered what had happened. The day seemed to go by slower without Deku. The lunch table felt empty despite Todoroki joining them. Finally, school was over, but before she took off, Uraka pulled her friends aside. I'm going to go give Deku the homework. You guys want to come? She said, hoping give Deku some company while he was most likely sick. My sincerest apologies, Uraka, but I can't. I'm visiting my brother in the hospital for his therapy. Please give Midoriya my apologies as well. Ida bowed in a deep motion further than the situation warranted. That's all right, Ida. Deku will understand. Uraka turned to Asui. And Todoroki, what about you to wanna come with? I can't. Ribbit, I have to babysit tonight. Asui croaked. Tell Midoriya I said get well soon. I want to, but I'm afraid I can't as well. Todoroki stated blankly, providing no more follow-up information. Mina and Hakkure were talking, and Datu had often described him as mysterious. She wondered if he had a secret that he couldn't or didn't want to tell. But then again, after talking with him during lunch, she could probably just say it was due to lack of social skills. After her three friends had left their destination, she thought about asking the others in class, but decided against it. If too many people wanted to go, then she knew they would make Deku uncomfortable. So in the end, Uraka left the campus to deliver Deku's homework alone. She was pretty sure she was going the right way if she remembered last time. On the train, she texted Deku that she was on her way to his house to drop off the homework, but got no reply. She found it strange considering Deku always texts back right away, but shook the feeling of anxiety off. The train finally came to a stop, and as Uraka stepped off, she found herself walking pretty fast to her destination. Sure, she was curious as to why her friend didn't come to school today, but she was mostly worried. knowing that Deku did not have the best track record when it came to good health. She stopped herself from remembering all the times she found Deku in terrible shape. The fight against Bakugo, the USJ, and the sports festival had all given her a pretty bad scare. Uraka was so lost in thought that she almost missed Deku's apartment. Once she was at the door, she promptly knocked it. When the door opened, it was Mrs. Midoriya who answered. "Oh, you're one of Izuku's friends. I'm afraid he's not feeling well right now." "Oh no, that's fine, I'm just here to drop off his homework," Uraka said, presenting the stack of paper in her hand. Midoriya Inko pauses before smiling. "Why don't you come in?" She stepped aside, allowing Uraka to enter. She thanked the older woman before entering the small hallway. She looked around while taking off her shoes. Nothing had changed, but she just realized that she didn't get a good look at the last time. She giggled to herself, noticing the cute picture of Deku as a kid. She made her way into the dining and kitchen area of the small apartment, and the first thing Uraka noticed was a variety of pots and pans actively cooking on the stove. As she placed the packet of work on the table, Mrs. Midoriya ran to stove, turning down the dials, and continued to stir the spoon that was resting in one of the pots. The green-haired woman was clearly busy, and Uraka Avarkli stood to side in silence, glancing at Deku's room. Mrs. Midoriya turned from the stove to face Uraka. If you mind, dear, could you take Izuku's tea to his room? And I'll make you one as well as soon as I'm done." Uraka saw the rather large teacup on the countertop and moved to gently pick it up. Of course, she slowly walked the hot cup to her friend's room down the hall. She paused after knocking the door. After not hearing a response, she let herself in. The girl looked over to Deku's bed and noticed the green-haired lump under the covers, clearly asleep. However, with Uraka's focus on Deku, she tripped, causing herself and the drink to hit the ground. Deku's mom came in to check if she was all right. I am sorry. Here, let me clean up. I didn't mean to wake." Uraka looked over at her sleeping classmate, worried. She woke him up, except Deku was still fast asleep in his bed. He didn't even stir in his sleep. Mrs. Midoriya came back into the room with a towel, a handheld dustpan, and a small cleaning brush. "You don't have to worry about Izuku. I'm afraid the medicine make him a heavy sleeper," she said with a sad look on her face. Uraka never actually thought about how hard it must be for Deku's mom. Instead of saying anything, she took the dustpan and brush and quickly swept up the large shards of the broken cup. Uraka felt guilty as she carried the pieces and what remained of the cup. She was about to throw it away in trash, but noticed something at the bottom of the cup. She picked it up with her finger and noticed it was sort of yellowish and chalky. She kind of wondered what it was. It definitely something you won't put in tea. It was wet, so it had to be in the cup the whole time. Maybe it was Deku's medicine, she thought. Except it kind of made no sense to do it in the tea if it couldn't easily dissolve. However, as Uraka heard footsteps, she dumped the remains of the cup in the trash and cleaned her finger with her skirt. I better get going. Thank you for your hospitality." She slightly bowed her head. "And please tell Deku I said to feel better soon." Uraka didn't wait for any response. She made her way to the door to put on her shoes and leave. For some reason, she just couldn't stay in the house any longer. Uraka usually didn't come to school this early, but with finals coming up, she knew the best thing to do was to come early and study with Ida. However, no matter how early she woke up, she never managed to arrive before her friend. Today, she didn't wake up as early as previous days. She had trouble last night falling asleep. She was too worried about Deku to get proper sleep. After her visit, she texted him in hopes he was feeling a little better, but sadly heard nothing back. Then there was the medication in her friend's tea. Originally, Uraka had dismissed it at first, thinking that's just how it's supposed to be taken, right? But as she continues to fixate on this detail, the more things just didn't make sense. "Good morning, Uraka." "Oh, I'm in class already." Uraka looked up to greet Ida when she noticed the taller boy was not at his desk but at. "Deku, you're here." The brunette excitedly skipped to her friends. Izuku smiled back at Uraka. Eh, I'm as sorry for not being able to reply to your messages. Oh, that's fine, I'm just glad. Uraka trailed off, getting a better look at Deku. He was slightly shivering in his seat. Are you alright, Deku? You're shaking. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Perhaps we should take you to Recovery Girl. Midoriya, Ida said. No, really, I'm fine. I can't miss any more C class when finals are just around the corner. Uraka still wasn't convinced, but she left him alone for now. Deku's illness never really bugged her at all. Sure, she would be concerned or worried when she thought the frail boy was in danger or hurt. She just wanted to treat Deku as normal as possible, which she knew he appreciated. But now whenever she saw him was like this, she gets a weird stomach ache. Class today was intense, but that was to be expected of UA, especially so close to final exams. Thankfully, lunch finally came to give the students a much-deserved break. I'm so nervous, Uraka exclaimed as she set her lunch down and joined her friends. If you need extra assistance with your studies, I'd be happy to help, Ida offered. Uraka smiled in response. That's a great idea. Ida, we can all get together and help each other study. I agree, Ribbit. I could use help with English. Asui joined in from across the table. I heard from Meena that a lot of them are going to Momos to study. Uraka nodded. How about you, Todoroki, will you join us? Said student looked up from his cold soba. Yeah, I have no plans and I need the extra practice for math. Ever since the fight at Hosu, Todoroki has been regularly sitting with Midoriya and Ida for lunch. Not to mention he became more social and joined into conversation instead of silently ignoring the rest of the class like before. It was a refreshing addition, and everyone was more than happy to see this new side of the stoic boy. What about you, Midoriya? Todoroki turned to the other boy next to him. However, Midoriya wasn't currently paying any attention. He was too preoccupied looking through a smaller pouch that he sometimes carried. Everything all right, Deku? Uraka asked. What are you looking for? Huh? Oh, I can't seem to find my medication. Midoriya zipped up the small yellow bag back up. My bag was unzipped when I grabbed it from my backpack, so it must have fallen out. I should go back to the classroom. Uraka's eyes widened as she quickly swallowed down her half-chewed food. Don't bother. I'll go get them for you. Bebert, you don't need to do that, it's no problem. I can just run back and... No need, Uraka said much louder than she hoped. I need to go that way anyway and ask Mrs. Midnight about something. Then I'll just go W. Once again Deku was cut off by Uraka as she quickly stood up from her seat and rushed out of the cafeteria. I'll be right back, she said. As Ochako walked down the hall, her head was spinning. Why did she say that? What is she even doing? Uraka peeked into the classroom. Thankfully, Ayaoma and no one else was in here. She walked over to Deku's backpack and peered inside, looking for the loose medicine bottles. Uraka always thought Deku's school bag was pretty big, and now it made sense. Her friend tended to carry a lot in his bag that was not just textbooks, at least 10 notebooks, pencil bag, water, towel, ECT. Finally, she found the 3 bottles that were missing from Deku's pouch. She already knew that Deku took 2 from the 3 bottles every lunch. However, right now her hands shook as she held the bottles in her hands. She tried to tell herself to just leave and go back to lunch, but she really needed to know. Uraka pushed down and twisted on the lid of the bottles. She kept looking up to make sure nobody was coming. She carefully took 1 pill from each bottle and held them up to the light, blue, white, and pink. She didn't know what it was that made her stomach churn, but she was interrupted when she heard distant footsteps approaching. Quickly, Uraka threw the pills back into their respective bottles and exited the door. She nearly bumped into someone, but didn't bother looking up to see whom. Sorry, she said, running back to the cafeteria. Mr. Aizawa had been walking down the hall on his way to the teacher's lounge when he passed by the AIS classroom, nearly bumping into Uraka. Sorry, his student yelped, keeping her head down as she ran away. Honestly, he didn't know how to react. Why was she acting strangely? He looked inside the class since the door was left open. Was she doing something she wasn't supposed to? Usually Uraka was one of his least problematic students, and he really couldn't believe she might break a rule, like stealing or cheating. The tired teacher chose to enter the classroom to check if anything was out of the ordinary. He briefly stood in the middle of the room, papers still tucked under his arm, to overlook the classroom. He lightly scratched his now visible scar that rested under his eye and sighed after nothing stood out. He decided to shrug it off. That was until he stopped mid-step. In front of him on the floor was a small circular pink pill. Aizawa knelt down to pick it up, then proceeded to examine the pill between his thumb and index finger. Is this supposed to be Midoriya's? Why would it be forgotten left on the floor? Or did Uraka have something to do with it? Aizawa paused briefly to organize his thoughts. He took a second and closed his eyes before finally walking out of the classroom and placing his hand in the pocket. As Uraka rejoined her friends in the cafeteria, Kendo from class 8B was walking away from their table, dragging an unconscious Monoma with her. What's going on? Ah, you're back. Uraka, Ida acknowledged. Kendo was just informing us on the nature of the practical portion of the exam. Wait, really? Asui nodded. Apparently, we're just going to fight against the SAM robots we did in the entrance exam. It puts a lot of pressure off us now that we have an idea what we'll go up against. Deku said happily while Todoroki nodded in agreement. Yeah, it does. Uraka smiled before finally remembering. Oh, that's right, Acha. Uraka handed Deku his medication, which he thanked her for. By the way, Uraka, what do you need to ask Miss Midnight about? Asui asked. However, Uraka was caught off guard. She almost asked what the froggy girl was talking about when she suddenly remembered. Yeah, it was nothing important, Jay just needed some help on the homework. Yeah. She panicked, quickly coming up with an excuse. If you needed help, you could have asked me. I wouldn't have minded at all, Ida offered. And no, I didn't want to bother you with the final being so close and all. Not to mention everyone a bit stressed. This was mostly true since each passing day meant another day closer to the final exam, and the tension can be felt in the atmosphere. Well, at least the practical won't be so bad. We should let everyone else know that we'll be fighting robots. Except, Class Eka was indeed not fighting robots. The class of young heroes stood in front of their teachers of professional heroes who had just happily announced that for the practical exam that they will all be facing the different heroes in combat. No way this is actually happening, right? Uraka just couldn't possibly believe this is actually going to be their practical exam. She was actually feeling confident in herself. She actually believed she had a chance to pass, but now she wasn't so sure. It wasn't Uraka thought of herself as weak or anything, quite the opposite actually. Looking back, she improved so much. It was just that facing robots was one thing, but actually going against their teachers was a whole other level. This really skecked. However, as Mr. Aizawa continued to explain, it didn't seem so bad. Maybe she did have a chance. Even better, she'll be against 13, one of the less intense heroes. And if needed, she could make a plan to run away and get past the gates, but she was hoping it didn't come to that. But then again, Uraka thought bitterly, 13 is still so much stronger than me, and I'm not exactly thrilled who I'm partnered with. Uraka glanced at her partner Oyama from a distance. Don't get her wrong, she likes the guy. He's nice and him and Deku seem to get along great. It was just that when it comes to combat, well, she's seen him in action, and he's not all that he makes himself out to be. Furthermore, she also found him just a tiny bit irritating. But then again, it could be wars after all. She wouldn't want to be in Deku's position fighting all might of all teachers with Bakugo of all students. Nope, don't envy him one bit. Bonjour, Micheri. It looks like we will be working together. Uraka jumped, not knowing where Oyama appeared from. She sighed. Yeah, but we need to think of our strategy before we start. Non. I must prepare beforehand and make sure my costume is as shiny as me, Oyama said promptly before leaving Uraka by herself. Wait. Uraka tried to stop, but it was too late. We are so gonna fail. Uraka's test was over before it started. She was crying internally, reflecting on her mistake. The two partners had entered the battlefield in hopes to take 13 by surprise. However, she got too reckless and moved before she was completely out of the heroes, or in this case the fake villains, line of sight. Now currently the two were grabbing onto a metal bar in desperation as 13 used black hole to SCK them in. Uraka needed to think quickly in order to get out of this predicament. Come on, think. What would Deku do? Uraka. Not now, I'm trying to think. Are you perhaps thinking about what Midoriya would do in this situation? Huh. The two of you are very close. Yes, and you care about his well-being. Is it because you like him? Like? The next few minutes happened so fast that if you weren't paying attention, you could have missed it. Uraka's entire face went red as her mind went completely blanked. She didn't even register when her hands let go of the metal bar, and when she did, it was too late. Her entire being was descending closer to the black hope that can tear her up in pieces. However, 13 quickly noticed the panic and turned her quirk off for Uraka's safety. It was at that moment Uraka realized what had happened and took it to her advantage. Thanks to Gunhead's training, she was able to use martial arts to apprehend 13 while Oyama swept in to hold down their teacher's hand. And that was how Uraka passed her final. At this very moment, Midoriya had not been more stressed than he was today. His entire body was shaking in pure fear and anxiety. As of now, he was cautiously walking behind Kachan as the to walk to their starting position to fight the number one hero, All Might. Midoriya desperately tried to convince Kachan to work with him and strategize, but the explosive teen refused, and Izuku's pleas only angered the other further. All too soon, Izuku heard the starting buzzard overhead, not even close to being prepared for this battle. While he hesitated, Kachan immediately took off, storming off with nothing but confidence and determination. Wait, Kachan ran forward to catch up to Bakugo. Are you deaf? I told you to leave me alone. Kachan barked back, refusing to stop. But there's no way the two of us can beat All Might even with the weights. He's too strong. We need to get to the gate without confronting him. If one of us can distract him, we might be able to go through the gate. And I said shut up. Kachan finally turns around to yell at Deku. And in the rush of movement and anger, Kachan punches Deku in the stomach. Izuku gasps sharply. He falls to his knees, struggling to get a breath in, and begins coughing pathetically as a result. Kachan, emitting nothing but pure anger and hatred, further kicks Deku in the shoulder, sending the green-haired boy tumbling to the ground. I'm going to beat All Might and win without your sorry, but slowing me down. Got it. Kachan storms off down the street, leaving Deku behind by himself. Izuku struggled to get up. His body was trembling, and his breath shook with every inhale and exhale. Finally, the coughing subsided. Midoriya swallowed down the vomit in his throat and was able to recover. Slowly, he got up, looking to find Kachan. The blonde was already miles ahead, continuing on the main road to face All Might. Midoriya, are you all right? Recovery girl said through a small intercom in Izuku's ear, for if he had any medical problems during the exam. It was the only way he was able to safely participate with hopefully no severe problems. Izuku took a deep breath. I am fine. I can keep going. Midoriya picks himself up from the ground, making sure to hold himself steady. The radio in his ear went silent, which let Midoriya know that it was okay to continue. Midoriya needed to come up with a plan quickly. He used his quirk to run through these small alleyways in order to avoid All Might. If he was lucky, the number one hero will be too distracted by Bakugo to look for him. As he bounced off the walls of the buildings, Deku heard a loud rumbling getting closer before the ground shook, throwing him off his balance. All Might is here. Deku saw a dust cloud rise above the buildings. He raised his mouth guard to his face to avoid inhaling the dust. He needed to hurry and get to the gate. Not very long, and in an instant wind filled the alleyway, lifting Izuku off the ground and several feet forward. He's already here. What about Bakugo? All Might's trademark laugh can be heard overhead. Quickly, Izuku takes cover in one of the buildings. He was hoping he could escape through the building and lose All Might. Crap, carp, carp. Where's Kacchan? Is All Might still behind me? Crap, where am I going? Midoriya was panicking. He needed to calm down if he hoped to pass the exam. The green hero managed to run to the front of the building near the main entrance. Back on the main road once again, Deku moved as fast as he could and happened to come across one of Kacchan's gauntlets abandoned and alone on the side of the road. Quickly, he grabbed the explosive device and continued on. Where do you think you're going? All Might's voice boomed from above and came down heavily, leaving a crater on the very spot Midoriya miraculously avoided. You've managed to run up until now, but I'm afraid this will be over soon. All Might leaped toward Izuku, fists at the ready, and yet was cut off by another interruption. All Might. Kacchan came out from the building towards All Might's face with his glowing red palms. However, the large hero managed to grab Bakugo by the face and quickly slammed the blonde into the messed up asphalt. You're great at many things, young Bakugo, but sneakiness is not one of them, All Might spoke to Bakugo while he continued to hold his face to the ground. This was his chance to knock the boy out, and then he can deal with young Midoriya, who was right. As All Might turned his head to face his successor, a fierce explosion came toward him. He shielded himself from the heat as it burned and tore into his hero uniform. Midoriya used Bakugo to fire this attack, but with a single punch in midair the air cleared in an instant. However, when the explosion no longer clouded his vision, young Bogu and young Midoriya were nowhere to be seen. Deku was quickly leaping down the main street towards the gate with a semi-conscious Kacchan in his arms. For Izuku, it was a race against time until All Might either recovered and went after them, or Kacchan woke up and started hitting him, whichever came first. And it seems that Kacchan was waking up as he mumbled something under his breath, which then turned into loud shouts. Let go of me, you DMA nerd. Bakugo was conscious enough to learn what was going on and proceeded to elbow Deku in his side, causing the other boy to lose control and fall. The two fell sliding on the asphalt of the fake city with the gate in their sight, but too far out of reach. Izuku, still winded from the fall, was coughing up blood into his gloved hand. He tried to get up and use his quirk to reach the goal almost desperately while his body was still shaking. Even as Deku managed to get on his feet, Kacchan once again punches him in the gut and slams his fist onto the green hero's back, sending him into the ground. I thought I told you to get out of my way. I'm going to beat All Might, so you better stay there. Kacchan yelled as he continued to walk in the opposite direction of the goalpost. Despite his confidence and impulsivity, it was clear that Bakugo was reaching his limit. The explosive boy was limping, his body covered in bruises, his breath short and labored, and he held his arm that had been strained due to the extensive explosions he released without his support gear. If he wanted, Kacchan could use what energy he had left to run or project himself to the goal, just getting a tiny bit closer. But instead he stood his ground and waited, ready to face All Might, who was only seconds away from them. You are still fighting, my boy? While I commend you for not giving up, it was a foolish decision. All Might sliced through the air, landing near Bakugo, ready to hit the boy. Bakugo was ready to dodge the attack, but was too slow and was grabbed by the arm. Midoriya couldn't just watch despite the shaking, blood, and large headache. He needed to think of something quickly. He called upon one for all to quickly get up and fight All Might, but All Might had not taken his eyes off Midoriya and threw Bakugo at his successor, trapping Midoriya under the taller's body. However, Bakugo was not done yet. Despite the pain and fatigue, he pushed himself up and continued. Midoriya was not doing any better. The only real difference was that most of Izuku's bruises were inflicted by his teammate rather than All Might. This was starting to get frustrating, And by the looks of it, with the way they were going, the two would surely fail the exam. Izuku didn't know what to do. If he ran to the goal, All Might would stop him. And if he fought, All Might would beat him. And if it wasn't All Might, it would be Bakugo. No matter how he approached the situation, it was hopeless. Bakugo, who never gave up, was ready to fall down, and Izuku was coughing and incredibly dizzy. He knew if things got any worse, Recovery Girl will pull him out. Izuku also knew All Might was easing up on him and chose to focus on Kacchan. But he couldn't give up. He needed to prove he could do this. He needed to prove he can be a hero. All Might would be lying if he said he wasn't getting tired. His time was almost over, and despite thinking that surely young Bakugo would be down and out by now, he was mistaken. The boy was like a beast. He refused to relent, firing explosion after explosion at the hero. The mighty hero was holding back, just as all the other teachers had agreed to. And while he did his best to hold that balance, All Might needed to end this. As he turned to young Midoriya, he saw the boy was already up, once again, and was using his quirk to scale the buildings, clearly readying for an aerial attack. He was proud that he had not given up as well. However, young Midoriya looked almost as bad as young Bakugo, and All Might rarely fought the boy. It didn't matter now. It was time to finish before one of them pushed too hard and injured themselves. All Might waited until young Midoriya was overhead before punching young Bakugo in an upward motion, sending his student flying in Midoriya's direction. Their inability to communicate and work together was the reason for their failure, causing them to butt heads. All Might expected the same to happen again, but with quick motion, young Midoriya grabbed his teammate and used his motion to propel Bakugo in the direction of the gate. The muscular hero was caught by surprise by this maneuver and reacted slowly. Izuku flicked his finger toward the sky, causing the wind pressure to send him down quickly and landing a punch on All Might. This actually caused the hero to stumble, and Midoriya took advantage to step on All Might's wound. He targeted by side on purpose. All Might thought in surprise. He needed to get out of his head and focused. He grabbed young Midoriya's leg in a last-minute attempt to grab the upper hand again, and threw the boy to the ground a little too hard. All Might couldn't help but wince, but he needed to. The final buzzer rang overhead and was soon followed by the announcement. Team Bakugo and Midoriya have passed. Izuku was dying. This time he was sure. His headache felt like his mind was split in half. The ringing in his ears was so loud he couldn't hear himself breathing, which was already difficult to do, and not to mention his body was shaking so much he couldn't move. He always imagined this to go differently. Certainly not here, but he guessed since he already lived longer than the doctors predicted, really, it could have been anywhere at any time his body decided to give up. Then he felt large arms slide under his head and legs and lifted him. He could barely register what was happening until his vision cleared, and he saw Bakugo laying in the ground. Did they win? The battle was clearly over, but did they pass or fail? Midoriya didn't know, and he fell asleep before he could find out. You idiot! Midoriya woke up. His entire body was aching and he couldn't move at all. Izuku's head cleared enough to see what was going on, and was really not surprised to see All Might getting scolded by Recovery Girl again. You went too far. Can't you show even a little restraint? You're lucky no one got permanent damage. All Might, now in his deflated form, was apologizing to Recovery Girl, looking guilty, ashamed, and a bit scared. Ah, I see you're awake. Izuku snapped out of his daze to see Recovery Girl, and All Might turned to him. Young Midoriya, I'm glad you're all right. I'm sorry for going overboard with our fight. All Might apologized once again. It's all right, All Might. Izuku spoke up. His voice was dry from his sore throat, and his speech was slightly slurred. I'm sorry I hit you where? The green-haired boy trailed off, no longer being able to concentrate. It's okay. Young Midoriya, I understand. You better get some rest. Midoriya nodded in response before falling back in an instant. The next time Izuku woke up, he was back in his room at home. His bedside foe was out, and was attached to his arm. This wasn't out of the ordinary, but it did confuse him as to how he got here. The last thing he remembered was the final exam and being in the infirmary with All Might and Recovery Girl. He remembered feeling terrible after his exam when he woke up. Thankfully now he felt more relaxed. His head was a little fuzzy and his hands were shaking, but other than that there was no pain or other drastic symptoms. He heard the door open and his mother appeared with water and a plate of melon slices. "Oh, I'm glad you're awake, Izuku. How are you feeling?" His mom spoke softly as she usually does. She placed the plate on his nightstand and sat on the edge of the bed, pushing his hair out of his face. "I'm fine. Just a little dizzy," Izuku replied, sitting up a little. How did I get home?" Inko smiled as she handed Izuku the water. "All Might brought you. Thankfully, I was home to open the door for him. He was very nice and wanted to make sure you were all right before he left." "Yeah, he's pretty cool." Izuku smiled softly before frowning. "Although I can't remember if we passed the exam or not. Maybe I can text Uraka or Aida might know. I should text them to see how they did." Inko looked at Izuku in concern. "All Might said you passed. But I'm just worried you've been getting hurt lately and I'm afraid of how it's affecting your health." "I'm fine, Mom, I swear," Izuku reassured. He was worried that his mom might not think being in the hero course would be the best thing for someone in his, condition even with a quirk. "I'm relieved I passed though. I'll be able to go to the training camp with my classmates." Inko nodded. "I'm just concerned how you'll do. Please make sure you pack all your medication and don't forget any of your doses. And, Mom, I promise I'll be fine. We still have a while until we leave, so I'll have plenty of time to pack." Inko sighed. "You're right, I just can't help but worry. Anyway, I'll go and let you get some rest. Let me know if you need anything." Inko kissed Izuku on the forehead before leaving his room and turning off the lights. It didn't take long before Izuku started dozing off again and falling back into a peaceful slumber. Once the exams were over, Class Eka was officially in summer mode. Everyone was talking about the fun things they were going to do. And more excitingly, everyone couldn't help but talk about the upcoming training camp. However, the atmosphere was bittersweet. While the students that had passed the practical exam were hyped for the trip, the unfortunate students that had failed were sad and depressed. Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari, and Mina were telling everyone to have fun and asking for pictures from their classmates while tears fell from their eyes. Mr. Aizawa had made it very clear that any student that failed were not allowed to go to the training camp and would instead have to stay for an intensive remedial summer course. As Uraka watched her classmates, she couldn't help but think about how close she had been to failing. Thankfully, these skills she got from gunhead martial arts came in handy, and at the last second she passed. Of course, this wasn't all Ochako had on her mind. Lately, she had been stressed, and she often found herself lost in her thoughts. The brunette sighed loudly, resting her head on her desk feeling tired and queasy. "Are you all right, Ochako?" a voice asked right above her. Uraka quickly pushed herself off the desk and saw Asui looking at her with her usual calm expression. No one else would have noticed, but ever since becoming friends with the froggy girl, it was clear that there was a hint of concern in those big green eyes. "You haven't been acting like yourself lately." Uraka sighed and replaced her frown with a soft smile. "I'm fine, so there's just a lot on my mind lately." For a brief second, Uraka sped a sideways glance towards Deku's direction. Her friend was sitting at his desk talking with Todoroki, Oyama, and Tokoyami. Her gut twisted at the sight of his pale skin and the small bandage and cotton swab on his arm that he said was from info. "You like him, don't you?" Uraka remembered Oyama's comment during their practical exam, and her face heated up. She thought at first maybe that's what it was, just maybe a complete feeling of affection and admiration, but sadly no. She just couldn't understand what this was that she was feeling. But whatever it was she hated it and wanted it to stop. The classroom quieted down immediately when Mr. Aizawa entered, who, to everyone's surprise and happiness, had announced that the students that had failed would still be able to go on the summer camping trip, and he once again used a logical ruse to motivate them during the final exam. Everyone sighed in relief, while the four that failed were cheering in their seats. Mr. Aizawa activated his quirk to quiet everyone down before continuing. Another thing, Bakugo, Mr. Aizawa turned his head to face. You also failed the exam because of your behavior and inability to cooperate with your teammate. So you'll also attend the remedial course. Eh? What the hell? Bakugo yelled from his chair. It looked like he was about to go off, but Eraserhead activated his quirk again, and Bakugo forced himself back into his seat, seething with anger. The rest of your practical exams were based on how you performed. So even if you technically passed, you still could have failed, Aizawa explained. Uraka and Oyama, the two of you, only barely passed. The Sam goes for you, Midoriya. You only managed to pull through at the very end. That being said, the rest of you all have a lot to work on, but that's what the training camp is for. So I don't want you thinking this is a vacation and slacking off. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The entire class responded in unison. Uraka couldn't believe she almost failed, although it was kind of understandable, and Midoriya too, she guessed. Uraka heard from the others what happened during her exam. It made the feeling in her gut grow stronger, and she hated it. After class, Hakure suggested that everyone should go to the mall together, seeing that everyone needed something for their trip. It was a good idea, and Ochako agreed along with everyone else. Todoroki declined, saying he was going to visit his mom, and it was pretty clear that Bakugo wasn't coming. As the day progressed, Uraka made a list in her head of what she needed, while at the same time managing her budget and making sure she'll still have enough money for food. So what are you going for, Uraka? Deku asked as he sat across from her at lunch. Oh, I'll probably need to buy some bug spray, she said, barely listening to their conversation. If you need anything, Todoroki, we can buy it for you while we are there, Deku offered, kind as ever. Yes, we wouldn't mind at all, so feel free to ask, and we'd be happy to get it for you. Ida jumped in, offering as well. Todoroki only nodded. Thanks. If I think of something, I'll let you know. Uraka snapped back into the conversation, not wanting to seem out of character. What about you, Deku? What are you going to get? Well, I'll probably get some sports tape and a pair heavy wrist cuffs. Oh, and I should get something for motion sickness. Motion sickness? Ida inquired. Yes, since we'll be taking a bus, I should refill my bottle for motion sickness. Uraka's gut twisted. I thought you already had something for dizziness. Yeah, I do, but they're different. It usually doesn't work for motion sickness. Ochako didn't respond. She wanted to, but she didn't know what to say. My mom gets really worried, so I'm making sure I'm prepared and getting everything I need. After Ida continued the conversation, but Uraka wasn't listening. Mom. The word played in her head over and over like a broken record. That can't be right. She was wrong, she had to be. Her gut flipped and churned to the point where it was starting to hurt. She started to remember, and looking back on them now seemed more and more like warnings. When she went over to Deku's house, she had some of his food and got sick only a few minutes later than he did. And then there was the broken teacup with what could have only been crushed pills. And the prescription on Deku's bottle didn't match the small tablets inside. But that was crazy. She just watched too many TV dramas. She was just stressed from the exams and the upcoming trip and this month's rent and what she was going to eat tomorrow. Right. The students of class Eka arrived at the mall around 3 o'clock. The group gathered together and began splitting into groups to buy different things for the trip. And with a blink of an eye, everyone was gone to do their own thing. Everyone except for Uraka and Midoriya. The two friends stood next to each other wide-eyed and shocked with how quickly their classmates vanished. So, Uraka, you said you needed bug spray, right? Deku said, we should probably go together since everyone else left. Yeah. Uraka spoke softly. Are you sure you're up to shopping today? We can always come back when you feel better. Ochako had noticed that Deku was shaking slightly, And not too long ago, he had to excuse himself to the bathroom, holding him hand to his mouth. Thank. But I'll be fine. Mom made sure I took my medicine before I came, so I'll be feeling a little better in no time. Deku kindly smiled, but it only caused Uraka's stomach to ache. Vaya. Izuku noticed his friend's change and behavior and started to get concerned too. Did he do something wrong? Midoriya might have been a little too open with his illness. It wasn't the first time this happened after all. Midoriya learned that when he usually brought up his sickness, people would either want to avoid him so they wouldn't get sick, despite not being contagious, or they would get extremely awkward and pity him. Is everything alright, Uraka? He asked. I didn't mean to make things weird. What? No, Deku, it's not that. It's just Dot. Ochako looked at Deku. She had to talk to him. Hey, Deku, is everything alright at home? Izuku's concerned face turned into one of confusion. What do you mean? It's just that something has been bugging me for a while, and well, I'm just worried about you is all. I told you I'll be fine. Why you so worried? Midoriya wanted to ease Uraka's concerns even though he had no idea what she was talking about. What about your mom? Uraka blurted, not really thinking about what she was saying. Huh? Okay, Izuku was really confused. Not. Look, Deku. I didn't mean to look, but I peeked into your medicine bag, and I saw that your pills and the label didn't match and… Wait, Uraka, you did what? I'm sorry, it's just that. Just what? Why would you do that? Deku raised his voice. It was an accident. Uraka tried to defend herself, but she saw the anger, hurt, and betrayal in his eyes. How is that an accident? Please, Deku, I think you're more. Uraka, stop. Ochako snapped out of her rambling. She never heard Deku yell out of anger. I don't understand why you would. Midoriya couldn't finish his sentence. He had grown up isolated and was made fun of throughout his childhood. Coming to UA, things were finally looking up, and he actually had friends. But for Uraka to invade his privacy to talk about something she didn't know about, he just couldn't help but think about all the classmates that used to mess with his stuff and teased him for all the medicine and medical equipment he had to use. Wait, Deku. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you upset. I am sorry. Okako felt guilty. She should have known she shouldn't have done this by herself. She screwed up, and now Deku was angry at her. I just need to be by myself for a while. Midoriya took off, ignoring his friend's protests. Deku ate. But it didn't matter. The green-haired boy pushed through the crowd and disappeared from her sight. Stupid, 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 stupid. Uraka was so stupid. What was she going to do? She had just lost the trust of her closest friend, and now he was angry at her. She wanted to go after him, but maybe it would be best to give him space. Uraka kinda wandered around the mall forgetting about her original task. Instead, she surveyed the crowd half-heartedly looking for Deku. She still hoped she could find him and apologize, even if he didn't want to forgive her. Ochako doesn't know how much time had passed before she finally spotted the familiar curly green hair that belonged to Deku. She was both relieved and nauseous at the same time. It looked like he was just sitting down. Maybe she should leave him alone and just go home. She'll tell the others she wasn't feeling good or something. However, as Uraka got closer, she noticed another figure sitting next to her friend. His face was covered inside a dark hoodie in the summer, and he had an arm wrapped around Deku. She didn't realize how close she got before the to turn to her. Deku? She still couldn't make out the face of the unknown stranger, but Deku's face was clear as day. Fear. That's all she saw. Pure fear and pain on Deku's face. And that's when she noticed a hand squeezing tightly around the younger boy's throat. Uraka was scared. She didn't know what to do. Ajay, get away from him. Uraka spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes followed the movement of the taller man's arm as he pulled his hand out of his pocket. Deku noticed this too, and he suddenly yelled out to her as quickly as he could. It's fine. Everything's okay. Leave us alone. The man let go of Deku and put both his hands into the air. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you came with a friend. I'll just be on my way. The man said in a cheery tone as Deku gasped for air. He had a raspy voice and pale, dried skin. As soon as he got up and walked away, Uraka ran to Deku's side. Wait! Shigaraki! Shigaraki! Uraka stopped listening to whatever Deku was saying. This is Shigaraki, the League of Villains guy that attacked their school. Quickly, she grabbed her phone, without making it too obvious, and called the police. It wasn't long before Shigaraki disappeared into the crowd, leaving them alone. The police arrived at the mall and surveyed the area looking for him, but found nothing. While Deku left to be interviewed by the police, the other officers only got quick statements from Uraka, seeing as she was only one else there, even if it was for a few minutes. Their friend eventually found out what happened, and they were crowding her asking about what happened. She tried her best to recap what she saw like she did with the police, but eventually they gave her space and everyone left to go home. Ida accompanied her home. He offered for her to stay at his house, but she declined. She wanted to be alone, but at the same time she didn't. She felt the familiar pain in her stomach before trying to fall asleep. The days following the villain incident at the mall were a stressful few. The students, but more importantly the teachers, were on edge. Mr. Aizawa explained the extra precautions the school was taking to ensure the students were safe on their summer trip. So, currently Class A and A-B were preparing to leave for a trip at an unknown location. Mr. Aizawa said it did not matter if they knew or not, since they would mostly be spending their time training. Ida could agree with that statement, and he was fully prepared for the intense workout that awaited them. The stern class president was currently having everyone sit on the bus in position of their desk order, except that his classmate preferred to sit wherever they chose, so all of Ida's efforts were in vain. Hey now, don't beat yourself up about it, Ida. Although you can also learn to loosen up a bit, Uraka patted Ida's back in support. She spoke encouragingly, but was also holding in her laugh from seeing Ida dramatically hunch over on all fours. Sorry, man, I was just hoping to sit next to Kaminari. He has a bunch of movies on his phone, Kirishima said apologetically from behind Uraka. Pull yourself together. This is a bad look on you, Todoroki said as he stood to the right Kirishima. Yes, you are right. Ida stood back up with newfound confidence. As your class president, it is my duty to guide and lead you through the next grueling week at the camp. Uraka smiled and got up as well. He's back. At least this way we can sit together. Ida. Midoriya walked up to join his friends. If you want, you can have the window seat. Ida, acknowledging Midoriya's presence, turned to replay. Thank you, Midoriya. I appreciate the offer. Now let us all board the bus in an orderly fashion. Ida beat down to pick up his bag. But out of the corner of his eye he saw Uraka and Midoriya fumble around each other. This didn't go unnoticed throughout the week, but Ida didn't bring it up to either of them. The two still stood next to each other at group gatherings, and they all ate together during lunch, but neither of them had actually talked to the other directly. Ida had noticed the passing glances Uraka gave to Midoriya, but Midoriya tried to ignore her. It was pretty uncomfortable to see his closest friend act normally around him and Todoroki, but act completely cold to his other close friend. Not only that, but it was very out of character for his green-haired friend, so whatever had transpired between the two must have been bad. Ida settled down in the bus seat next to Midoriya. He couldn't help but watch pitifully as the shorter boy reached into his bag to grab medication for motion sickness. After all, it was only a mere 30 minutes since he saw his friend take 2 separate doses of something else when they arrived, saying that he forgot to take them after breakfast this morning. Tenya knew Midoriya did not want to be pitied. In fact, he himself knew what it felt like and hated it. However, he just couldn't sometimes. During the sports festival, Ida wasn't going to team up his friends, but when they, or rather Midoriya, asked, he couldn't say no. He knew it was bad, and it made him feel terrible, especially after everything Midoriya has done for him. He wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for Midoriya, time, And time again the boy has proven he is more than capable of becoming a great hero, but Tania paused his train of thought. The bus bounced and his classmates were loud. He saw Midoriya begin to doze off next to him. Probably one of the side effects. It reminded him about after the sports festival. Ida overheard a conversation from a couple of first-year students from the general studies course. Hey, what's with that kid from class Eka? What? You mean the loud angry kid or Endeavor's son? No, the plain-looking kid, the one who had to quit early. Or you mean the charity case? The what? You haven't heard? That kid is terminally ill or something. I heard from an upperclassman that his quirk is too strong for his weak body and it breaks his bones. Seriously? Yeah. And he was only able to get into the hero course with such a terrible quirk is because the teachers felt sorry and gave him a spot before he. Well, you know, that SC case. Well, at least a seat will be open in the hero course. That's probably what Shinsu is hoping for. Hey, you think I can get in? I also initially applied for hero studies. Yeah, right? There's no way. Ida hated that he actually thought that could be true. It was terrible for students of UA to be gossiping and spreading false rumors. And about his friend no less. Midoriya is a great student and a great friend. Tania knows he will make a great hero someday. He definitely will. Right? Alright, you all better get out because this will be our last rest stop. Aizawa shouted over his student as they made their way out of the bus. He overheard Kaminari make a snide remark about this being our only rest, but he chose to ignore it. They were about to be in for a big surprise after all. The tired teacher also stepped out of the bus now that all his students were outside stretching. He saw the two of the pussycats step out of their car for an introduction. As usual, they were loud and enthusiastic, though their actual devilish excitement was kept under control. Or at least Mandalay did. He hung out in the background watching Pixie Bob go off on some of his students when Mandalay decided to also fade in the back next to him. Was she always this bad? He asked in annoyance. She's gotten worse lately. She's just at that age. You know? No, he didn't actually, but it didn't really matter. They should really be moving on. The pro-heroes explained how they owned the entire land that they could see and where the training camp was located. His students quickly caught on to what they were actually planning. Good. At least they're quick thinkers. Come on, let's get back on the bus, Sero said with a worried grin. Yeah, and we better hurry. Kaminari added, then began running to the bus. As class Eka ran to the bus, Mandalay smiled devilishly. If you kittens hurry, you might just be able to make it by noon. No one actually made it to the bus. Pixie Bob made sure of it. Students who don't make it by noon don't get lunch. Pixie Bob cut them off and used her quirk to send them over the cliff. Their panicked and confused screams can be heard through the rumbling of the rocks. Training camp already started for them. Of course, there was still one left. Izuku Midoriya was the sole student to remain on the cliff unharmed. He opened his eyes in confusion and took a look at his surroundings. After realizing what was going on, he ran to the railing to see his classmates before turning to him for answers. Senzi, why am I the only one still here? I'm sure you already know the reason. B, but I don't understand. It wouldn't be fair for me to be here when everyone is working hard and... Midoriya started to ramble, his words coming out as nonsense to anyone who didn't listen carefully. And Aizawa wasn't really listening. It's fine. During the training camp you'll be pushed hard and will be working tirelessly for the next week. It'll be better if you don't pass out on the first day, Aizawa explained. Midoriya deflated at the response, but didn't say anything else. Cheer up, kitten, Pixie Bob said. If it was you down there, you'd be begging to be up here. Besides, Mandalay joined. They won't make it to the camp until late. One of your training exercises includes making your own dinner. Tonight will be the only time we make your dinner, but you can help us, so it's not like you're doing nothing. Mandalay continued. This made Izuku feel a little better, but he still hated being treated differently. It wasn't fair. Izuku nodded and joined Aizawa on the bus. The two traveled in silence, but they made it to the grounds very quickly. When they arrived, Midoriya helped to take their belongings to these shared rooms. Later, as they cooked, Midoriya took this chance to ask Mandale a question. Miss Mandale, who is the little boy that I saw earlier? Just call me Mandale, and as for the kid, his name is Kuta. He's my nephew, she responded. He lives here with us, but he hates heroes, so don't mind him if he acts rudely. What? He hates heroes? Midoriya said, surprised. When I was his age, heroes were everything, and everyone loved heroes. Mandale gave a sad look. He's been like that since his parents died. His parents? She nodded. His parents were the water hose heroes. They died on duty while protecting civilians. For a hero, it's one of the most honorable ways to die, but for Kuta, he was too young to understand. Midoriya and Mandale talked for a bit, and while he helped with the cooking, he started getting lost in thought. Eventually, it was evening. Izuku finished cooking and joined Mr. Aizawa outside to meet his classmates. Guilt bubbled in Izuku's stomach as he saw his friends stumble onto the ground. Most of them were dirty. They were covered head to toe in dirt and sweat. Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo, of course, were the front runners, heavily panting, but still standing strong. Yet, despite their exhaustion, as soon as Bakugo laid eyes on his former friend, he ran at Deku, yelling angrily. Thankfully, Aizawa stopped him mid-run with his capture weapon. This caused Kacchan to fall flat on his face since he was too tired to fight back. Clamp down, Bakugo. Don't forget why you're here, Aizawa scolded, releasing his weapon. Kacchan grumbled something to himself as he got up. The rest of the Izuku's classmates walked inside to eat together. Everyone stuffed their mouths desperately with food as if they hadn't eaten for days. And for most of them, that's probably how they felt. After dinner, the girls and boys split up and went to the hot springs to relax. Izuku joined as well, but as he placed his feet in the warm, relaxing water, he just felt like he didn't deserve it. Even though he was surrounded by his friends, Izuku felt isolated and lonely. He had ever since they arrived at camp. Midoriya, if you don't mind my asking, but where did you get your scar? Tokoyami asked from across the hot spring with his arms crossed. I've seen it during the locker room and have been wondering. Izuku was caught off guard by the question. Oh, I got it almost 3 years ago from surgery. Surgery? What kind of surgery? Ojiro chimed in from the middle of the hot spring. Midoriya nodded. It was lung surgery. I got pneumonia, which caused an infection in my lungs. That SC case. Man, Kirishima spoke. You're so manly. Lung surgery is pretty risky. Why? But it's fine now. I just still have the scar. Man, you didn't even have to do the whole forest thing like the rest of us. Kaminari added. Talk about lucky. It's not fair. Mineta shouted. We had to fight for ours, and you got to stay here and get cozy with the pussycat. Hey, come on, it's not Midoriya's fault he's like this. Sero defended. If anything, I feel sorry. Todoroki interrupted Sero by boiling the water a little, causing the other boy to yelp in surprise. I'm sure that's not what he meant, Midoriya. Ida interjected. Sero was confused until he realized his mistake. I'm sorry, that's totally not what I wanted to say. That's alright, Sero. I know you're not trying to be mean, Midoriya replied. They all let the topic fall and enjoyed the rest of the hot spring. However, the heat from the hot spring was making Midoriya feel lightheaded. His head was fuzzy and his ears started to ring. It had taken Todoroki a few minutes to get his attention because of this. At this point, Izuku excused himself to go to sleep early. As Midoriya had got out, dizziness overwhelmed him. Ida got up to guide his friend back, but Izuku insisted that he was okay to go alone. He left and changed into his sleepwear. The night was still early, and despite not even starting training, unlike his classmates, Izuku was absolutely exhausted. Aizawa was in his and Vlad's shared room, going over the schedule for tomorrow's training. Right now it was just him. He got rid of his hero gear to get more comfortable. Vlad will arrive in a bit so that they can review and organize for tomorrow. It was already getting late. Their students should be in bed by now, which is why he was caught off guard where he heard a knock at the door. Aizawa opened the sliding door and was greeted by Uruka, waiting in the hall. Uruka, is there a reason you are up so late? The teacher looked at his student with tired eyes. She was looking nervous and unsure about something. Sensei, there's really something I really need to talk to you about something. All day Aizawa oversaw his students progress alongside the pussycats. The day was productive enough, but there were still many long days ahead of them before real progress could be made. However, at the same time, there was a pressing issue that Eraserhead is dealing with. The night before he had a long talk with Uruka about Midoriya. It was nothing he wasn't already suspicious of, but now his suspicions were confirmed, and he had more evidence to add to the case. The only problem was that he couldn't take any action right now while at the training camp. The only thing he could do was wait and keep a close eye on the problem child as well as wait for Recovery Girl to send him updates. In all honesty, this whole situation infuriated him, and not being able to do anything just made him anxious. The myth, there was nothing he could do, so it would be irrational to worry about it, especially if it was distracting him from his other students. Aizawa sighed as he watched his students finish their meals. Everyone was excited for the test of courage that was promised earlier today. And that meant everyone. All right, test of courage time. Ashido shouted with her fist in the air. Several of her classmates chimed in with their own excitement. Not so fast, Aizawa interrupted. All the remedial course students will be taking their lessons while the rest participate. No way. That's not fair. Sato protested along with the rest of Mina, Kirishima, and Kaminari. Before the four could run, however, Aizawa used his capture weapon to drag them to the building, knowing fully well they wouldn't come willingly. Bakugo didn't protest. He walked up to his teacher rather calmly. TCH. Whatever. As if I care what these fuckers do. Actually, Bakugo, Aizawa said, causing said teen to stop mid-step. Since the reason you failed the practical exams was because of your inability to get along with your teammate. You and Midoriya will be paired up together for this. What? Deku and Kachan said in unison. Like hell I am. Bakugo yelled angrily. I don't care who I go with so long as it's not Deku. If you refuse or pick a fight, I'll have no choice but to give you a month detention when we get back to school. Bakugo paused. He looked at Deku, then at his teacher with the same angry expression. He made no movement before putting his hand to his chin in a contemplative manner. Are seriously unsure which to pick? Deku exclaimed. Bakugo. F-I-N-G. Fine. All right. Bakugo threw up his hands to go back towards the group of students, stomping angrily like a child. Aizawa sighed exhaustedly as he dragged the other four students to the study room. This was gonna be a long night. The rules for the test of courage were simple enough. First, Class B gets to set up their scare tactics as the groups of two from Class A took turns walking through the designated path. Even though they just started, Izuku was already more fearful of his partner than anything else that might await him in the forest. Oh, don't walk so close to me like your friends, shitty Deku. Kachan barked in his face as he walked ahead. Izuku sighed. He knew this was so Bakugo could learn from his failed exam, but it feels like Mr. Aizawa is punishing me too. Izuku screamed in his mind, crying silently. As the duo talked slowly through the woods, Deku stopped, smelling a strong scent. What the hell are you stopping for? Kachan stopped, looking back at Deku. Do you smell something? Huh? Bakugo questions with a confused and unawed expression. In the distance, Izuku could hear shouting voices that were too far to sound comprehensible. Kachan, do you hear that? Don't tell me you're actually getting scared from this stupid. However, Bakugo shut himself up as he started to smell a strong burning scent wafting through the air. The two classmates looked overhead as they watched the area get brighter and brighter with blue light. No blue flames lit up the night, and began to consume the forest. Black smoke grew from the trees, and blue embers flew through the air. What the hell is going on? Katsuki exclaimed. Izuku turned to the blonde. What should we do? Kachan? Why the hell are you asking me? Attention students. A loud but familiar voice could be heard in their heads. Villains are attacking the camp. This is not a drill. Please make your way back to the building if you can. Midoriya's breath hitched. How could villains be attacking the camp? After all the safety procedures US set up, and there is still an attack. The two only just started their test. If they hurried, they can. No, wait. Where's Kota? He's out here alone. He can get hurt or worse. Kachan, head to the main building. I need to go save Kota. Deku exclaimed before running in a different direction. Who the hell said you can tell me what to do? Kachan ignored the shorter boy and instead followed him to wherever he was heading. Huh? Kachan, why are you following me? If you die, Sensei's gonna expel me. DM and nerd. Bakugo ran after Midoriya. So shut up and don't just take off. Idiot. Both boys used their quirk to increase their speed in hopes to get there quicker. Midoriya hurried desperately hoping that he wasn't too late. Eventually, he started recognizing the familiar path and knew he was close. Izuku completely forgot about Kachan as he bumped up the percentage of 1 for all and made his way up the mountain quickly. Unfortunately, as he climbed the side of the cliff, Midoriya's worst fear had turned out to be true. Kota stood defenselessly against a hooded villain, tall and gigantic, who loomed over the poor boy sadistically. In a spike of fear and adrenaline, Midoriya launched his entire body, reeling back his arm and landed a devastating punch into the large figure's face. The green-haired boy landed onto the ground, his arms stretched out protectively in front of Kota. Midoriya turned to the younger boy and shouted, "Get out of here. Run!" Kota was frozen, too scared to do anything but watch in fear and sadness. Tears poured down his cheeks as he sniffled and shook in terror. He couldn't. You little pest. A deep and angry voice shouted from the ground. The villain stood up tall and menacingly. He was no longer wearing his cloak, exposing his large body and crazy eyes as he inched closer to the two boys grinning. If it isn't my lucky day to play things that I get to destroy in one day, I'm gonna have tons of fun killing you. In the Sam's second, the monstrous man leaped forward. Izuku grabbed Kota and used his quirk to jump over and narrowly avoid the crushing fist. Once again, as Izuku landed on the ground, he took a fighting stance ready to protect Kota from the giant man. Without looking away from the villain, he told the younger boy again to run. But I can't just leave. The younger said through the tears and snot. Listen to me, Kota. You have to run. Get out of here and find a teacher or student. I know it's scary, and I know you know nothing about me, but you have to trust me and run, okay? But before Kota could refuse, the muscular villain ran toward Deku with full force. Izuku, desperate to keep Kota safe, held the gigantic man back with all the strength he could muster. Run! Midoriya screamed as he pushed back the large man. Kota was scared. No! He was terrified, but he didn't want to run. He wanted to help. Midoriya's footing shifted, causing the villain to charge and push the boy. Izuku redirected the large body and used the momentum to send him crashing into the side of the mountain instead of into Kota. The rocks crumbled and fell further, separating the young boy from the battle scene. In a panic, Kota ran down the mountain, staying on the usual path, and close to the mountainside. He desperately hoped he would run into someone who could help. He needed to get out quickly and find help. He needed to see Izuku again. He needed to thank him and tell him how sorry he was. He needed to stay alive for him. His hero. Izuku sighed in relief to see that Kota ran. Now he could only hope that someone would find and protect the boy before any villain could hurt him. He didn't know how many villains there were or where they were, but he did know that he needed to finish this fight fast so he could protect Kota from any more danger. Midoriya wobbled and shook from exhaustion as the larger man stood, not even breaking a sweat. He needed to hold him off, because if he fails he'll die. Kota will die. He needs to be strong and fight through the exhaustion. To prepared for another attack when a loud yell could be heard overhead. Bakugo tore through the air, screaming with a piest of expression on his face. He placed both his palms together as he jumped on the villain's shoulders and used his quirk on Muscular's face. Kachan jumped back and landed next to Deku as the villain stumbled back. Who said, "You can run ahead of me, Deku?" Kachan responded, yelling in Deku's ear. "Kachan, you," the villain spoke again, causing both boys to turn their head. "You're the one we're looking for." Bakugo Katsuki. "Huh? What the hell are you talking about?" Grows arms, Bakugo spat out to the villain. "You're the one Shigaraki wants." Muscular grinned. "I have to thank you, kid. You just made my job a whole lot easier." Midoriya's eyes widened. What did Shigaraki want with Kachan? Huh? You must have muscles for brains if you think I'll just back down and go with ya. Katsuki smirked confidently, readying his quirk. "I'm gonna FING kill you and every single villain here." "You're on, kid." The villain laughed. "Shigaraki just wants you alive. I'm sure he won't mind if I break some bones if it means I bring you with us." "No. Kachan, we have to run," Deku pleaded. Deku dot. Bakugo turned, making Izuku flinch in anticipation. "You're weak enough as it is, so I'm taking offense while you're on support. Got it?" Izuku widened his eyes in surprise as Bakugo turned back towards the villain. He watched as his former friend got into a bent-over position with his arms spread and his palms wide open. That's when it struck him. The familiar position was similar to the one Uraka took during her fight against Kachan. Instead of standing tall like he often did, the explosive teen made himself smaller to increase mobility. "Wait," Deku started, but was cut off by an abrupt voice echoing in his head. "Everyone, Eraserhead has given you permission to use your quirks to engage in combat against the villains. I repeat, everyone in Class A and Class B. You have been granted permission to fight back against the villains." At the same moment, both Izuku and Katsuki realized what this meant. Before Izuku was cautious, he needed to protect Kota, but after the fight against Stain, he knew the potential consequences that would arise if he used his quirk to fight back. But now, and Midoriya. Izuku paused when he heard Mandale call his name, softer than her previous declaration, "Thank you. Kota is safe. Thanks to you." Overwhelming relief filled Deku's entire body. In one instant, he felt his energy climb back into his heart, ready for another fight. He stood tall and walked up next to Kachan with determined eyes and a confident smile to match Bakugo's. "Let's get this over with, Kachan." Instead of yelling, Bakugo's grin grew wider as his quirk popped in his hands. "Hell yeah, nerd." Bakugo and Midoriya were panting from exhaustion. They were hunched over, looking pretty beat up, trying to catch their breath. Both teens stood victoriously on the cliffside of the mountain. Only a few feet from them was the unconscious villain they were just fighting a few minutes prior. Bakugo huffed out a short chuckle at the thought of the hard fight. The villain was annoying, but extremely enjoyable to be brought down by a kid half his size. "Finally, it's over," a tired Deku said in between his panting. "PFFT, that fucker wasn't that hard to take down," Bakugo said suddenly. The statement made Izuku let out an out-of-breath laugh of his own as they smirked at each other. "We need to head back before he wakes up," Izuku said, looking off to the direction of the main camp building. "Don't tell me what to do," Kachan reminds. Kachan and Deku made their way down the mountain carefully and tiredly. With all the fighting, rubble blocked the path, leading back to the camp. So instead they had to slide down uneven rock to go around. Every few seconds Bakugo barked at Deku to hurry up when he lagged behind, but would still unconsciously pause and wait for the other to catch up. To Izuku, It almost felt like they were kids again going out and exploring together. Except now their pretend game of heroes versus villains was real. By the time the two made it to the bottom of the mountain and back into the forest, Midoriya collapsed onto the solid ground exhausted. His entire body was shaking, he was dizzy and nauseous and just wanted to go to sleep. "Are you serious?" Bakugo exclaimed. "We just made it down a hill and you can't even walk on the FING grass." I am sorry, Kachan. I am tired and I don't have any of my medication with me." Midoriya paused to catch his breath. "I just need to rest for a few minutes and I think I'll be able to walk again." Bakugo was angry, but instead of yelling he groaned loudly. The explosive blonde roughly tugged on Deku to get up and used the momentum to push the useless idiot onto his back. "WWHA. Shut up," Bakugo barked. "I'm only doing this because I don't want to wait for your sorry but... Got it?" Izuku responded by nodding despite Kachan's head being turned away. "And if you mention this to anyone, I'll kill you." Bakugo began his walk through the forest with Deku on his back. Izuku tried to be quiet and still the whole way. He felt guilty that Kachan had to carry him while he too was probably really tired. Izuku sighed, trying not to fall asleep. He focused on his surroundings, and he couldn't help but think that this was the closest he had been to Kachan in years. He missed his friendship with that taller boy, even during his time in UA, and even when he yelled and pushed him around. They had been pretty close when they were younger, even when everyone else was avoiding him. Kachan was always there. He often tried to think about where it went wrong, but that fact still remains a mystery. One day they were having a fun sleepover, and the next day Bakugo hated him ever since. But now he was glad that Kachan still had some kindness for him, in his own weird way. "Hey nerd, are you listening?" Bakugo shouted loudly. "W what?" "TCH," was all Bakugo said before a loud screaming can be heard into the darkness. "W what is that? How the hell am I supposed to know?" Another scream was heard a bit clearer, followed by an indistinguishable rumbling in the distance. "It sounds like it's coming from over there." Deku pointed to the left of them further into the forest, the opposite direction of the camp. "Great," Bakugo said as he dumped Deku onto the ground against one of the trees rather roughly. "OW. What are you doing, Kachan? Isn't it obvious? I'm going after those screams and beat up those villains," Kachan said, confidently punching his fist into his palm. "Make your way back on your own." "Wait, Kachan. You can't, the villains are after you," Deku pleaded, trying to get up only to collapse back on the ground. "You think I care? I'm not like you, Deku. I'm not weak and so pathetic that I need everyone to take care of me," Bakugo shouted in serious anger. "I'm going to kill those villains on my own. You do nothing but slow me down, just like you did when we were kids." Bakugo didn't wait for a response and instead took off deeper into the forest, leaving Deku alone once again. Wait. Izuku once again tried to get up but failed, hitting his back against the tree trunk, causing him to cough roughly from the ash-ridden air. He looked down into his hand, seeing the large splotches of blood fall from his hand and onto the grass. Bakugo ran through the forest quickly. He could hear the sound of trees falling much more clearly as he got closer to the battle. Eventually, Bakugo made it to a clearing where he saw a large shadow rise above the trees in the near distance. "That looks like..." "Bakugo, look out." Katsuki jumped out of the way, narrowly avoiding a white something from above him. The teen turned his head and looked up at a masked villain in a black straitjacket whose teeth could extend and slash anything in his way. "Are you okay, Bakugo?" Ida asked. His clothes were cut and his glasses cracked, but was mostly okay. Todoroki, his test of courage partner, was across from him, not letting his guard down from the villain. "Of course I'm fine." Bakugo exploded one of the many teeth lodged into the dirt. While the villain attacked the 3 US students, they could hear the roaring from Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow. They could see the quirk from where they were. "We need to hurry and apprehend this guy, so we can help Tokoyami and Shoji," Todoroki commented as he dodged another attack. No sheet, icy hot. Katsuki ducked in time for Ida to break the tooth. Bakugo paused and smirked to himself as he ran toward the villain. Follow my lead, Dumbass. The blonde plowed. Another explosion on several of the teeth supporting the villain and caused the disturbed man to lose balance as Bakugo continued to run in the direction of Dark Shadow. Todoroki and Ida followed Bakugo as the villain followed closely to their heels. Thankfully, they could see Tokoyami shrouded by Dark Shadow, clearly not in control. Kasuki whistled and slid underneath the Dark Shadow as the large creature turned around. Ida and Todoroki split in opposite directions. Dark Shadow grabbed the villain by the head with its large claws and slammed him down, defeating him in an instant. Seeing this, Bakugo acted quickly and used his explosion to tame Tokoyami's quirk. Todoroki did the same, using his flame to calm it down and retreat back into its wielder. Thank you, friends, Tokoyami said between breaths, and apologies for losing control. I am deeply sorry. Whatever, it was easy to bring you down. Just like it was at the sports festival. Bakugo dismissed the apology in favor of making sure the creepy villain was unconscious. Ida helped up Tokoyami, while Todoroki helped a battered Shoji. Are you alright? I'll be fine, Shoji replied. I just lost one of my dupli arms from that villain, which is what set off a Dark Shadow. We should head back to the camp quickly. Ida interjected. Mr. Aizawa may have given us permission to use our quirks, but he must have meant it in self-defense. We need to leave before anyone else dangerous shows up. Bakugo was reminded of the villain he fought earlier with Deku. Everyone got together as Ida explained the direction they needed to go. Todoroki looked at Bakugo and surveyed the area, as if looking for something. What's your problem? Icy hot. Todoroki turned to the blonde, giving him a confused look. Where's Midoriya? He was with you for the test of courage, right? Everyone else turned to Bakugo, which pissed him off. Why the hell are you looking at me? Bakugo screamed, but when no one replied, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. We fought one of those villains and were heading back when we heard Bird Brain over here destroying the forest. Bakugo continued. Deku was too wiped out. He couldn't even walk on his own, so I ditched him and came over here. If it wasn't for me, you weaklings would have been dead. You left him alone, Todoroki exclaimed angrily. During a villain attack, are you crazy? Todoroki, calm down. Ida stepped in. It's not my fault that the loser is so weak, Katsuki defended. Besides, he probably just went back to the camp himself. Todoroki started to march toward Bakugo in anger as the latter looked ready to fight. Enough. Ida stepped, hoping to de-escalate the situation. Fighting each other won't do us any good. Bakugo, were you and Midoriya close to the camp before you came over here? Bakugo nodded. Very well. Bakugo will lead us back the same way he came. We might be able to catch up to Midoriya. But everyone stays close together. We must be vigilant and keep our eyes peeled for any danger. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Bakugo just muttered fine under his breath. The Ache, our classmates, grouped together as they followed Bakugo to where he left Midoriya. The atmosphere was tense despite Ida, hoping to lighten the mood. I'm sure Midoriya is fine. Tokoyami spoke. He has proven that he can handle himself in a fight. Not if he's sick, Todoroki chimed. The air is filled with ash from the fire, making it difficult to breathe. Bakugo, who was walking ahead of everyone, didn't bother to turn around to shout out. I know you're glaring at me. Icy hot. We shouldn't get distracted, Ida said, trying to keep focus despite also being worried for Midoriya. Are we almost there? Bakugo. Yes, so stop asking. Eventually these students paused behind Bakugo. They were looking at the area where Deku was supposed to be, but found no one in sight. Are you sure this is where you left him? Shoji asked. Midoriya was here, Todoroki replied instead. He was crouching by the base of the kneeling toward the grass. There's blood on the grass and an indent by the tree where he was resting. Midoriya was most likely coughing up blood, and it looks like there was no sign of a struggle, Ida said, turning to his classmates. I told you, idiots. Bakugo yelled. The nerd probably went back to camp. That doesn't change the fact that you left him alone and defenseless, Todoroki yelled back. Even if he did go back, he'll be too sick to fight back if another villain finds him. That's not my fault. How is it not your fault? Midoriya has been nothing but nice to you, and all you do is ditch him as soon as you have the chance. You don't know anything, BSTRD. Bakugo, Todoroki. Everyone paused at the sound of a nearby voice. The bushes rustled to the left of them, and continued as two figures came from the shadows. Uruka, Asui, Ida greeted. I told you to call me Su, Aussie replied. Right, sorry, I mean Su. You're both injured, Shoji said. Did you guys run into a villain too? Uruka nodded. Yeah. We were attacked by a crazy girl with a knife. She struck us with this big needle and took off. Thankfully, we heard you guys yelling, which led us here. It was easy to hear Bakugo's yelling from a mile away. Shut up. No one asked round face. Todoroki helped Ida to patch up Uruka and Su. Did you happen to see Midoriya at all? Deku? Uruka inquired. No, we haven't. Isn't he supposed to be with you? Bakugo. I told you to shut up. It doesn't matter. We'll explain later why we make our way back. Todoroki stood up. If you can't walk, I can carry you guys the rest of the way, Shoji offered. Are you sure? Asui said with concern. You look really tired too. What happened? It was Tokoyami's dark shadow, Shoji continued. But we're fine now, and I'm still strong enough if you need a hand. You were fighting Tokoyami? Uruka questioned. What happened to him? Where is he? What do you mean he's right? Ida stopped mid-sentence when he turned to look for his classmate, only to find he wasn't there. I don't understand, he was just here. Looking for this? An unknown voice sang from the tree. Everyone looked up to see a masked man, holding up a single marble. Didn't he tell me? Shoji implied. Indeed, but that's not the only trick I have up my sleeve. The villain, Compress, did a sleight of hand to reveal two marbles between his fingers. Another, Ida exclaimed, but who's in the second? Todoroki growled under his breath. Midoriya. Correct again. You UA kids. Sure are smart. The villain closed his palms and opened them again to reveal nothing there. But I guess that's to be expected. If you want your friends, then perhaps we can make a trade. You BSTRD. Why don't you come down and face me? You coward. Bakugo yelled while Uruka tried to shush him. Shoji stepped forward. Fine, we'll do it. Ribbit. Shoji, what are you doing? Asui asked. Shoji's arm extended to form mouth so that he could whisper privately to his classmates, I know where they are. Follow my lead and attack when he lets his guard down. TCH. This time Bakugo stepped forward. He got closer to the villain without a moment of hesitation. You BSTRDS are looking for me? RNCA. Compress was surprised but quickly made his move. He jumped from the tree, landing flawlessly onto the ground and walked over. I'm happy to hear you're cooperating. If you choose to be like this all the time, then you will have a much easier time with us. As Compress reached forward, Bakugo effortlessly grabbed the man by his arm and threw him over his shoulder, slamming him on the ground. Now, Todoroki made quick work to use his eyes to freeze the villain while he was down. However, the villain recovered quickly. He jumped out of the way with only his arm frozen. I guess we'll just have to do this the hard way then? Compress signed under his mask. He smashes the eyes but was caught off guard when Uruka managed to tackle him and twist his wrist to apprehend him. Quick, Shoji, where are they? In his sleeve. Uruka tried to loosen the arm just enough to check the sleeve, but the masked man managed to get one of his arms free. Ochako, look out! Asui cried and extended her tongue to grab her friend in time before the villain could use his quirk. T-Thanksu. Compress got up and jumped back into the trees. I believe now's the time to make my exit. He's getting away. Ida warned. No, he's not. Bakugo argued. We're going after him. Round face, you're gonna make us float while me and Glasses use our quirks to catch up. And I'll use my quirk to freeze the villain, Todoroki added. I won't miss this time. Uraka smiled excitedly. Let's hurry before he gets too far. Let's go save Deku and Tokoyami. This is taking too long. I'm tired of waiting. I could be here all night. Twice and Dabi were in the forest clearing while waiting for their other members. Magne and Spinner were still occupying the heroes, waiting for Kurogiri. But there were still 5 of their teammates unaccounted for. Would you be quiet? Dabi said, clearly annoyed by his partner. He too was annoyed by the absence of their team members. He could predict losing maybe 2 of the weaker ones, but he had a hard time believing that these heroes and students could manage taking them all down. I'm here. I hope you didn't leave without me. The energetic Toga came skipping to them with a creepy smile on her face. What took you so long? Did you get the blood that you needed? Dabi asked. Toga nodded. Yup. I got blood from 2 people. 2? Twice exclaimed. You were supposed to get at least 3, and why you look so happy? Toga beamed at the question. Because I made 2 new friends today, that's why. Friends? But what about me? I don't wanna be your friend. Eventually Mr. Compress arrived to join his teammates. Good, you're all here. Not all of us. Dabi sighed. Did you get the brat? Not quite, but he should be on his way now. Compress reveals both marbles containing to separate students. As for the rest, Mustard, Moonfish, and Muscular are out of commission, so to speak. Are you kidding me? Dabi groans. He knew there was a chance of losing Mustard, but Muscular and Moonfish? These kids are tougher than they thought. We're almost out of time. How long before they get here? I believe they'll be arriving in no more than a feet. Compress was interrupted by a group of feet stomping down on him. Bakugo, Ida, Shoji, Todoroki, Uraka, and Asui fell from the sky and landed on the villain in a matter of seconds thanks to Bakugo's quick thinking. Ochako. Su, my new friends, Toga happily cried. Quick, Shoji, the marbles. Ida ordered. Shoji quickly grabbed the small spheres. I got them, let get out of here. Bakugo, however, didn't move. He was once again ready to fight. You BSTRDS. I'll kill you. Bakugo, let's go. Uraka cried. Don't be stupid and retreat. We got the marbles, now let's leave. Are you sure about that? Everyone turned. Compress took his mask off to reveal 2 other marbles hidden beneath his tongue. What? But how dead? Simple misdirection, my dear. The ones that you poses are nothing more than a decoy. Compress released his quick to show that the 2 Shoji was holding had nothing but ice within them. I wasn't planning on running away. Anyway, Bakugo grinned. And now I have an excuse to break your A5NG bones. Katsuki charged forward. Bakugo, wait. Todoroki tried to stop. Please do, Compress teased, ready to use his quirk. But before the villain can make a move, a bright beam of light destroys Compress' mask. Bakugo further ducked down and punched the villain in the stomach, sending both orbs flying through the sky. Shoji grabbed one while Todoroki grabbed the other. The quirk deactivated, releasing its captives. Tokoyami. Midoriya. Are you alright? Asui asked. W, very fine. Tokoyami relived. Todoroki, Asui, and Shoji helped both of them up. Midoriya wobbled, off balanced and dizzy, but was caught by Shuto. Are you alright? I am fine. Midoriya stuttered. His shirt was bloodied from his cuffing, and he still looked pretty beat up from his fight with Muscular, but was overall alright. W, where's Keikachan? Todoroki glanced at Bakugo, who was still fighting the villains. At the same moment, purple voids appeared behind the villains, signaling that their time was up. Bakugo let go. No way. I'm not running. However, as Bakugo continued to fight against the bee, the dark-haired man was preoccupied dodging his attacks and was making his way toward one of the warp gates. The villain began to enter. placing his right hand and foot into the darkness. Bakugo grinned in victory, but failed to notice the single portal behind him, and a scarred hand reaching out. Kachan behind you. Bakugo turned too late as the hand grabbed out to him. In the last second, Deku used his quirk and pushed Bakugo out of the way. The momentum from the push rammed Katsuki into the nearby tree, causing his shoulder to dislocate. OW the myth. Deku you, Bakugo stopped when he saw Deku being dragged by the neck into the portal. He didn't make a move. All he could do was watch. Midoriya. Todoroki tried to run to his friend, reaching his hand out, but it was too late. The villains and Deku disappeared into the abyss. The portals disappeared, leaving nothing but silence. Deku was gone. Deku, where the hell have you been? Kachan asked. You haven't been in school for a week. Don't tell me you're still sick. Deku nodded with tears rolling down his cheeks. I went to see a lot of doctors and they don't know what WW wrong with me. What do you mean? You just have the flu, don't you? Deku? Deku shook his head. The doctors said it isn't and they don't know how to make me better. I see can't be a hero if I'm quirkless and as sick all the time. Kachan lightly hits his fist on Deku's head. You idiot. Of course you're gonna get better. And when you do, you can watch me become the greatest hero ever. Way better than All Might. Deku sniffled, letting out a small laugh. Maybe he will get better. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Kachan. Katsuki was sitting up in the hospital bed. The doctors had relocated his shoulder the night before, and after that, the police confronted him since he was the villain's main target. Now he was just sitting on the bed, waiting for nothing. Even though he was fine, the doctors insisted on keeping him another night for rest and protection. He scoffed at the thought. Protection? He didn't need that. He wasn't some weakling that needed people to protect and save him. So with nothing to do, Bakugo flopped back on the hospital bed and took out his phone. His parents arrived that night and stayed with him till morning until he yelled at them to leave him alone and go to work because he was fine. Why was everyone so worried about him? He was fine. He was okay. If anything, they should be worried about Deku. Bakugo felt a twinge of irritation at the thought of him. He was the one who effed up. He was the one let himself get kidnapped by villains. He was the cause of UA running around like a headless chicken. He was the one who made the round-faced girl cry. So why were they focused on him? Deku, just like always, needed someone to save him. And like always, everyone drops what they're doing to help him because they feel sorry for him. Bakugo heard a knock at the door. Before he could respond with a loud, "Go away," the door opened anyway. A large group of US students entered the hospital room, greeting the grumpy blonde. What the hell are you doing here? Bakugo asked indifferently. We are visiting. Of course, Kirishima said rather energetically. We wanted to come check on you, man, and to see if you were okay. We brought you a melon. Mineta exclaimed. Katsuki replied with a scoff. Leave me alone, I know you only came cause you think you have to, right? What? Of course not. Dude, Kaminari responded. We did visit Yaomomo, Hakkore, and Jiru, but we also wanted to see you too. Yeah, we all came to see the four of you cause you're our friends, Sero added. Clearly not all of you. Bakugo pointed out the two missing students. Ojiro scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, Uraka and Todoroki were with us earlier, but they both left before we came to see you. Ribbit Asui continued for Ojiro rather bluntly. Yeah, Noda. Bakugo crossed his arms. Why are you here then, Four Eyes? Aren't you blaming me like those two idiots? Ida opened his mouth, but didn't respond. Both him and Katsuki were briefly brought back that night after the whole mess was over. Deku? Uraka called out as if he'd call back, DQ. Tears fell from her eyes. Once again she was helpless. Just like that day they got into a fight because of her, and because of her he waned by himself and was nearly killed by Shigaraki. GRR, shut up already. Bakugo hissed back. He's gone. Crying isn't going to do anything. Uraka became angry at Bakugo's response. She turned to yell at him. What the hell is your problem? If it wasn't for you, Deku wouldn't have been kidnapped. He'd still be here. Me? Bakugo questioned. It ain't my fault the idiot went and got himself captured. Are you serious? Todoroki butted in. Ida, who saw the anger escalating, tried to step in. Wait, you two. Let's calm down. Todoroki ignored Ida. If it hadn't been for you trying to prove something, then Midoriya wouldn't be gone. If it wasn't for you ditching him, this wouldn't have happened. Midoriya did nothing but try to protect you, and you treat him like dirt. Shut up. You don't know anything. I don't need protection. That was his fault. You're arrogant and selfish. Shut up. It was his fault. It's always his fault. Slap. The kids weren't quiet. Todoroki was so angry that he didn't see Uraka walk up next to him and slap Bakugo. The dual quirk user turned back to Bakugo expecting him to blow up and yell. He expected fury and rage and violent punch, but it didn't happen. The blonde was angry, but he made no move to retaliate. He instead stormed off on his own back to the camp. The silence had yet to be broken, and wordlessly the rest of them made their way back. I think we were a bit distressed after what happened that night, so I'm not holding it against you, Todoroki, or Uraka. Ida reposed rather calmly. After all, I'd be an awful class president if I didn't maintain order and peace. Bakugo scowled. I don't need your pity. Think whatever the hell you want. Like, I care what a rich nobody like you thinks. Ida didn't retort back. Instead, he stayed silent, not knowing what to say, and faded back with the group. Hey, now Amina said in excited awkwardness. Come on guys, don't look so down. The heroes are working hard to find Midoriya. Let's just focus on our friends making a quick recovery, okay? Oh yeah. Mineta chimed in and repeated, we brought you a melon. Want it? Just get out. Bakugo grumbled, turning himself to face the window instead of his classmates. Hey, come on man. Don't be like that, Kaminari said, placing a hand on the other shoulder only to have it violently shrugged off. Perhaps we should let him be, Tokoyami said, turning towards his classmates. Some nodded their heads in agreement while others seemed hesitant. Hold on a second, Kirishima objected, marching toward his friend. Listen, Bakugo, I know that for whatever reason you don't like Midoriya. But I know you're not heartless. You're a manly guy, and manly guys don't sit around and let their classmates stay kidnapped. Look, I know you, Todoroki and Uraka, on thin ice, but we're going to save Midoriya. And I know you'll want to come with us. Wait, Ida exclaimed. Just how you planning on doing so? We have no idea where he is. No, Kirishima replied. But me and Todoroki overheard Momo talking to the police. She put a tracker on the Nomu and gave the GPS to the heroes. So we'll just ask her to do the same for us. But it's illegal for us to do hero work, the usually calm Asui said with a concerned look. Wouldn't that just make us know better than them? I have to agree, Ida said. This is wrong. Midoriya is my friend too. And after what happened with Stain, I know that he wouldn't want us to risk our lives and livelihoods for his sake, no matter how much we want to. Ida averted his gaze to the floor and clenched his fist. I have a lot to owe Midoriya. It's thanks to him and Todoroki that I stand here now. And for Todoroki to be okay with this is just. Ida didn't finish. He was too deep in thought and despair at the thought of just sitting back and doing nothing. Giving help that's not asked for is the mark of a true hero. Ida is right, but, Oyama said, looking disheartened by the fact that his dear friend was also missing, wouldn't Midoriya do the same for any of us? Maybe, Sato spoke up, trying to cut the tension. But also the heroes are working hard to find him. We know they won't stop until they do. Zero smiled, feeling more reassured by his classmates' words. Right, we just have to be patient. They'll find him soon enough, and everything will go back to normal. But what if he doesn't make it? Kirishima said softly but loud enough for everyone to hear. Why, you don't mean that they'll... Shoji started not wanting to finish. Kirishima shook his head. No, I don't think that's the case. If the villains had done something like that, I think we would have known. Or at the very least the police would. The room was silent, waiting for their friend to continue. It's just that. Look, I know we don't talk about this, but right now we can't pretend that Midoriya isn't ill. He's been like this for all his life, and we've seen it really bad, especially after villain attacks. And what if this time? Midoriya never really talks about this, Mina said, but when I was talking with Uraka, she told me that he once implied that it might be terminal. Shut up. A gruff voice ruined the depressed silence. I told you to get out. You fuckers don't know anything about stupid but Deku. So don't go talking like you do. Now go. Bakugo was furious. He looked ready to throw the hospital chair that was next to the bed at them to make them go away. So, this time everyone filed out and left. Everyone but Bakugo. What the hell is wrong with you? Leave. But Kirishima didn't. He stood tall and gave Bakugo a serious look. I know you want to do the right thing. I really do. So we'll be waiting outside the hospital at 8. I didn't tell Todoroki or Uraka, so we won't be waiting long. After his speech, the red-haired boy left before Bakugo let out another outburst. Bakugo sat silently at the edge of the bed. He stared at the floor in anger, not really knowing what to do next. No, he knew what he had to do, he just didn't want to do it. Bakugo fell back onto the bed and let his arm cover his eyes before falling into a dreamless sleep. Kirishima and Todoroki were waiting outside the hospital. To Todoroki, they were waiting for Uraka and Yaoyorozu, but Kirishima was still holding hope that Bakugo would show up. However, after a few minutes, Bakugo walked out of the hospital, hunched over, hands in his pocket, and gaze averted. Bakugo, Kirishima called out waving, you actually came. Katsuki looked up and clicked his tongue. Of course I was coming. Yeah, idiot. Todoroki also turned to Bakugo and gave him a stern glare. What is he doing here? He asked in an aggravated tone. Kirishima nervously turned to his classmate, hoping to ease the tension by explaining himself. I invited him. He wanted to come save Izuku with us. I didn't come for Deku, Katsuki responded. I'm only coming to get back at those DMN villains. Shuto continued to glare while Kirishima was readily preparing to come in between the two. Thankfully, the tension was interrupted by the arrival of Ida, Uraka, and Asui. Ah, you're here, Kirishima quickly exclaimed, causing Todoroki's and Bakugo's attention to turn to their classmates. Did you guys get the GPS from Yaoyorozu? Uraka nodded. Yeah, but she refused to come along. She was pretty torn on whether or not to join, but she said that even if she wanted to, she couldn't. Had she not been discarded yet? Todoroki asked. The three shook their head. It's all right, we can do this. Just the 6 of us. Kirishima turned to Asui. I'm glad you came too, Asui. After what was said in the hospital room, I though you were pretty against this. Itsu, Asui reminded. And I'm still not okay with this, Ribbit. But Deku is my friend too. He saved me at the USJ, and I want to repay the favor, Ribbit. Ida nodded in agreement. Sam goes for me. However, me and Asui want to make it clear that not only are we coming to save Midoriya, but to also make sure none of us does anything illegal. Ida emphasized the last word while looking at Bakugo. Katsuki noticed right away, but got even angrier when the class president looked away and returned to the conversion like nothing. Hey BSTRD, don't ignore me. If you have something to say it to my face. Oh, Bakugo's here, Uraka stated emotionlessly. Don't pretend like you just noticed. The blonde screamed. Hey, Kirishima butted in once again. We'll miss train if we don't leave now. The others agreed while Bakugo scoffed, leading the way. Nobody said anything or protested, if only to make the trip easier. It was going to be a very long night. His vision was blurry. All he could make out was the obscure vague shape of people in front of him. But he couldn't make out the details of their appearances. There was a constant ringing in his ears. He heard the muffled sound of voices, but he couldn't comprehend what they said. His head felt light. The dizziness he felt made the room spin. He couldn't focus on anything. It made him want to throw up. He was confused. He didn't even know where he was or why he was there. He just knew it went home. He couldn't move, or maybe he could, and he couldn't feel it. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but closed it again due to dryness. He was sleepy, but he couldn't sleep. That's all he wanted really. Just to lay down in his bed and go to sleep. He wanted to stop shaking. He wanted to stop feeling cold. He wanted to stop feeling so irritable and impatient, as if his mind was screaming to do something, anything except to sit still and stare at nothing. But even if he could move, he doesn't think he can. His brain was too fuzzy to do or think about anything. He just hoped that he could fall asleep and wake up to his mother's cooking like he does every weekend. He wanted her to comfort him and bring him honey tea and okayu like she does every time he got this bad. Yeah, that would be nice, he finally thought.